From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The pitch is swung on, and there's a long drive to center field. Going back is Varsho. He's still going. He's at the wall. That ball is history. It's a 3-run Jimmy Jack for Nathaniel Lowe. Lefty against lefty. The Rangers lead it 4-0 in the fourth.
And this season is officially turned into a slugfest. Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, DFW Sports Station. Did it drizzle again last night?
Again, I wake up and I don't know if that's like because I take the dog out in the back and I don't know if it's like dewy. What's that?
Dog life already.
Oh, I know, right?
Taking the dog out when you wake up. Ugh.
Oh, well, that's the second time of night. The first time is like 1 o'clock.
Oh.
Because we just hear him shake his collar, and it's like, okay, it means he's going to go. So
no pee pads?
No, absolutely not. No.
Why not?
Save
Save you from going outside.
It's okay. It's part of the life. It's part of being, it's part of the dog. There's a deal. He's not going to pee in the house. I don't want him peeing in the house. He's going to do that enough on his own, apparently. So he shakes the collar. And, she'll get up with him at the 1 o'clock one most of the time. And then when, I set my alarm about 10 or 15 minutes earlier. And I get take him out, feed him. And then he goes back in. He goes back to bed asleep again. So anyway, when I went outside, I was barefoot. And it was a little bit damp. But I can't tell if it's just like moisture because it's cool.
Something happened. It's not the sprinklers on my front windshield because I turned those bad boys off after the water bill yesterday. My Lord. Pepe, a little bit wet driving in?
It was. It started to rain over the bridge in Rockwall. And I was like, man, that's 2 days in a row. I don't think I've seen this in a long time, but I was happy.
Absolutely. We're happy with the Rangers offense
Yes.
for the 25th time this season. And this ties a franchise record. They scored 10 runs or more. My X factor, Jordan Montgomery, going 7 innings, 4 hits, 0 earned, 3 strikeouts. And for the Blue Jays, this has to feel like our series against the Astros. Like, this is the big series, wild card stakes, humongous outcome on the line, and you're about to get swept. 12 hits to 5, Rangers blank them 10-0.
I kind of wish I was doing Toronto radio today. That is a chicken-ass baseball team. They are just garbage, man. Like, they can't hit. They're giving away at bats. They got pitchers out there who are too fat to play in the sport, who won't even report to AAA. They got a bunch of entitled son of major leaguer brats with their long hair. We're just so much cooler than you, man, because we just don't care. Like, mentally, we're like so much more advanced than you, and like, we're just sitting here. What do we do?
Free. We're free.
Yeah, we're free, man. We don't have to worry about anything. Our biggest problem when we were kids were whose house were we going to go to today? The one in Canada or the one in Mexico? Where are we going to go? Where are we going to stay, Dad? I don't know. God, I can't stand them.
The drop-off for Vlad Guerrero this year, 263, 21 home runs. George Springer, not one of the kids, but he's got 19 home runs, hitting 262. Bo Bichette, 306 with 18. And the Blue Jays, I mean, they're 80 and 66.
Yeah, I mean, they're still having a good record. And they're still having a good season. It's a competitive season. There are 19 other teams that would love to be trade plays with the Blue Jays right now, maybe more. But their offense has gone a lot of times. And, Vlad's got to take this one. His OPS in the last 3 years has gone from over 1,000 to 818 to 768. Like that is not good. That is, I don't know why. I don't know what's gone on, but they're all good players. Him, Bichette, they're all good players. But they, for some reason, I don't know. They just don't hit. And they're great hitters. They hit, but they don't hit. It's weird. I don't get it.
Rangers win. Astros win. Seattle wins. So everything stays the same in the West. Rangers are in second place. They're 1 game back. And then the bad news. The confirmation that Max Scherzer will miss the rest of the season. What's this muscle?
It's a teres major.
Teres major.
Teres major. It's like basically connects your lat to your upper arm, like inside of your forearm, of your humerus, the upper arm. I have no idea why it connects it. I have no idea what it does. I've heard of it a million times, but apparently this was not. That's why he thought it was a tricep, because it connects it to the tricep, but it kind of connects all the way down to your lat and everything.
Rangers are not ruling out the postseason, but Chris Young said it's unlikely if the opportunity presents itself. No need for surgery, and he will be long recovered for spring training. Max Scherzer with reaction to the news that he's done for the year.
Woke up this morning, I could feel that, I was pretty sore when I woke up this morning, so I knew this could be bad. Going to an MRI tube, didn't know what was going to come out on the other side, and so to get the news that it's a teres major strain, that's in muscle belly, not the ligaments or the tendons. In some ways, I'm almost relieved that's not worse. I'm glad that's not worse. Fully expect to make a full recovery, no surgeries. That's really good. As for what happens from here on out, you got to listen to what my body says. I'll throw a ball when I can throw a ball, but it sounds like I'm not going to be able to throw a ball for a little bit, so who knows.
He teared his major after he tore the Blue Jays up for 5 innings.
Whoa.
Look at that. Yeah, he tore it up. And that's the thing. He had this injury. Like, this injury happened at some point in the game. And he may have pitched with a compromise for several pitches. And he still was pitching well and dominating. It stinks. It stinks for him. But, I mean, look, he was not Jake DeGrom anyway.
Yeah, but now you have no pitching. So
None.
It's going to be offense or bust.
Yep.
You're going to have to slug your way to the playoffs and slug your way in the playoffs. You have no bullpen and you have no starters. So you're going to have to do a research study on the worst starting rotations to advance in the postseason. Because last night you gave me a little bit of hope by saying you've seen worse rotations advance. Yeah,
I mean, there's been starting pitching rotations that have not been very good. Listen, first of all, the Braves won the World Series without Ronald Acuna a couple years ago. I know he's not a starting pitcher.
Yeah.
But we're talking about arguably the best player in the sport. All right? And they won the World Series.
Yeah, but the rotation.
Yeah, just go back and look. I mean, there have been starting rotations. Now, they've all had one thing. They've all had one guy.
Right.
They've all had one guy. But
I'm not counting Evaldi in this right now. It's Montgomery, Dane, and Gray. That's your rotation. Fine. You want to throw Evaldi in? Have at it. Right now, he can't throw 45 pitches. So they have nothing on the mound at all. So you need Adolis back, you need Young back, and you need them to catch fire like Garver and Grossman last night. And, of course, you heard the clip from Peyton's favorite in Nate Lowe. So, not good. Bassick was right in crosstalk. He said, I don't think Max Scherzer is going to be pitching again this season. And yesterday, it got confirmed.
Yeah, I had struggled really being excited last night just because of the news. It really sucked the life out of everything. But, I mean, at the same time, it's like I'm confident that this starting rotation for the rest of the way can get it to the postseason. Like, if we just get to the playoffs, I'll be happy.
Why are you confident in it?
Montgomery's fine. I'm confident that Evaldi will get there. And it's like their schedule isn't all that difficult. They're playing a Red Sox team that's, basically out of the playoffs. Cleveland's out of the playoffs. The Mariners aren't, the big dog anymore. Like, I think their offense can carry them. They'll get Josh Young back, Adolis Garcia. I like John Gray. I mean, maybe they throw Martin Perez in there to see what he can do. Ugh. I don't know. But, I mean, I think right now they're in a spot. They have the tiebreaker over the Blue Jays. I think that they have enough to get to the postseason. Yeah, I mean, like, again, a lot of these rotations have had at least a guy. Like the Giants, they had Mad Bum, and then they rolled out like Jake Peavy and an old man, 38-year-old Tim Hudson, and a Ryan Vogel song. Like, that's nothing. Like you had the Cardinals when they won in like 06. They had Chris Carpenter was their top guy, and then they
really good.
He was really good, yeah. But then they rolled out like Jeff Suppan. Just crap, right? They just had garbage. The Blue Jays, when they won in the 90s, The ERA of their 5 starters was 6.19, 4.93, 4.44, 3.99, and 3.88. Like, that's not great either. So, like, it's happened. Again, a lot of these teams also had the thing that they had a great bullpen. You know, they had elite bullpen that they could go to. Be it the Angels had Percival and K-Rod. Okay. Right? Like, that's something you can hang your hat on. You know, the Royals had a really good bullpen. The Giants had a decent bullpen. So, like, you had that. This team doesn't.
And real quick, I'm just looking at, I mean, what about the 2011 Rangers starting rotation? C.J. Wilson, Colby Lewis. I mean, you had Derek in there, which made it elite, of course. Yeah. But, I mean, you don't need it. I mean, they had a really great offense. That's what carried them in that postseason, and a good bullpen. But, I mean, I don't think that rotation was elite or anything in 2011.
Yeah. No, good points, fair points. 5:30 pregame again today. First pitch at 6 o'clock as they aim for 6 in a row against the Toronto Blue Jays here on DFW Sports Station. We're absolutely loaded today. Ross Tucker, who became a national joke. He'll have to come on and explain himself at 7:20. Does he think the Eagles are in a little bit of trouble? We have Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 previewing the Jets game. Patrick Walker, 9:20, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar. But we have Thursday Night Football already and 2 rats. 2 rats.
2 rats.
One's a former Ranger and one is in Filthy. Next.
Jim Gaffigan.
Football this early in the past?
Mm-hmm.
They've started it week 1 now?
Week 2, right?
Week 2.
Yeah. But I guess they start week 1 too, right? Because they have the opener.
But besides the NBC opener, I was like, I thought we got this kind of in the middle of the season. Well, maybe my brain is just fried, but we're getting it tonight. It's the Vikings and the Eagles, and we are all Minnesota fans. I would hop on this spread fast. Do you know what it is?
6. Down to 6 today.
Why is it only 6? A lot of Eagle concerns. Bobby Belt trying to fan that flame. I hope he's right. They're missing some players that Bobby would detail in a little bit. The second half against New England, they still won the game. They were still up 16-0. Minnesota did not look good. They lost. Maybe the worst week 1 loss of the start of the NFL season. And this is only 6 in Philly. Man, I would hop on this. I would take the Eagles with the points, and I hope I'm wrong. And yes, hopefully the horn prevails.
It's actually gone down. It was 6.5. So it's trending the other way. It's trending towards Minnesota. They've got 5 new starters on defense. They got 3 new coaches. So maybe that plays into it in terms of why the public has moved the line. But, the spread was as high as 8 at one point. And now it's dropped all the way down to 6. So, again, I don't know. Kirk Cousins is 8-8 against the spread in primetime games with the Vikings. He doesn't win the game. But they are 8-8.
Justin Jefferson maybe against this Eagles secondary. Bobby sent us last night. They ruled out Gainwell, Bradbury, and Blankenship. So hopefully Minnesota can give them a hard time. But Thursday Night Football is taking place this evening. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Pepe and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we got 2 rats to get to. One in Philly wearing an Eagles shirt. The first is Alex Rodriguez with a report that came out yesterday.
Yeah. This is a report that came out yesterday that apparently he ratted out the PED users, and he lied to the Yankees itself. This is from a new bombshell document that was obtained by ESPN. Now, look, he never tested positive.
Why is this coming out right now, number one? Number two, and Bobby brought this up last night, man, ESPN is dirty. They are dirty. So Alex now all of a sudden leaves your organization. He's not broadcasting for you anymore. And bam, here you go with this. Would this have come out a couple of weeks ago if Alex Rodriguez was still employed by the worldwide leader? I have my doubts.
Yeah, there's no way this would have come out if he was still there.
That's not journalism, though. You know what I mean? Like, you get the report, you work on it, you release it when you get it, and it's done. Not based upon who's working for you, not based upon who you're employing. If you're supposed to be a sports journalism entity, which they are.
We're familiar with ESPN, right? Like they did the same. I mean, like, look, they hide things. They're just like anybody else. They hide a lot of things. But anyway, he told federal agents in 2014 he had this ability, this immunity agreement with them back in 2014. He kind of went to the Miami Drug Enforcement Agency's division, and he had Queen for the Day status. Now, what that is that means whatever you share with authorities cannot be used against you later in legal proceedings. But you have to tell the truth or you face serious perjury charges. So what he said was, during this DEA 21-month federal investigation of biogenesis, that he outed Manny Ramirez, he outed Ryan Braun, and he outed one other all-star player for using PEDs, even though that third all-star player never tested positive at all. This was back in 2014, like I said, that he gave this kind of interview with. And now, he also said he paid about $12,000 a month to Bosch, which was that biogenesis lab guy, for doping protocols with testosterone creams and clears and lozenges and stuff. So, yeah, A-Rod ratting out all the other players.
Not surprising whatsoever.
No.
So, for some reason, that came out yesterday with a story that happened a long, long time ago, but A-Rat is trending and being talked about and made fun of throughout Major League Baseball. And now you have the crab walker. They finally got the Pennsylvania murderer. I thought I saw some overhead shots that, like, the authorities were posing with him like it was El Chapo.
They were taking a picture. They were taking a picture with him because, I mean, look, when you are on a manhunt for 10 days and you can't find this guy, it's time to celebrate, man.
Yeah, you treat him like Bin Laden?
Great job.
What are you doing?
10 whole days.
By the way, El Chapo's wife got out of jail yesterday. But they got this guy. He ended up wearing a Philadelphia Eagles shirt when they took him into custody. And what is this, a TikTok former criminal that's online with perspective?
He was on.
This is a great bit this guy has.
Yes, I know, right?
It's a great account. If this is what he consistently does, which I imagine he does.
Yeah,
he does.
So this is a former inmate who details what it's going to be like for Danelle. So he's going to go into solitary confinement of some kind.
Because he said it's extra bad since he broke out.
He broke out. Now it's like, because you made them look bad.
Yes.
You made them look bad now. And they're going to treat him in the most inhumane possible way. This is the ex-inmate talking about how and what kind of treatment he is going to get in the in the can.
You're lucky if you even shower maybe twice a week. They give you just enough toilet paper that would probably last a normal human being one day. You got to make it last a month. There's no air conditioning. So in the summer, when it's 100+ degrees, what the officers will do, they'll put the heaters on and spray pepper spray in the heaters, make you close your windows. And if they see you opened your window, because they got these tiny little like roll windows where you get just a little bit of air, they'll come in there, cell extract you, put you in the shower, handcuffed, pepper spray you with the scalding water on your back. Then they do these gladiator fights. When I was in confinement for those 6 months, what they would do is they put someone in the cell purposely that they knew would cause a fight.
Okay. So, like, they're trying to... They're
instigate.
Yeah, this is mental warfare. Yeah. They're trying to instigate another fight with you. And they said that they would put somebody in there who would do some things that, like, you wouldn't want to see another man do. Like, if you're just sitting there, like, you wouldn't want to see that, right? But they do that. They do that purposely, knowing that guy is kind of creepy. He's going to do this in front of you, and that's going to cause a fight.
Part 2 of what it's apparently going to be like for the crab walker.
They starve you of food. That's mandatory. You get no property, no canteen. And anyone who's done a long stretch back there in that 24-hour lockdown knows what it means to have a Bible as a pillow. Because you don't get any bedding, you don't get any pillows. They treat you like pure shit. And from not having toilet paper enough to last you for more than 3 days, by the time you turn in your linen, your sheet that you slept in looks like a baby's blanket because you've had to wipe your ass with your bed sheet for the past 90 days or so. And then in the winter, when it's 10 degrees, they put the exhaust fans on and pepper spray the heaters and say, all right, we're going to put the heaters on. Oh, it's a cruel, cruel world back there. They starve you. They'll drop your trays. They'll spit in your food. They'll rip your mail up. If you try to speak up or anything like that, they'll come in there and do a cell extraction, spray you half to death with, they got the little 1970 camera while they rush your cell, beat you, the dog you, put you in the shower, pepper spray you more with your handcuffs. It's a cruel world back there.
Wow. May have probably thought about bleeping the wipe your part.
Safe harbor, man.
One of you two with the censor, but oh man, that is mental warfare for the filthy crab walker that they got yesterday. All right, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Where did this come from in the injury report? Brandon Cooks may not play on Sunday against the Jets, and RJ explains why Jerry is never going to take another quarterback gamble again after what happened to Aaron Rodgers. Inside the Star after this.
We will From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Tom Brady is not coming to save the Jets, and Aaron Rodgers probably scaring Jerry into Dak forever. Inside the Star on your home of America's team, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Why is Brandon Cooks being talked about as a question for Sunday?
He has a knee issue. He banged his knee up apparently in the game the other day, and it wasn't anything that we had any sort of awareness of. He just kind of popped up on the injury report, which they didn't actually practice yesterday. They just did a walkthrough, so it was more a projection of, okay, if we had a full practice, this is how much they would have participated. But Brandon Cooks is dealing with a little bit of a knee issue. It doesn't sound like it's serious from talking to some people, and Brandon Cooks talking yesterday. I would expect he's going to play, and that's important because he is, at this point, regardless of what you're paying Michael Gallup, he's your second best receiver.
And Tyler Smith and Donovan Wilson?
I think they're both going to play. What was interesting yesterday was Mike McCarthy. I don't know about you. Didn't you guys get the sense last week from McCarthy and from all the other discussion, Tyler Smith was closer than Donovan Wilson? Yes. Tyler Smith was a more of a 50-50. McCarthy said yesterday Donovan Wilson right now is closer than Tyler Smith, which sometimes makes me wonder if it's just the McCarthy gamesmanship, like, okay, let's, try and conceal some stuff here. I think they all play. Brian and I were talking about this last night, that I think Jerry was telling us the truth when he described them as on the cusp. I think they are right there, and I would anticipate they're going to be ready to go.
1.9 million downloads for you and Broadus
for the last 12 months. Yep.
Wow. 1.9. Love of the Star, produced by PayPay.
Would have been 2.5 if not for Peyton.
Why?
Would have been 0 if it wasn't for me.
I think it's just he's a drag on the downloads generally.
All right, Diana Rossini reporting that Tom Brady is not going to be a New York Jet. New York is not going to check on Tommy to see if he has any interest in returning, according to Diana.
Why? I get why he would say he's not going to return.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they make a call?
I agree. People are like, oh, did you see him last year against the Cowboys? He can't move. Imagine him behind this offensive line. Still better than Nick Foles.
Maybe that's it. Maybe they'll call him after this week. They're like, look, we saw what he does against Dak Prescott. The guy can't hang with him. And so I totally understand it.
Mike McCarthy, by the way, reacting to the Aaron Rodgers news. We'll have McCarthy on tomorrow at 6:30. He said, like everyone, you're hoping it wasn't serious. Kind of reminded me of a play in 2018 against the Bears. It happened early in the game. He went in. They told me on the headset he was done for the year. He had a fracture in the knee joint. He came out of halftime, threw for 3 touchdowns, won the game, played for the rest of the year. That's what I was hoping was going to happen. But yeah, I feel terrible for him. He also said it's great to compete against people you care about. He and I have been through a lot together. I have a tremendous amount of love for him. Oh. This is tough. I know he was very excited about this chapter in his life. It feels like kind of a reconciliation between McCarthy and Rodgers as of late.
It definitely, because we all felt like it was just bad blood, even probably the start of last year, and then it was the game in Green Bay where we got the big hug from them at Lambeau Field, and then after the game, Aaron Rodgers was like, "Oh, I love Big Mike. I got a lot of love for him." And all of a sudden, now they're buddy. But that's probably normal, right? Normal human interaction. You get 4 or 5 years away from something, and you go, you know what? We were through a lot. We grew a lot with each other, and have a healthier respect for what they did together.
It's hard. I think it's hard not to. I mean, you may harbor resentment in the moment, but I think as time passes, you kind of take a 10,000-foot view of everything, and it's like, maybe this wasn't so bad after all.
Robert Saleh was asked if he's talked to Aaron about ever playing again.
I haven't gone down that road with him. I mean, I'd be shocked if this is the way he's going to go out. But at the same time, for him, he's working through a whole lot of headspace things that he needs to deal with, and that will be the last thing I talk to him about.
Well, McAfee voiced it. Saleh said it. Woody Johnson couldn't keep his mouth shut on Twitter, saying, I don't think this is how the story ends. And then Aaron Rodgers made it official himself on his Instagram saying, quote, "I'm completely heartbroken and moving through all the emotions, but deeply touched and humbled by the love and support. Please keep me in your thoughts and prayers as I begin the healing process." And he said, "The night is darkest before the dawn, and I shall rise yet again." So that is
Harvey Dent.
I was about to say, okay, Harvey Dent.
Aaron Rodgers suggesting and basically saying he intends on returning to play for the Jets again.
Now that's the answer I think we all wanted to hear, because I want to actually see it.
Yeah.
I actually want to see this happen. Now I don't know what it's going to be like when you miss a year at dang near 40.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's going to be like, but maybe
Ask the Rangers pitching staff. We'll ask them.
Oh, wow, shots fired. But then again, maybe they can turn back time. Get a little bit, his arm will be rested and ready to go and
go full share. If I could turn back time.
I'm just about to say, does anyone know the next lyric? Does anyone know?
If I could find a way.
I think that's it. And you were talking, Chop, you connected this to Jerry and our quarterback situation.
Well, and I think this is a main reason. The reason the Jets are what the Jets are about to do.
Yeah.
Is I think why Jerry will never, even if you want him to, he will never let go of a good quarterback. He will never do the Andy Reid, Alex Smith to Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
He will never take that chance. Did you know the Jets' last 4,000-yard passer is Joe Namath?
Really?
Yeah.
Now you're going to make me Google. I'm sure you're right, but now I've got to Google.
Joe Namath. I heard that on the TV the other day. So blame ESPN if that's false. The last 4,000-yard passer was Joe Namath. That was in the 60s or whatever.
1967, he did do it, that's 4,000 in 1967 is a ton.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
And Dak had 4,900 in 2019.
So
4,900.
It was Namath. Holy cow.
Right. And they've had first-round draft picks since then. Pretty sure the Jets have had a first-round draft pick since 1967.
Yeah.
Okay. They have signed old vets. They've failed on every pick. They've had the overall number one pick before. They didn't take quarterbacks. They once played the same division as Dan Marino, Tom Brady, and Peyton Manning, basically all at the same time. They Marino and Brady overlapped a year, or missed a year together. But they've missed out on everybody. They've tried to find quarterbacks. They've never gotten close. They're worse at finding quarterbacks than the Detroit Lions are. They are. Maybe the Bears are the only team that's not worse at finding quarterbacks. Like that. And this is why Jerry will never go down that road.
Right.
He's not going to go down the road of, hey, let's pick Sam Darnold. Hey, let's pick Zach Wilson. Hey, let's pick this guy. Oh, we're going to have the number one pick, and there's a guy named Trevor Lawrence out there. Oh, he's going to go back to school. Oh, we're going to have the number one pick. There's a guy named Peyton Manning out there. Oh, he's going to go back to school. Like, they always just miss the right guy. They had the number two pick with Lawrence came. They always just miss.
Yeah.
So if I'm Jerry, I'm looking at that. I'm like, why would I try to go down that road when I could I'll have a good competitive team with a good competitive quarterback.
You were making such a great point until you RJ'd yourself and went opposite of RJ general manager, where you said that's the worst thing to do.
Oh,
you have two things to do. If you're going to be on the treadmill of mediocrity, get off it and try to find the next guy.
And that's what I would do.
Yes.
But that's not what Jerry's going to do.
No.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, from Jerry's perspective.
And that's not what 99 out of the 100 or 32 out of the 33 or 31 out of the 32, however many damn teams there are, they're all going to operate like that.
They pretty much are.
Look at Kyler. Even when you find the guy you think, now all of a sudden you're thinking about getting rid of him, thinking about moving him, thinking about starting over with Caleb Williams. It is such a dangerous, frightening proposition for your organization. And that's why Dak has all the leverage, despite what Jerry tries to, bark at KMC with, we'd have to cut 4 players to sign him right now. Just like you couldn't sign Zach Martin, just like you couldn't get that deal done.
Yep.
Dak and his people just sitting back and chuckling.
Yeah, and it's, the biggest reason why is not just, what you deal with or what you see like teams like the Jets deal with or whatever else. It's the list of names that Jerry just has to go back and reference and be reminded of that went from 2000 to 06. Randall Cunningham, Anthony Wright, Quincy Carter, Ryan Leaf, Clint Sterner, Chad Hutchinson, Vinny Testaverde, Drew Henson. Like, those are the reasons why Dak Prescott's never just going to be let go.
And who better to provide perspective on all of this than, hello, Twitter world, O.J. Simpson.
The Texans still going to be good. They got that defense, and that kid learned a lot from Aaron. Unfortunately, 9/11 is just a bad date for New York, you know?
OJ. Jeez.
You said it, though, last night. Like, why not? There's nothing to cancel.
He's uncancelable.
And all these
come back with a bowl.
And all these damn videos are with either a golf course or a resort pool in the background.
Every single one of them.
He is living.
But he's beating life, man. Like, and maybe other things. I mean, he's beating everything. You can't cancel him. What are you gonna do to him? He's already his life was potentially over. He's living the life, man. He's playing golf every day. He's going to a restaurant, the most aptly named restaurant for him ever, Cleaver. You can't cancel him. He can make a 9/11 joke, and no one's going to try to force him to apologize. Like, nobody is.
Yeah.
He could say and joke about anything, and you can't do anything to him.
Yep.
Like, the only thing that can happen to him is Elon takes his Twitter account away.
Yep.
That's it.
Which isn't going to happen.
It is wild. Just to contrast stories that we've talked about this week, it is wild that OJ can do that. And it's like, well, you can't cancel him. What can you do? And then meanwhile, it's like, no, Art Briles, you're not allowed on the field with your family 30 minutes after a game.
Yeah, I don't even think he was trying to make a joke. I just think he's stupid.
He is stupid.
I don't even think he was trying. I don't think he was trying to make a joke or be insensitive. He's just stupid.
Yeah.
Obviously, his brain is not normal.
He literally is the character Nordberg, from Naked Gun. Like, he just doesn't make any. He's a moron.
Never seen Naked Gun. Never seen it.
Oh,
sir!
That was one of the endings of Hard Knocks where they were showing Rodgers in the quarterback room, the Naked Gun scenes. They were tripping off Leslie. They were tripping. Hey, no way you've seen it, right?
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, confirmation.
Not even gonna try.
No way. The payload, by the way, is coming up at 6:40 this morning. We have another Texas Rangers ticket giveaway here on Sean and RJ. How about the hot mic moment in Buffalo yesterday? Did we get a little reveal on why they have chemistry issues between the quarterback and the receiver? Listen to this reporter talking about Stephon Diggs in an empty media room.
Hey, there's no control over Stephon Diggs. Dude's gonna do what he wants to do. He'll look at my face and say, F you. How he treats everybody.
That's how he treats everybody. So that was a hot mic Stephon Diggs moment in the media room.
Okay, I don't know who this is. I don't know what,
Not cool that this got out, by the way.
Yeah, so who released that? Was it the team?
I don't know. So if it's a hot mic, it very well could be like a YouTube stream of a press cut. Like, it's just sitting there upstream. A lot of times it won't end right away, or it'll, start rolling a little bit early. This is one of my biggest fears, by the way. Is just in general standing near anything waiting for a press conference. And it doesn't even have to be about the team. Just talking about anything and just like, wow, I shouldn't be doing this right now.
Do you believe it? I do.
Yeah.
Something's off. Something's wrong there.
Yeah, he's difficult. He's clearly difficult. And that's
But Trayvon doesn't. No one talks about Trayvon like this, right?
No, and they're a little different. And I think Trayvon went out of his way during the draft process to he would talk to teams and tell them how irritated he was that they would refer to him as Stephon Diggs' brother. That he's like, I'm my own man, blah, blah. And so I think that just drives kind of some of his personality differences, and he's more chip on his shoulder driven to prove people wrong rather than stir things up.
It's because it started out, she sounded like she was like having like a lighthearted joke about it, because you hear her chuckle in the background.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, oh, she's I was like, am I gonna think this is like that bad? It is a fear. Holy cow. Any kind of hot mic.
When people are filming highlights at training camp, I'm terrified of standing, because John Machota, Bobby Bell, everyone's going to put this video out of the play.
Yeah.
And there'll be me and you in the background.
just
acting like idiots.
Yep. Acting like idiots, making fun of somebody, just being like just generally negative, like a lot of times we can be. And we're worried.
Max Scherzer is out for the year, and why all of us may be forced to love Texas Rangers fan and Astros hater, Baker Mayfield, next on Sean and RJ.
The KNC Master.
Segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
2-1. Here's the pitch. A swing and a high drive. Well hit left field. Way back. And there she goes. That ball is history. A 2-run homer for Robbie Grossman. Make it 6-0 Texas.
Robbie reaching base 4 times. 2-run homer. They blank the Blue Jays 10-zip. They win their 5th straight. This is your home for Rangers baseball. They are not done yet. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you on 105.3 The Fan. They have won the first 3 in Toronto, and Jared Sandler tweeted, Twitter's favorite Ranger, Robbie Grossman, continues to produce since the All-Star break. Batting average, .283. On base, .411. Slugging, .515. OPS, .926 as the Rangers stay second in the American League West and continue to try to distance in the wild card from the Blue Jays.
Yeah, they're a game and a half up now on Toronto with the tiebreaker. So they're really 2.5 up. Toronto's got to be clear of them.
Yeah.
So they're really 2.5 games up. There is no game 163 anymore. So the Rangers have won 6 of 10, 5 straight. It seems like they've done a nice job of rebounding, and they seem to be back. At least the Bats do. The Bats are back. And Jordan Montgomery gave them everything they asked for last night. That was absolutely a must-have from him because he had not been stellar over the last couple outings. I mean, he wasn't like atrocious.
It was pretty atrocious,
but he was pretty bad.
Yeah,
like he was last night. He was pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know the last time you look at these last 2 outings that they've gotten from Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery, where Montgomery goes 7, Scherzer gets into the 6th. They shut these teams out, and they combine for 5 strikeouts over like 13 innings in this era.
Yeah, in this era, and that's
wild.
And I wonder how much of that is the Blue Jays
just hacking away.
They're not in a good spot offensively right now. They're not taking what you would call team at bats. They're swinging at the first dang pitch, or swinging at bad pitches. They're not getting great swings and hitters counts. It's not good.
That's 3.6 strikeouts per 9 inning over those last 2 starts.
And that may have been why Montgomery's strikeout over-under was so low last night. It was like 3.5 on the over-under.
And how many did he end up with?
3.
There you go.
Wow.
Like that's for 7 innings or 6 and
Chin Ming Wong, man. That's what that is.
God, Chin Ming Wong. What a throwback. That you know what? It's funny you mentioned it because he had a similar thing with Scherzer. Wasn't an injury with a forearm than the teres major. He had a foot injury, and then he tried to come back too quick, compensated for it, ripped up his rotator cuff. So like it was the same kind of compensation injury. Scherzer got the forearm, and then a lot of times when you have an injury and you're trying to nurse it, something else gets hurt because you're overcompensating in a different spot, and there's your teres major.
But Bobby, with the brutal sentence last night that I agree with, unless an RJ Choppy pitching study proves me wrong in the next few days, any hopes of the Rangers as a World Series contender and threat are over with the Max Scherzer injury.
Yeah.
Gone for the year.
And it's something where could they win even a playoff series or do something like that? Sure. But they're not a team that has enough pitching to get through the playoffs as a legitimate contender. That's why you made the move for Scherzer that you did, is because you didn't have enough pitching to get through. And especially with, there's still being questions about Eovaldi. That's just not going to get it done. Dunning, Gray, that's not going to be...
Tonight's going to be huge. Tonight's workload for Nathan Eovaldi, I mean, I am all in to see whether this is pitch count the rest of the way or he can be cut loose to try to be this team's ace like he was throughout much of the first half of the season. Because right now it feels like you're just nursing him along. He has not thrown 4 combined innings in his last 2 starts. He threw, where's the pitch count? He threw 35 against Houston, 47 pitches against Oakland. 1 1/3 and 2 1/3. What's it going to be tonight? They have to have a limit on it, right? They're not going to let him go 5 or 6. They're not going to let him go 6.
Probably not.
I wouldn't think so, but I mean, his velocity was a little better last time out, so you're hoping that he's trending the right way. And if he is, and you can get him there, I mean, you do have to sort of ramp him up a little bit. You do got to get him ready, and so you've got to increase it to some extent.
There's enough evidence of teams that have maybe not won the whole thing, but made a run without the greatest starting pitching. But the difference is they either had an absolute top of the rotation ace followed by crap, or an elite bullpen.
Do you remember how the Brandon Carr signing just completely changed the Cowboys' perspective on just like spending in free agency? Do you think the Rangers, like Chris Young, is going to have PTSD now, or avoid anybody who's an injury risk as a starting pitcher? Like, I wonder if this impacts it as just like had too much bad luck this year with those guys.
I would hope so. I mean, did we all not see this coming with Jake DeGrom?
See why. With reaction to the news that Scherzer is done for the year and probably the playoffs.
The team has such resolve and fight. I'm not worried about that from the mentality of the group. These guys are strong, and every time we faced adversity this year, they've responded. And that's my expectation here. We have a number of starting pitchers who can step in and fill this void. And ultimately, we've put ourselves in great position despite the injuries that we've had. And I'm looking forward to the next 2.5 weeks of baseball.
So that's where we stand. They've won 5 in a row. They are owning Toronto, and another game today. 5:30 pre, 6 o'clock first pitch. Nathan Eovaldi on the mound.
Yeah, again, they're going to have to. You're right. They're going to have to bludgeon themselves to winning playoff series, because a lot of the other teams that have not had great staffs had great bullpens. They don't have a great bullpen. The Angels in 2002, perfect example. Their staff wasn't great. They had Ramon Ortiz and Jared Washburn and a kid named John Lackey that nobody had ever heard of.
This is the early Dirk Mavs, the Sacramento Kings with C. Webb. You're going to win 130, 120.
Yes.
That's what this is going to have to be, I think.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. You don't have that top of the. Now, Eovaldi healthy and 100%, he could be that guy. We don't know that we have that. So today, what is this, the 14th? Today, we don't have a top of the rotation dog, and we don't have a dominant bullpen. There's no Troy Percival and K-Rod back there.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about the combo, given where they're considering injuries, what their rotation is right now, and what their bullpen is, that combo right there is probably the worst. If they were to win a World Series, which they're not going to, but if they were to win a World Series, it's the worst pitching staff. It would be the worst pitching staff to win one in recent memory.
When you combine bullpen and
starting
starters,
rotation, it'd be the worst.
There's no doubt. This would absolutely be the worst pitching staff to win a World Series.
We have a new quarterback to root for. I never thought I'd say it. Baker Mayfield apparently figured out the signals of the Minnesota Vikings in their Week 1 matchup. Minnesota against Filthy tonight, Thursday Night Football. And Baker was asked, is there any type of, like a little Houston Astros vibe here with you stealing signs in football?
I know I'm in Tampa, but I'm a Texas Rangers fan, not a Houston Astros fan, so we're not going to condone that.
Oh, my gosh. The amount of Tolos that fell in love with Baker yesterday on my timelines after he said that I'm a Texas Rangers fan. We're not going to go down that road. Great line. Great line from Baker.
Great line. That's deserving of high praise. The line and the ability to steal signs. And assuming he didn't do it electronically, the ability to pick up the other teams.
Just a bad tattoo, Baker Scott.
Right. Just the ability to pick up. He's the best. He's the best. He's the best. The ability to pick up their signals. That's huge. Because that was that the upset of the weekend?
Yes.
Or is the Jets without Rodgers?
Jets without Rodgers is pretty impressive. Ask all the drunk, broke folks in Green Bay this week. They'll tell you. But no, I mean, Tampa beating
I would
Minnesota.
say it's Tampa.
Tampa beating Minnesota was really bad. They were, when we talked about that, percentage of first down plays that result in a first down, Tampa had the worst in the NFL, worse than the Giants. It was 4% of their first downs. Ugh. And so to have something like that and then you win the game, that's so improbable.
So that's Baker Mayfield getting a lot of DFW love for crapping on the Astros. Did you see the Lincoln Riley stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Lincoln Riley talking about how, speaking of Oklahoma, Sooner fans kind of tortured him and his family after the exit to California. Did an interview with, who is this guy? Who is this guy's dad? Graham Benzinger. How does he do all these sit-downs? I have no idea. Anyway, Lincoln Riley with the quotes. I had a lot of different people trying to break into the house the days after it happened with the announcement. 95% of the fans and people out there at Oklahoma are great. You typically always have that percentage that at times take it too far. Obviously, this was one of those instances. We wanted the girls to be able to finish out school because the semester was almost over. As that stuff transpired, we said, no, we got to get them the hell out of there as fast as we can. So break-in attempts, torturing the kids at school. Lincoln Riley talking about his OU exit.
Some of those things are terrible.
There's a sign yesterday. You asked read at the sign of a loser. That's a loser. That's a loser. You're gonna mess with someone's property, like you're gonna take it to that degree. Figure out where they live. You're a loser.
Oh my God, that's Alabama right there. Bill Curry, when he was the coach, Alabama, people literally had his house on the market. They put his house up for sale back in the day before the internet. They were throwing bricks through his window.
Manziel was talking about after one of his games. Maybe it was Urban. One of them in one of those documentaries went back to the house and everyone had put for sale signs in the yard.
Yeah,
get out of town.
Some college football fans in general are very. And you know what it is?
It's always 5% of sports fans.
It's the 5%, yes. But you know what it is? I'm sorry, Bob, to say it's the T-shirt sport fan that does this.
The T-shirt?
The T-shirt fan, the one that didn't go to school there, that just buys the T-shirt. By the way, Graham Benzinger, he started an internet radio show in 8th grade. And by 19, he secured an interview with Terrell Owens.
Yeah,
it's a gift.
Someone's doing it for him, I think. Anyway, no one knows who we're talking about. Back to Lincoln.
Yeah, I mean, this is unsurprising, I guess, though, that it would happen, just because when that was one of the more emotional exits in recent history for a fan base, because it was just like, you promised, it's the you made me so many promises and you broke them all and you broke my heart, and
and the brisket.
That's how they all felt. The brisket,
the bad brisket,
and the burned tuna.
That's what made it unforgivable. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here. Thursday edition, trying to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Our best audience of the show, 6 a.m. Club. We want you to win our Rangers tickets that we're giving away at 7. But next, the brand new segment that has taken over the ratings. It's the payload.
Yeah, guys, this girl found out she was pregnant because of a foot plus. Guys, I might be changing my Facebook dating status very soon. That's next on The Fan.
Because of a what? That is. Are you ready to leave the going nowhere job and set out on a path towards a rewarding?
by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right, Laura. It is the payload right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's 6:40 on Thursday, which means it's time for Peyton to take over the morning show.
Is there another intro that could come close to that on the station? I love that intro.
Oh, thank you.
My Shooting the Breeze with the Beeve one that I did back in the day was really good.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The TJ one was good, I thought.
Yeah, TJ one was
really
yeah,
good.
it was.
But this one obviously is much better.
I mean,
TJ
we have
left
to
us.
take on the chin. The Bobby, hello Bobby, and everyone. That's whenever he actually decides to use that one.
Bobby and
But the other
everybody?
shows, does any of the other shows have an intro that good?
No, they all suck. They're all bad because I produced all of them. So, okay, get in the conversation. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, fan text, the Twitch, and YouTube. I guess we'll start off with the date Saturday, guys. We have not. It's been a busy week.
Yeah.
Cowboys win. Rangers have been on fire. It's been a huge week. We've hadn't had much time to get to it, but yes, Saturday night I went out to the harbor in Rockwall.
Oh!
And by the way, I finally am not driving 55 miles to meet a girl. I found one within, less than 10.
Woo! She lives in the Rock.
Lives in the Rock.
Nice.
Rockwall Heath area, right around there. Don't know exactly where she lives yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah.
And so I said, well, let's get right to it. Let's go to the harbor. There's plenty of places right by the lake in Rockwall that we can go to, drink, eat, have some fun. And so we did just that. But it was Saturday night, and I am a Texas fan, and Saturday night, Texas and Bama did play. So that shows I'm committed, right? How
What time did the date start? What time did you plan it?
7:15 when we both got there.
Okay.
So it was. I could watch probably the first 45 minutes of the game, first quarter, and then had to go.
Who got there first?
Oh, I did.
Okay.
And parking was a mess. Why
didn't you Uber?
Oh, because I drive a Camaro. Because that was my whole thing. I wanted to see the Camaro. Come on, Sean. If you drive a
He had to
sports
back
car,
it in to show the grill off.
But yeah, very packed.
I was wondering if you got there first, strategically chose your seat, right? When Amanda and I go out, I always get the seat looking at the TVs. Did you factor that in?
So
or are there just TVs everywhere? Or were there no TVs?
There were TVs. This was the Brass Tap, a place right off the harbor. Drinks and eating everything. Live music late at night they have in there too. So, but I decided to sit outside because inside was very crowded. It had windows and stuff that kind of made everything outdoorsy. But I decided to sit outside. And she knew I was a Texas fan. To begin with, she knew I was going to keep an eye on the game.
How does she know that?
Well, she went to Texas Tech. So then I had to relate it, be relatable. So I had to say, well, I'm a Texas fan. And she said, well, screw you.
Now, do those girls have a reputation?
Texas Tech?
They know how to party, man.
They love chimneys.
Man,
I know that.
They know how to party.
Fort Worth, yes.
Not in Fort Worth, in Lubbock.
Oh, that's right. So we sat outside, and there were TVs like, okay, so if I'm looking at you, Sean, like you're her, I'm me. The TV is the TV is diagonally behind her, so like I can look at her, but I can do that quick like little look up where I'm not like turning my head, but I can see the TV, and so like if she's taking a drink or looking the other way and talking, I can just quickly take a peek at the TV, but get right back to her. And she knew I was gonna watch the game, but I tried not to watch until it really got close to the fourth quarter. But date went fine. Date went really, really well. Talking the whole time, it
must have, because all of your dates are a college football game.
Yeah.
You have 4-hour dates. That is a tremendous sign, and I would think that would lead to much better things. Second dates, things down the line. 4-hour dates and discussion.
And that's the thing is, I think I could have very well just dragged this out to the place closed at 1:00, and I thought about it just to show my interest, but I started to yawn, she yawned, and I was like, okay, let's walk, along the lake. And it was 11:30 at the time. Wow. So I decided to take the long walk back to her car, made sure she got to her car safely, and then she went on her way.
Nice. And you feel good about it? Follow-up conversation, second date set?
I mean, the next whole day she brought up the date and how good it was and how she wanted to see me again. So I believe tomorrow we'll go back. But yeah, I mean, the conversation's been great. Because that's the thing is usually after the first date, it's like in the past, the girls, the conversation has died a little bit. That's just how the history's been.
Yeah.
And now I feel like it's picked up. The conversations have been better.
She knows what you do, obviously. Do you think she's been monitoring, listening to the show?
I don't know. I mean, I gave her this station. She knows I wake up early in the morning. She knows my time frame. She says you're crazy for waking up at 3:15 every morning. But I don't know because she gets to work around 8 o'clock. So she has the time there, but she has not brung up.
So you have not gotten the in-show text throughout this week? Like, haha, that was so funny.
No, I have not. I have not. So, and maybe she's just keeping it low key.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. That's
I'm
fine.
just asking so I can figure out what I can say. I'm not asking for your benefit. I don't want to get you in trouble by some of the things I want to ask or comment on.
How much do you
By
think?
the way, you haven't sent us a picture of this.
Yeah,
one.
it's true.
You mentioned there that like it sounds like these dates go pretty well, and then Peyton says, the conversation always kind of trails off after that. How much do you think there's a chance that on some of these dates, you've always said this, Sean, that Peyton just says things in a certain way that like it's like, wow, that was kind of aggressive, but he just said it in that Peyton way, so we all chuckled. How do you think he says something sideways, and it's just like one moment where the girl's like, uh-oh, that was a little off?
So I usually don't say anything like that until they throw it at me. Like this girl's very sarcastic. She has a little bit of a potty mouth, which you guys know I kind of enjoy a little bit.
Yeah,
so I don't cuss until they cuss.
Okay.
I don't get sarcastic.
Did you
till
pay?
I did.
Now, is the
good job?
I had 2 open tabs, by the way.
Well,
inside and
2 of
outside.
them.
Mm-hmm.
Is the so in this post date conversation text world, are you doing the first text of the day because you're up 4 hours before she is? Or how are you playing that?
The last few days we've been sending the good morning, good night text. So
Whoa,
if the good
already?
night text, I know, man. I mean, it's the dating apps are about to be deleted basically at this point.
Oh my gosh!
I know we have yet to get to this point with almost any other girl. So I mean, it's getting now. I mean, I can't hype it up too much because that's when the letdown happens.
Yes.
So we have to take it
Getting pretty
week by week.
serious.
But I mean, we're going back to back weeks of seeing each other. So
Right.
I think that's a huge.
So the
plus.
next date is tonight or tomorrow?
Tomorrow. That's what we're aiming for.
Now, do we know where we're going yet?
Probably somewhere back in the harbor. I
In
want to
the
do
Rock.
dinner though. I want it because last Saturday was just drinks. Even though I did get the queso, RJ, I followed up on it.
Very
I got
nice.
the queso.
Very
Maybe that's
nice.
why she decided to stick around. But yeah, so I'm gonna try for dinner this time. Then maybe dinner, drinks, late at night.
And I thought you were going to say bed.
Late
Oh.
at night.
Does she know you about the
morning,
living
late at
situation?
Yeah, I did. But then again, like I said, I always in the conversation with. But I
You
am
said they were in a
trying.
wheelchair?
No, I said, but I'm
Hospice?
trying to live in Uptown, baby, because I got the money. I said, I'm very close, just got to save up. Please just deal with me for a little bit.
Oh, this sounds fantastic. It sounds smooth. It sounds natural. Pay. Don't mess it up.
Yes, I know. It's nerve-wracking. My friends get on me, and I'll send you all a picture here.
Have you texted her today yet?
No, I have not.
Send her a good morning text.
Nah, do what you've been doing.
I don't want to wake her up.
Do
You know,
what
maybe
you've
she's
been
sleeping.
do what you've been doing. Just send us the picture and get to your next topic.
Next up, guys, this, we have the 19-year-old issue of pregnancy, but she found out she was pregnant because a foot was sticking out.
Oh, stop it.
Yes, which I had no idea this could happen. I didn't know that babies could come out that way.
Breach?
It's a breach. Yeah.
Yeah, breach of privacy, really. No pun intended. But I mean, like, first of all, you don't know you're pregnant, but like the kid's able to. I mean, you guys have kids. I mean, how does this happen? How do you not know you're pregnant?
Okay.
First of all,
We have kids. We didn't have kids, though, so I don't know.
There have been enough people that went to the hospital for like stomach pains. They thought they were going to the bathroom, and all of a sudden a baby comes out.
Yeah.
Now,
Isn't it amazing too? You look at some people who know they're pregnant and they're like, "Oh, I'm 7 months," and there's nothing there.
There's nothing.
Some people
there.
look like a house.
Yes,
and then
that's a good way to put it.
Some
Yeah.
women. You
No, you're right.
I mean larger.
Yes,
sorry,
you're
some
right.
women get larger, and some women it doesn't look like they're
It
pregnant.
doesn't, and then like all of a sudden, like that last week, it almost is like they grow like half the size of the baby in the final week. It's really really nuts how nature works. But
Man.
for this lady to have a foot hanging out, her water had to have broken because that
yeah.
Like
baby's
she had
out
to
of the
have known,
placenta,
right?
right?
Yeah.
At that point, he's not in the sack anymore.
All I'm envisioning is that Mexican alien
Oh my God!
The
yes.
one that apparently.
Oh,
you see this yesterday?
The corpses or whatever. Yeah.
Well, it was supposed to be legit.
They say it's like several 1,000-year-old mummified.
But X has also like corrected it. Like this is not a state official saying this. This guy's someone else, but it's like an ET.
Yeah, it looked just like ET.
I know you're not supposed to judge a book by its cover, but like there's a TV show that was on for years called I Didn't Know I Was Pregnant. And it was these sort of stories, not this aggressive with the foot hanging out. But I've always felt like, the person you saw on that show is exactly the person I would have envisioned if you said, this person didn't know they were pregnant.
And
So
what would that be, Bobby?
I think you can fill in the details. Just picture who you think that would look like,
then
you can get it. It's the payload on 105.3 The Fan. What do you got, Peyton?
That's right. Well, the baby is healthy, if you guys were wondering. So she
wasn't.
delivered it. Everything is fine. Okay. Well, then we'll get to our next topic here. 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com fan text. Guys, we'll finish up here. We have a superstar that's going down a little bit of a rough hole right now. And it's Taylor Swift. Travis Kelce.
The X are Swift.
The X are Swift, man.
Like movie theaters, they're trying to.
So she's having they're
putting her concert in theaters.
Correct. She's putting her concert in theaters on October 13th. So what has this done? It's caused the new Exorcist movie to change the date.
The baby that we just talked about.
Right, the baby. So the new Exorcist movie was supposed to come out on Friday the 13th, October 13th, same day.
Pushed it back.
But they moved it up.
Oh.
They moved it up a week because they didn't want to compete with Taylor Swift.
And so, guys, we all know who Travis Kelce is. He is supposedly quietly hanging out with Taylor Swift, which I think this is a huge mistake. We know Taylor Swift and her dating relationship history, and imagine the album that comes out if they break up.
Oh, yeah.
I also thought, okay, so maybe this wasn't a total joke. Remember Kelce was joking, Taylor Swift shunned him and didn't talk to him after attending the concert because she's got like a voice rule that she doesn't talk to anyone because she wants to preserve the voice. So she's not chit-chatting afterwards.
And Morgan Wallen should take that advice.
And Travis Kelce was like, I wanted to make bracelets and all this and that. So, man, he's supposedly hanging out with her.
Yeah, he had the classic friendship bracelet that goes a long way, I guess. And then I guess gave her his number, and it's gone this point. Maybe a song comes out later, but I mean, I don't know. I feel for him. But, man, imagine, the Chiefs. You have Patrick Mahomes and his brother and Jackson Mahomes, and now you have Taylor Swift in the same area.
Yeah.
I can only imagine, though, if she has that speaking thing, they're just going to do speak and spell, that voice to text the whole time.
Another wonderful edition of the Payload here on Sean and RJ. Pay, getting it done for the 6 a.m. club. We want to get it done for you as well with a Rangers ticket giveaway. Is Aaron Rodgers returning to play again? We got Thursday Night Football, and you need to join us for our party tomorrow morning in Louisville with a brand new fan pint glass to kick out to you. We'll tell you about it with the Rangers tickets to give you next.
Let's get you over to K-Post.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The spread is 9 for the Dallas Cowboys against Zach Wilson and the New York Jets. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell with you, getting you closer to Sunday and hopefully 2-0. Brandon Cooks, though, did not practice due to a knee injury. Tyler Smith and Donovan Wilson also missed practice. What's going on?
Yeah, now that is an estimation from the Cowboys. That's projected what their participation level would have been if they had had a full practice. It was just a walkthrough yesterday. This will be a real practice today. So today, when we head out, or when I head out to the Star, when we're done with the show here, we should have a better idea of where they're at. But Brandon Cooks is saying he's good, and that or didn't say flat out who's good, just said if I'm out there, no limitations, it's not a big thing. So they were seeming to kind of shrug it off yesterday.
Aaron Rodgers confirming yesterday he is going to try to rehab, come back and play after, of course, he got taken out for the entire season. He made the Instagram post that he was heartbroken, but he will try to return.
He will. Whoa! I don't know where that came from. Ooh, that tasted quite awful. What's that?
Gross.
Yeah, I know, right? He will, and this is great news. I want to see it. I still want to see it happen.
Is there actually one person, I guess if you're in the AFC East, maybe a Packer fan, as a sports fan, is there anyone like, no, I wish he would just go away? We got to that point with Brady a little bit with the retirement, retirement, the back and forth. Have you seen anyone on the fan text or Twitter as a sports fan be like, nope, I don't care about seeing it whatsoever? How could you not?
I haven't seen anybody say, I wish he would just go away.
Not since the spring. He's repaired his image since then. The spring, there were people saying that, but I think people liked the reinvigorated Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, he seems like he's having a good time.
Yeah.
People like to be around people having good times. I mean, nobody ever goes to an empty craps table. They go to the one that's got 1 million people at it. They want to be having fun with other people.
Yeah, but we go to the empty blackjack table.
Yeah, it's because we don't want to be around other people who are going to screw things up.
Don't know how to play.
Yeah, but craps doesn't really matter, right? Unless you get somebody who's, you get a terrible thrower, the dice go everywhere, and they just pick up the new dice. No, you don't pick up new dice. You want the same dice back.
Diana Rossini reports that the Jets are not going to check in on Tom Brady. They're not going to make the phone call to see if Tommy Boy would come back in the AFC East. Roger Goodell reacted to the Rodgers injury yesterday on ESPN.
Well, we all know that that's part of the game. It's part of life. But, it's heartbreaking because you know how much enthusiasm, excitement he brought to this community, to the Jets fans. But I'm a big believer in the Jets team. I feel bad for Aaron. I think it's terrible. He's a wonderful guy and has meant a great deal to this league. And you want to see him perform. But I'm a believer in the Jets. They got a good football team, and I think they're going to be fighters. And so you saw it the rest of the night. They came on and they played hard. So we're excited about the Jets season this year.
Goodell also said the league was going to investigate the Jerry Jones, Bills owner story with the racist comment allegations. And RJ Choppy put together a research project that was so daggone impressive last night when it came to the turf issue, with players coming out and saying this should be the final straw, get grass in the stadiums because it cost Aaron.
Yeah, because the NFLPA is saying mandatory, we want grass in every stadium, yada, yada, yada. And, they have no problem doing this for the World Cup. They have no problem doing this. Now, to be fair, they did make some, like they said, the MLS is changing for Messi. The MLS hasn't changed anything yet. Like Messi has already said he grew up playing on a lot of turf fields. He's fine playing on turf. But because he has a game with Atlanta.
Don't ask me. I thought the MLS season ended. I thought he already won the title.
So they're playing Atlanta, and I guess Atlanta plays where the Falcons play. That's a turf field. But I just wanted to see. I was like, all right, let me take a look at this. So Wembley Stadium in England. All right, that's where the NFL plays a lot of their London games at Wembley. The England national team plays there. They host a ton of events. Taylor Swift just did 6 shows.
Careful.
Yeah. On her Eras tour there. They have relayed their turf since 2007 65 times at a cost of $100,000 each time. But their philosophy is if we make $300,000 in a concert and it costs $100,000 to lay down new turf, that's still smart business. The NFL owners don't see it this way. They don't see it this way. They don't need, new turf for every game because they just have, a lot of times they have that field turf stuff. But there also is not a concert every week. I went and looked at the schedule for AT&T Stadium. So they have a game on Sunday. Beyonce's there 4 days later. Then they've got a 9-day break before Arkansas A&M. Then the Cowboys play the next day. Now, it's not uncommon for stadiums to host college and pro on the same weekend. Miami does it with Hurricanes and the Dolphins. Pittsburgh does it with Pitt. They did it last week. And that field was chewed up a little bit. And it gets worse if it's muddy, right?
Yeah.
If you got a muddy Saturday, it gets really, really bad. But it could still be done. So after that, you get the field on back-to-back days. And then you have a break. There's a barbecue fest on October 7th, a monster truck show on October 14th, and then nothing for 15 days. If AT&T Stadium had a concert every night, fine. But they don't. So they're looking at, let's just say it's a flat $100,000 to relay the turf every week. For 10 Cowboy games, that's $1 million. They're making $200 million. That was the estimate that we saw from Forbes.
Yeah.
That teams make an average of $200 million around league-wide on concerts and events. So instead of $200 million profit, you make $199 million profit, and your players are safe.
Yeah.
This is not, this doesn't seem to me to be
It's like
a big decision.
These other countries with their sports factor in the product. And they think of that, even if it means a little bit of financial sacrifice. We don't do that here.
This assumes, though, that take assumes that the NFL knows it causes more injuries and they're lying about it instead of they just believe something different. Because what it is that if the owners genuinely believe, which is what they tell us, that they believe that it's about the same rate. If the owners genuinely believe it, then the owner would then say, I'm not spending $1 million to lay down the turf again for no net change.
And do you believe, Bobby Bell, do you believe that the information they're relaying is factual or that they're lying? I believe that they're lying.
I don't. The question would have to be who's disseminating the information. I believe they're getting that information and they believe it. I don't know. The question then becomes who's giving them the information and what are their intentions. You don't think they're spinning it
just to keep other game revenue?
No. I think that the question then becomes, again, at the top, who's disseminating the information? The question could then become, is the NFL giving them the right information or is the league office? That could become the question. But I think that Jerry and the other owners, they're getting this information from the league and they're saying, nope, this is our evidence.
What is the cost on happy employees? If a company, if a company could spend X amount of extra dollars, even if it's just, is it the placebo effect? Is that what it's called? Yeah. You're taking something that you think works.
Yep.
That they think is better for them, and it really doesn't cost you a ton of cash, comparatively speaking. To what's more costly to the Jets, $1 million or losing Aaron Rodgers for the season?
Okay, but again, it assumes that the ownership knows that it causes that and that they're lying about it. That's what I'm saying. You have to assume bad intentions from the owners in terms of
which
the data.
I do.
But I mean, that's fine to assume. I'm just saying that what you have to say there is that they know it causes injuries. I don't know why Woody Johnson or somebody else would want to lose an Aaron Rodgers. I don't know why they'd be willing to put that in place if they didn't genuinely believe it didn't.
But then you also have to think that if we tell Gavin Spittle or the bosses here, yo, we cannot do radio with this. We cannot. We just cannot. If every person on air says it, they should listen and change and adapt. Every player, basically, every athlete in the National Football League is saying the same thing. Why would you not listen to your players? It's like the NBA trying the new basketball, then all of a sudden they switched it back because they complained about it. It's like, listen to the people who are in the trenches. That's just my opinion. Texas Rangers have caught fire with the bats.
And he swings and launches one deep right center field. This has good carry, and that ball is history. Mitch Garver goes oppo. Number 17 for Mitch Garver. The Jimmy Jack gives Garver 45 RBIs and gives the Rangers a 10-0 lead.
Nate Lowe, Garver, each with 3-run homers. Jordan Montgomery, 7 scoreless. Here's Garver, by the way, since July 4th. 49 games from Jared Sandler. 307 average, 421 on base, 607 slugging, over 1,000 OPS. And again, since July 4th, 49 games, 14 home runs, 32 runs batted in.
So that's improvement.
It is.
Yes.
Improvement. JJ, as the Rangers blank Toronto 10-0. Unfortunately, Houston and Seattle both won, but you increased the distance on the Jays.
Yeah, it's a game and a half on the Jays. It's really 2.5 because they've got the tiebreaker over Toronto, so Toronto's got to be clear. I think Toronto loses the tiebreaker to Seattle too. I don't think they have it with either team. So they're really in a precarious spot.
Well, so are we now because we have no pitching. Yesterday, the news got confirmed. Max Scherzer is gone for the rest of the regular season. Probably not happening for the playoffs, according to Chris Young. Max, what happened?
Woke up this morning, I could feel that, I was pretty sore when I woke up this morning, so I knew this could be bad. Going to an MRI tube, didn't know what was going to come out on the other side. And so to get the news that it's a teres major strain, that's in muscle belly, not the ligaments or the tendons. In some ways, I'm almost relieved that's not worse. I'm glad that it's not worse. Fully expecting to make a full recovery, no surgeries. That's really good. As for what happens from here on out, you got to listen to what my body says. I'll throw a ball when I can throw a ball, but it sounds like I'm not going to be able to throw a ball for a little bit, so who knows.
This is why I was pretty stunned yesterday when you and Peyton took the Rangers to win the West. I was pretty stunned. Does it totally change your mind today?
Not really, because he hasn't been an ace anyway.
He's been good.
He's been decent.
Has he been their best pitcher over the last since when he's been here?
Yeah.
It hasn't been close, has it?
No, he's had like what? I know he had a couple where he got rocked, but he had like 4 scoreless appearances in 6 starts.
Like, he doesn't have to be DeGrom in order to have that factor in to them winning the West for me. It's like you have by far your best pitcher, and the only thing that could resemble a one now gone. But
yeah, I mean, look, okay, but he's also been banged up a little bit.
Yeah.
And I factored that in. This offense, if this offense clicks, then this offense can carry them. If this offense clicks, what is the best unit in the West of any starting pitching, bullpen, offense?
The Rangers' backup catcher?
Very good point.
Anyway.
Very good point. But if you were to look at it, right, like
Mariners rotation?
Is the Rangers offense at its peak better than the Mariners rotation at its peak?
That's a good future topic. Write that down.
There you go. I'll write it down. In my notes right now. But
and then other pitching staffs that have been this week to get it done or how far they usually advance. That's a good one.
So I mean that plays into it. This offense, especially during the regular season. Now during the playoffs, different story. But during the regular season, you can really pound your way to a division title.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on your home of the Rangers.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Call up number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Seattle Mariners next Saturday, September 23rd. And you'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 10,000 fans in the gate will also receive an Adolis Garcia bobblehead. Get tickets and info now at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Tomorrow morning, y'all, the show is live. Firehouse Tour stop number 3 at Firehouse number 3 in Louisville, 500 West Round Grove Road.
Say it fast.
500 West Round Grove Road. 500 West Round Grove Road with the wheel and over 70 customized pint glasses that we have come up with to give away for you. Stop by as early as you can to go ahead and secure that pint glass. Louisville Firehouse tomorrow.
Yeah, and if you're in Louisville, I have several questions, just like I have for the last 2 stops. So if you're in Louisville and you're listening right now, text us 877-881-1053 because I need to ask you a question.
Are the Eagles in a little bit of trouble? And was this the dumbest statement that will be made in the NFL all season? It came from this guy. Our buddy Ross Tucker joins us next.
Let's get you over to the greatness.
Hey, sorry, I was talking to the Fox producer. Coming in from L.A., with the segment they're about to film.
California.
Don't say anything bad.
I had Jerry hook that up for y'all, so you're welcome.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
That's right.
I shot him a little text.
Broadus called me yesterday. He's like, how long you been doing that show? How long you been doing that Jerry interview? So he wanted to call and bust the balls after 12 years. And I was like, I know. I tried to tell you.
They don't know. Yeah, we had, in 12 years, the longest we talked to him was probably 8 minutes at his party a couple years ago.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it was
Hey,
us.
good morning, Bobby. Everybody.
And I think that was because of Fish. Fish was involved.
Gentlemen, meet Jerry here.
But look,
Jerry Jones.
this is not about embarrassing us. This is about embarrassing our next guest. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Fox is in here. They say they want to record us talking football with Ross Tucker, talking about the Cowboys and the Jets, hopefully the Eagles' demise, and then they'll play it on Fox NFL Sunday. And the clip that got our very good buddy Ross Tucker to go viral after week one was this, when he was on the game call for Titans Saints.
Interesting to see the empty set here.
A stack on the top. Hill keeps it himself, the powerful runner. Taysom Hill out of BYU in his 7th year now with New Orleans.
I'm not kidding when I tell you I think he's one of the best football players ever in Taysom Hill. Now, I know he's not a Hall of Famer or any of that. This guy can play quarterback, running back, tight end. He makes tackles on special teams. This guy's like Jim Thorpe. I mean, can you name any other guy that's ever done all the things that Taysom Hill did? He's like the perfect football player.
Good morning, Ross. What was your week like after that?
Pretty awesome. Yeah. No, you know what's funny? I have no problem with it as long as people heard the whole clip like you guys just played there. I'm very comfortable with it. What's annoying is people that just cut off the first 3 seconds where I said Taysom Hill is one of the best players ever, or all the people that I was on the red zone when I said it. So I guess all the people that wrote, they just took the first thing and put it on Twitter, which is fine. I don't care. I mean, I'm happy to go viral.
Yeah.
And by the way, I meant it. I didn't stutter. I meant it. I'm not talking about Hall of Fame or that part of it. Like, I'm not talking about like Jerry Rice or Tom Brady.
Yeah.
I'm talking about pure all-around football player. Like, what are all the things a football player can do, right? Like, they can run with power, run with speed, they can throw the ball, they can block, they can tackle. I mean, the guy has blocked a punt. The guy returns kicks. Like, here's how I would describe it to you guys. Here's the best way I've been telling people. Like, Tom Brady, greatest quarterback ever, right?
Yeah.
He can't do, like, almost any of the things Taysom Hill can do.
Right.
Right? So there's a difference in my mind between, like, the greatest players ever at their position and then the best all-around pure football players. Like, you guys are there in Dallas. Taysom Hill could line up for Allen High School and maybe start at every position on the entire team, like all 22.
Right.
Anyway, I think if you're like a pure football guy like me, like, dude, I worked every day, all day, my whole life to stick around for 7 years as like a center guard. This guy legitimately plays like 5 or 6 positions. I mean, he started, I think, 9 games in the NFL as a quarterback, 7-2. And he runs down on kickoff and punt and makes tackles. Like, I can't name another guy that's ever started a game at quarterback who's like the personal protector on punts. Anyway, that's what I meant. And people, what bothers me, I think, about it is like guys like you know what I meant. And you knew I wasn't saying like, my top 10 players ever are Tom Brady, Lawrence Taylor, Taysom Hill, Jerry Rice.
Yeah.
Like, that's not what I was talking about.
Right.
It's just busted chops because, you're a smart guy, but we know Princeton's a math and science school, not an English school. So you could have come up with a different word like useful or complete, but you chose best. That's fine.
No, honestly, I would have been like pure. I like pure all around.
Okay.
I wish I would have added a pure all around in there.
Yeah.
Just for the people that especially that didn't watch the rest of it when I explained why I was in awe of the guy.
Did your phone blow up? I mean, it must have gotten crazy.
No.
Really?
Actually, no. You know why?
So you don't have any friends, I guess.
There was a lot of, I think because there was a lot of like negative reaction, like, people, those, what's really funny, by the way? All those websites, like, I don't know what they're called, like Bro Bible and all those, all those.
Headline porn. Mark Cuban calls it headline porn.
Well, not only that, the headline was Ross Tucker, CBS analyst or Ross Tucker calls Taysom Hill one of the greatest players ever.
Right.
So what's so crazy to me about that is, like, if you're going to do it, why misquote me?
Because that's not fun for them. It's not going to get clicks. It's not going to have you explain it to us like this right now. It's the evil media world that we're in.
But I said one of the best players ever. Like, even though, like, because even to me, and, RJ makes a good point, but even to me, like, best and greatest aren't the same thing. Like, greatest to me is like your production and what you've accomplished. Best is kind of like what you're capable of, what you can do. Greatest is like what you've done. Best is like what you're able to do. Anyway, whatever. Who cares?
Ross Tucker joining us right here on 105 through the Fan. So what game are you working this weekend?
So I got two, actually. So I'm the seventh crew for CBS with Jason McCourty and Chris Lewis. So I'll only end up getting 4 NFL games, but I'm getting 5 like SEC and Big Ten games.
Ooh, nice.
So including a big one next week, but I don't know if that's announced yet or whatever. So I don't know what the philosophy is, but make sure you're watching CBS next Saturday because I'll have an awesome game. I'm really looking forward to it. But this weekend I'm doing CBS Sports Network Saturday night, Vanderbilt, UNLV, then taking the red eye to Boston because Sunday night I'm in the booth for Westwood One for Dolphins and Patriots, which I think is going to be a sweet game, actually. Dolphins might have been the only offense or one of the only offenses that looked like they were in mid-season form in week 1. I don't even know if I mean, obviously the Cowboys smashed the Giants, but I don't know. Would you guys say you felt like the offense looked like it was in mid-season form?
No.
For Miami.
No, the Cowboys.
Yeah,
I know.
No, not.
Think about that, by the way. They just embarrassed an entire region of the country, 40-0 on national TV, and the offense wasn't hitting on all cylinders.
Do you sense that? Because it's always been like week 1 there's always been a little bit of mistakes, some sloppy play. Do you sense it's worse now? In general.
Yes. Yep, and it's because nobody plays in the preseason. Yeah. I mean, how could it not be worse? There's less OTAs. And then, dude, like the Eagles, because I do their preseason games, they practice like 2 days and then they're off a day. Practice 2 days, off a day. I mean, it's just there's so many less reps, so much less practice time.
Yeah.
And then most of these teams don't play their starters at all in the preseason. It would be weird if they were as polished.
Right.
It would be weird if they were as smooth. Special teams issues. I mean, the Saints blocked one of the Titans' punts. I wasn't surprised by that. Tannehill missed a couple wide open touchdowns. Tannehill not on the same page with DeAndre Hopkins, so he throws a couple picks. I mean, those are the things that are going to happen week 1. I also say like it's an outlier, right? Like the Cowboys aren't really that good. The Giants aren't really that bad. So things get a little overstated in week 1. I mean, how many games are the Cowboys going to have a blocked field goal for a touchdown and a pick 6 that bounces off the guy's hands?
17.
Hopefully.
But who cares? You don't need to win 40-0 anyway. You're going to win by 1 point.
Okay, so the Philly freak out. You do Eagles preseason. They're playing the Vikings tonight. Some freak out over losing the 16-0 lead. Mac Jones shredding them. Injury situation. How legit do you think it is? How much of an overreaction that the Eagles are not what we thought they were?
Well, so what's interesting about it is they do have 2 new coordinators, right? So you are adding some new pieces to the mix. And I got to tell you, I mean, they were not in rhythm on offense. Man, I don't remember Hurts and the O-line. I'm not sure that they looked like that once all year last year. So I would say there is a little bit of concern. And they need to look better tonight. They really need to look better tonight because they already were coming into the year with 2 new linebackers and 2 new safeties, right? Well, now their best linebacker, N'Kobe Dean, is on IR, and their best safety, Reed Blankenship, he's out tonight. So you lose your 4 starters at those spots, and the best of those 2, they're gone already. I mean, it's not good. And they don't have Bradbury, so we'll see what happens with Justin Jefferson tonight. But you know what happens is it went from a game that people weren't really worried about to now, based on how they looked against the Patriots and with these injuries, now people are like, oh, my gosh, like, could we possibly lose to the Vikings at home on Thursday Night Football? I don't think they will because their D-line is just so good. I mean, like, their O-line did not play great, but they still played good. But their D-line, and what's really scary is maybe the 3 best guys on their D-line against the Patriots were all the young guys. Milton Williams, Jordan Davis, last year's first-round pick. Jalen Carter is just a monster, this year's first-round pick. It really is bananas that the NFL let the Eagles get Jalen Carter with the 9th pick and that all those teams – I mean, he is so good. The off-the-field stuff must have been really, really concerning for all those teams to pass on him.
Ross, I mean, I love the stat. The last quarterback to go back to a Super Bowl after losing his first one was Jim Kelly. How possible is it that was their chance in Philadelphia and they blew it and they'll just go back to being not the world beater they were?
It's possible, but they're really good at the positions you need to be really good at. And that doesn't mean they'll go to the Super Bowl this year, but I guess I kind of feel like, RJ, like over the next 3 to 5 years, I'd be surprised if they don't go again. I mean, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith are legit. Goddard's a stud. I think they might be better off with Gainwell being out tonight, giving the ball to DeAndre Swift and Rashad Penny. And then on defense, the D-line is beastly. Now, Slay and Bradbury are getting up there in age. So they're going to have to get some younger corners. But, I mean, the offense is all, like, under contract for years, and the D-line is young and awesome. So I would imagine that they'll probably get back in the next 2, 3, 4 years. But obviously, you know, it might not be this year. The Niners look pretty darn good, and I've been extremely high on the Cowboys all offseason, primarily because of them bringing in Cooks and Gilmore and what that means. I mean, to have those significant upgrades at number 2 corner, number 2 wide receiver, I think that's gigantic for the Cowboys. It's one reason why I think they have an awesome – this is their best chance to get the NFC Championship game in a while.
Let's talk about the defense. Former Cowboy, NFL offensive lineman, commentator everywhere, Ross Tucker, here on Sean and RJ, Odyssey NFL Insider. So Micah's talking about the 2000 Ravens and, you know, the Legion of Boom. And, you know, do you think that this defense has a chance to be like the Von D. Ware Broncos or have their own label or even be as good as San Francisco last year?
Yeah, I think Micah gets caught. Like, Micah's hilarious, yes. Right? Like, he makes a lot of comments. He's like a media guy now.
Yes.
By the way, the proprietary algorithm on my computer model, and I tweeted this yesterday at Ross Tucker NFL, projects that Micah will sack Zach Wilson 7.25 times on Sunday.
Take the over. All right, very good. I'm going to check that out right now.
I mean, between Zach Wilson holding the ball, the funny thing about Zach Wilson is, by the way, he's one of those guys that, like, when he's pressured, he runs backwards. Hey, somebody give him the memo. Micah will catch him in less than a second. Like, that's not going to work, bro. He's way faster than you are, Zach. I can assure you of that. No, I don't think they're like all-time great defense, but I think they are going to be one of the 5 best defenses in the league this year.
Whose defense is better between Dallas and the Jets?
That's a really good question. I would say the Jets because I just think they're deeper on the D-line. The Jets come at you in waves of like 8 dudes. Do you feel like I know the Cowboys have DeMarcus and Dorrance Armstrong. I don't know if I feel like they have like 8 dudes.
Right. They don't have any D tackles.
But isn't that the mark of a great defense where you can get home with 4 and just drop everybody back in coverage?
Yes, that is what you need to do. I mean, that's what the Eagles do. That's what the Jets do. That's what the Cowboys do. I mean, you really can't win if you don't have a beastly D line, which is why it's so laughable that you didn't want them to draft Micah Parsons.
Well, he wasn't on the D line then. That's why.
I know. Dude, I can't. I just checked my Odyssey contract. Contractually obligated to bust your balls for that every time I want. By the way, speaking of that, I'm 5 minutes late to my other interview. I scheduled them too close together.
Okay, go ahead, get going.
You guys let me go.
Do you think will they ask? All right, here's the question: will they ask you about Taysom Hill to start?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've done the Taysom Hill thing on Dan Patrick, on Jim Rome, with you guys.
Okay.
I mean, dude, this guy better give me some money or something. I don't know.
He stole enough from the Saints. Sean Payton gave him that dumb deal. He's got enough.
He did. He makes like $10 million a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sean Payton has my back. See.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate
See
you.
dude.
He's the man. Odyssey NFL Insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. He did phrase it wrong.
He phrased it totally wrong.
How would you have phrased it?
He's the most.
Let's hear it one more time. This was the most viral clip from week 1 around the league.
Interesting to see the empty set here.
A stack on the top. Hill keeps it himself, the powerful runner. Taysom Hill out of BYU in his 7th year now with New Orleans.
I'm not kidding when I tell you I think he's one of the best football players ever in Taysom Hill. Now, I know he's not a Hall of Famer or any of that. This guy can play quarterback, running back, tight end. He makes tackles on special teams. This guy's like Jim Thorpe. I mean, can you name any other guy that's ever done all the things that Taysom Hill did? He's like the perfect football player.
How should that have been phrased?
Most versatile,
most
well-rounded,
most useful, most complete. He's the total package. He's the best pocket knife. There's a lot of things I like. I was looking for that word. That's the word I was looking for, Bobby, was versatile. And Bobby said it. See, he's got that homeschool.
That's exactly what it is. You know,
it'd be like if
it's like if I said Scott Sheldon was one of the greatest baseball players of all time. Anybody remember Scott Sheldon?
No.
Played just a handful of games, but played for the Texas Rangers. And in I believe it was 2000. It was 2000. He played all 9 positions in a game. And it was all over the sports news. Yeah. It's like saying Scott Sheldon, well, you played all 9 positions. You're the greatest player of all time.
It'd be like if Travis Hunter is a Jordan Lewis level corner and a Jalen Brooks type wide receiver. Like, just because he does both.
Yeah.
You know, he's just talking about the skill set. All-around ability.
Like his ability. And
versatility.
See, not only his ability, but his want to. Like, tackling, a lot of tackling is desire.
Thanks, Coach.
Right. And I don't mean like effort. I just mean like you're cool with getting dirty. You're cool with, man, I might F up my shoulder here on this tackle. I'm cool with it.
The Love of the Star film room is coming at you at 8. What I'm going to love about 8 o'clock, and Peyton, this is your chance for revenge. I'm giving you permission. All Bobby does is screw with Peyton during his reads and mess up the money on this station with the sponsors that Peyton's trying to execute. So at 8, this is going to be Bobby's segment. This is the time that Fox NFL is coming into film. So this is Bobby's moment in the spotlight to be on national TV on Sunday, and I want you to screw with him.
Oh, yeah.
And I want you to talk and get in the headset as much as possible. You have my permission to try to screw him up with Fox filming him for the big national spotlight.
You know what's wild about that is that the talkback is also controlled by the volume on the headphones, so I can just completely block him out and still leave my headphones on.
Well, then looks like I'll have to go in the studio then.
Yeah, sit next to him.
He's got to get his TV time.
Huh?
He's got to get his TV time. He's got to come physically in here.
That's right. And then the dating world will open up for you.
Yes, it will.
I just told them, don't be like Amazon, man. Amazon's banned in here. Amazon Prime, they came in here, they filmed us, they got those one-on-ones, and they didn't put us on whatsoever. And so I told Spittle, don't ever put Amazon Prime in here ever again. Fox, we're giving them a chance.
We're giving them a chance.
So Bobby in the spotlight.
Great network, the best network.
Has he moved on to Fox? No, he's out on Fox.
He's out on Fox. I think he's out on Fox. It's like my mom. My mom's out on Fox.
Your mom's out on Fox?
Oh, they're not Republican enough for her anymore.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. She's gone full on. She listens to, what is it?
Is it on?
No, is it, no, it's, what's the other one? Something.
Kyrie's Twitch stream?
Newsmax. I think it's Newsmax.
Kyrie's Twitch stream.
It's not that.
It's Thursday, so it's time for this.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed. Sean and RJ do not condone these life hacks. Unethical life hacks may cause financial savings, make you cooler, more popular, increase sexual encounters, and provide an overall improvement in well-being at the expense of others. Please report any and all positive experiences testing unethical life hacks to 877-881-1053. Take it away, Bobby B.
Thank you, Chris Arnold. And I feel even more pressure, or not pressure, I feel more responsibility today to add the disclaimer, knowing that we've got the film crew in the next room listening.
So Maverick's looking for some
shut up
today.
These are not the things that we're endorsing. We're not telling you to do these things. It's just an awareness thing. We're calling your attention.
What if they pack
awareness.
up? They've spent 20 minutes getting out all these fancy cameras and equipment. What if they listen to this segment and just start packing up like we cannot associate?
We can't use this.
Yeah, I killed the hospice life hack as soon as I saw the camera crew walk in here. So we're not going to do that one. All right. Make a reservation at a nice restaurant for Valentine's Day that you don't plan on using, then wait for friend, coworker, boss to drop the ball. You can make money or get them to owe you a favor by giving them the reservation.
Oh, so you're like scalping reservations.
Yes.
Passing it along to them.
Like finding someone who goes, oh my gosh, I don't have a reservation. Just go, hey, I got a reservation. I'm not going to use it.
That's pretty good. What do you charge for that, though? And is it cheap? I mean, how cheap do you come across charging someone to pass along the reservation?
That's the thing. I think it's got to be just they're indebted to you. Yeah. Like it's more about having a favor owed.
I like that a lot.
Because you got to, how late do you feel comfortable making a reservation where you're actually going to get a time that you want?
Every year we all fall into the same exact trap. We don't get a reservation.
I don't think you ever told.
You try to set it up Monday. I think you got to do it. I don't know, 3 weeks ahead of time. Samir, if you're listening, text me. I don't know. Have you Crossbuck Barbecue? I don't know.
I don't think you told this story in there. Have you gone into detail about how difficult it was just to get your Nobu reservation on the phone?
Oh my God.
That was wild.
Crazy.
Because it was what? You had to call 60 days in advance or something?
On the dot. On the dot, 30 days in advance of the day. And I had to call within like 30 seconds beforehand to a hotline to get the Nobu reservation.
And you couldn't listen through to the menu of you had to like immediately hit pound.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you ended up being
60th in line.
Yeah, and then you got on the phone, they're like, oh, sorry, no more reservations.
Done.
And so that'd be a valuable thing to have, I would guess, is swapping the reservation. All right. Again, this is assuming a lot here. You're having to make a long play here, but it's maybe no different than a prenup of sorts. Pretend to love the same possessions, i.e. pets, whatever, as your wife. If you divorce, you can pretend to fight over them and easily get the things you really want.
Okay, so
like RJ's pretending with his dog right now?
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm in on this.
No, you're not.
Yes,
you are all anti-dog, and now you're out at, it's just part of the responsibility. You got a foster dog given to you that you gave away, which no one in the history of civilization has ever gotten a dog and then giving it away, kicked it out. And now you're waking up at 1 a.m. to let the thing pee.
That was Cujo, that dog, okay? That dog, I found out the reason it was given it to me is it had already been thrown out of 2 houses. Why was it thrown out? Because it attacked.
The Michael Orr of dogs?
Yeah, it attacked and bit the other dogs in the house. So then I had it, and I'm taking it for a walk, and I'm purposely taking it for a walk only when it rains. I know nobody else is out there because it attacks every dog. A neighbor to the street took it. They got rid of it, and they were a blue heeler dog family.
So what is this hack supposed to be?
You just pretend to love the same possessions. That way,
as your spouse.
You keep the peace in general, but then also if things ever go sideways, then you can pretend to fight over and then really get the stuff that you really want.
Okay.
In the divorce.
That's a long
play, but
it
also keeps the peace. All right, so this one doesn't apply nearly as much to me. You guys are gonna have to tell me if this is something that would work for y'all.
What was, you don't have to answer this. Was there a item or piece of real estate or something that was a big tug of war? Where you're like, I want this, and she's like, I want that. Or anyone on the truckert.com text line, better yet, a possession.
The tripod.
Oh my God.
What was the big divorce argument, tug of war, and what was the possession? That's what I want to know.
There wasn't really a possession necessarily.
You were like, just take the kids.
I really wanted. I knew that with my schedule, I couldn't keep the kids during the week.
Yeah.
I really wanted the child tax credit.
Child tax credit.
Yeah. Because I wanted the child. That way, I get.
And only one gets that?
Well, a lot of times you'll split it if you have two kids, but like technically, there's some technicalities within the Texas that you has to go to one. Whatever.
Okay.
Anyway, she got them both. I lost.
All right, if you live in a city where it costs to have your bulk trash picked up, do you have to deal with bulk trash pickup costs?
I don't have to pay. Thank goodness. The one thing, the HOA, I don't have to pay for the bulk trash.
I don't believe I do either.
So if you do, check the app of your city cleansing department for a report trash pile feature. You just take it out in the dark, report it in the morning. It's free and fast, and most of the apps just ask a picture of the trash. So then you end up getting it picked up.
You don't pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
But so you just put it somewhere else.
You put it somewhere, take a picture of it, and then report it on the app to the city of, hey, there's something was dumped here.
Man, I'm always scared of dumping in another place. It doesn't matter how rural, I said it. It doesn't matter how rural that area is. I'm terrified. As soon as there's a camera somewhere.
You have a big dumpster?
Dumpsters, fields. I'm always terrified.
Because I've always heard, people have told me that you're not supposed to just
It's the church dumpster problem.
Yeah, you're not supposed to dump trash in a dumpster that isn't like that you're not allowed to dump trash in. And I'm like, hang on, it's a trash can.
But people put up signs that say that, like,
no dumping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just like if I'm just in the car, like I happen to drive by a trash can, I put something in the trash can if I need to. I don't care if it's mine or my neighbor's. It's like it's going in the same place.
It's like people are convinced if they dump their trash in the church dumpster, they are going to hell.
Is that a concern?
I mean, I would think about it. If I want to take my bunch of garbage and throw it in the church dumpster, I'm like, this is worse than doing it in a regular dumpster. That's how I would think about it, but I have a conscience.
Don't mess with Texas, okay? If you need a charger, you can go to the local library.
Can I get a water bill life hack, please? Somebody?
That's what we need.
Just turn off the water. Just turn it off. Don't use water.
Well,
that's your one thing, Sean.
That's Basic's one thing.
If you need a charger, go to the local library, restaurant, whatever. Say you dropped yours. Chances are they have extra chargers in the lost and found.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Extra go to a library to steal a charger.
It's not stealing. You just say like it's lost. I need a new one. And again, these are things you shouldn't do, Sean. Why are you saying that we're telling people to do these things? We're not.
This is someone's charger in here that I'm about to take. I've let it sit here for a week. And I'm about to go ahead and take this thing.
Man, my kids steal all my chargers, little bastards.
Speaking of charges and batteries, do you need a new car battery? If you go to a junkyard, tell them you want a broken battery. They'll charge you like $5 or $10 for it. Sometimes they'll give them to you for free, but you go through the pile, look for one under warranty, verify that it's toast, then you take it to the store that honors the warranty, and you get a free replacement. This guy says he's been doing it for 10 years. He hasn't had to pay for a battery in a decade.
That is brilliant.
What?
That is brilliant, man.
Can I ask a really dumb question? Is there a better battery technology to let me know when this thing is done? Is that a Shark Tank brilliant idea? Like the equivalent of your phone charger percentage? Because never in my life have I known that the car's not about to turn on. I would love, can we get a gas tank equivalent running on E, going on 4%? You have 3 starts left, roughly 5 starts left. Because otherwise, you're always stuck in the garage or stuck somewhere else. Like, can we get a foreshadowing of the car battery dying, or is that already out there?
They have a it's called a meter. Multimeter, I think it's called a multimeter.
Yeah, but you're talking about more like something on the dash or
yes,
something.
On the dash.
Yeah, there's nothing on the
Not to open up the hood and check it.
I don't know anything on the dash. I know that you can go and just get a battery tester and put the thing, put these whatever to the charging ports, and it'll test you, tell you how much life you have left.
I would pay extra for that type of dash technology.
I would too.
See, the only problem is a lot of times when your battery dies, it can be something like as simple as your alternator died. And so then when the alternator dies and you're driving around, it drains a battery in 1 minute. And so like the heads up wouldn't even necessarily help.
But don't you usually get that kind of warning where it's like, and then it starts and like I think
you got one more.
You got one.
You got one more.
You get that one warning. You better hear it, and then that's your chance to change it.
I got 5 starts out of a car doing that one time. All right, do you want to go be on a movie set, maybe eat for free, go to the city's film commission office and ask them?
Where's the film commission office?
This is the thing. It's a film commission office. Most places have them. So when it's an office that deals with requests to film, like when they filmed 11/22/63, the JFK Hulu show in Dallas, they had to go through there. And so you ask them for the filming schedule, pick up a North Face jacket, 2-wire surveillance kit, stick the earpiece in while you're on set, and you'll blend right in. They'll let you right in the place.
Is North Face the official jackets of film crews?
It's just in general. I think it's
what about Patagonia?
I think
How do they not get left
I think
out
it's
of
a
this thing?
general look. I think it's just a general popular look. But they're required by law to provide the filming schedule if production is taking place on public grounds.
Are they wearing North Face in there? I don't think they're wearing North Face in there.
They're not on a movie set, or are you trying to say that they're somehow filming a movie here?
Samir told me that the reservation Valentine's 6 months.
I'm sorry.
Ooh.
What was that?
Okay, so call now.
6 months, not 3, like not 2.
Well, Samir, put me down for 2, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
and then give it to Wolchuk. like leverage it with Wolchuk, who's dying to go to Nick and Sam's.
That's right. Don't hook him up, man. Don't.
All right, last one here. If you have spare time at the airport, and you guys would know this better than me, especially Chop with your travel savvy, check the flight monitor for flights that are extremely delayed. Walk over to the gates. Airlines will oftentimes provide free snacks, beverages for people with delayed flights. Pretend you're a passenger on that flight and enjoy some free snacks.
Oh, heck yeah. That's a good one. But what are you're going to sit there? You're going to walk 6 gates for peanuts?
I mean, you don't have to. If you don't have to walk that far, though, you just look and go, oh, the gate 3 over is super delayed.
Super delayed.
Let's get a hookup.
That's right. With what was his demand?
Oh, yeah. First class, no blackout
No
dates.
blackouts.
No blackouts.
No blackout dates.
Walk up there. Give me a pack of peanuts. No blackouts.
Massages.
Life
warm
hacks
towel.
every single Thursday during the Expressway. We are commercial free. Bobby has been in the film room. The Love of the Star breakdown and a preview of the New York Jets after week 1, and do whatever you can to screw up Bobby's national TV moment on the home of the Cowboys next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. Of course, Stephen Gilchrist owns store.
it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Roberto Belt. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and maybe even on Fox.
Never know.
NFL Sunday. RJ Choppy getting his interview questions. 8:40 below the belt. 9 o'clock hour. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Cowboys, Jets. Let's start looking forward to Sunday with Bobby. 1.9 downloads with the Love of the Star podcast with Brian brought us, and you went inside the film room for New York.
Yeah, 1.9 million, not 1.9. Not almost 2 people have listened, just to be clear about that. Yeah, we went ahead and watched the Jets game against the Bills. This is something that was a little bit... You can get a good sense of how good this defense is. I know Ross Tucker just told us that the defense to him is better than the one that the Cowboys have. But it's tough to get a good gauge on what the offense is just because, it was Zach Wilson having to step in, play with Aaron Rodgers' game plan, step in there and have to deal with all of the intense emotions and the pressure and everything else. So I do think it's going to look different. I don't know that it's going to look exactly the same as to what we saw, but we'll touch on the offense first. So Zach Wilson, Ross was absolutely right when he pointed out, he has a ton of issues holding onto the ball too long. He tends to move backwards. He doesn't, move to side. He doesn't break the pocket.
Now, did you reset us on Zach Wilson coming out and what you thought?
I loved Zach Wilson coming out, and he is obviously not panned out yet the way you wanted. But he was a guy who, and you still see it on tape, the throws he made at BYU at times were just ridiculous. Like the type of touch and ball placement he had down the field was insane.
Like he's got special arm talent.
Yeah, and it still shows up. Even the game against Buffalo where he wasn't great, you still see it show up, that arm talent. And it'll show up. There will be 2 or 3 times on Sunday where you guys are going to be watching the game and you'll go like, whoa. Like it still pops. It's just the consistency.
We kind of know Vegas. I looked at his over-under touchdowns for this game, touchdown passes. It's a half.
No.
0.5.
So throwing 1 touchdown, you win the bet.
You win the bet. Now, Dak's only 1.5. So that tells you about the Jets' defense.
Right.
Or that they're going to score a lot, they're going to run, and the game will be out of hand, whatever. But, both quarterbacks, they combined for 2 touchdown passes in this game, according to Vegas.
At least in this game against Buffalo, they played with 3 tight ends about as often as they played with 3 receivers.
What?
They go heavy with tight ends, and it's probably because the offensive line struggles like it does to pass protect.
Yeah, they have to.
And they like to run the ball with Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook. I was stunned, and I guess it's just coming back from the injury. They're kind of bringing him along a little bit, but I was really surprised Breece Hall didn't get more work than he did. And he popped up on their injury report this week. He was limited yesterday at practice. There's no question, it doesn't seem like, about his availability to play this weekend, but it may have just been that he was banged up a little bit. But yeah, they'll play in there with Tyler Conklin, Jeremy Ruckert, CJ Uzomah, just as much as they will Randall Cobb, Alan Lazard, and Garrett Wilson. And they really don't go, at least in this first game, they really don't go past their 3 receivers. They don't get into 4th receivers at all in New York. And so
Hard Knocks, that was one of the feel-good stories. They had like the 4th and 5th receiver that made the team.
Well, and you've got he had the kick run back, so he's a special teamer. He got 1 snap on offense last week. That was the only snap any other receiver got outside their top 3. But Jeremy Ruckert, their 3rd tight end, played 18 snaps last week. And so that's a ton of 13 personnel, which is 1 running back and 3 tight ends.
This is going to be, this 40-0 thing doesn't elevate the Cowboys in my mind as some great dominant team. This is going to be a perfect test. Well, it's not perfect because they don't have a quarterback, but this is a real true test with the Cowboys' weaknesses. Breece Hall looked damn good week 1. It hurt me even more because I drafted Dalvin. I was like, Dalvin will be the guy getting more carries. No, Breece Hall was the man.
Yeah. I passed on Breece Hall thinking, first year after an ACL.
Yeah.
They'll never do it.
So Cowboys run defense versus Breece Hall, and then this Cowboys offense, we held back. We were kind of tame. Let's see it now against this Jets defense. This is a fun test.
It's interesting, when you talk about the way the run game can test the Cowboys. we all talk about Micah, obviously, and Diggs and Gilmore and like the big names and everything like that. This is a huge week for Damone Clark. Damone Clark was in a dominant defensive performance. Damone Clark was not great against the Giants, and he needs to see things faster. He needs to read and react quicker. It's going to be a big week for Jonathan Hankins, Mozzie Smith. Like, these guys are going to need to make sure that they're eating up blocks, keeping things clean for Damone Clark. That's going to be a big aspect of trying to stop the running game. Damone Clark's kind of I think a low-key X factor. But the offensive line, really quickly, for the Jets, we know the pass protection struggles a lot. I think the left side's better at protecting than the right. So Dwayne Brown and Laken Tomlinson are okay. They do okay on that side. I don't think that they're disastrous. The right side of the line, now they can't run block very well on the left side. The right side is the reverse problem. Mekhi Becton, Elijah Vera Tucker, 2 really high draft picks on the offensive line. Man. Becton and Vera Tucker were getting movement in the run game. They were good there. They really struggled to pass protect. And so, I mean, if you're looking for a vulnerability to kind of attack with the pass rush, it might be that right side of the offensive line for the Jets. So, defensive side of the ball, this is where it's a really fun team to watch.
We didn't touch on their best player. And this guy, I love him.
Garrett Wilson?
Yeah. That was a special touchdown catch.
It was.
And I wanted him in all my fantasy leagues before Rodgers got hurt. I wanted Garrett Wilson. Who's going to be matched up against him?
So it just depends on if the Cowboys want to travel, if they want to stick guys to certain sides. The Jets, for instance, the Cowboys can move CeeDee Lamb on anybody they want because the Jets play certain sides. So DJ Reed plays the right side, Sauce Gardner plays the left, and then they have the guy in the nickel. So it just depends on what the Cowboys want to commit to. They have traveled before. It's not frequent, but I mean, they've sent Diggs around before. I think their corners are so strong, they won't feel a need to.
And while Robert Saleh was correct in predicting Aaron Rodgers would come back next year, Rodgers confirmed it. He was also asked, are you going to get another quarterback? What do you think about the quarterback that you have left over now?
Everyone's in really great spirits. I'll speak for the locker room. Everyone believes in themselves, and we believe we have a really good football team. Like I've said before, we've got a championship defense. We've got great skill guys on offense. We've got an O-line that's continuing to gel, and we've got a lot of faith in Zach. I think people forget that he was 5-1 before the bye week, and before our offense, half the offense was decimated with injuries from a year ago. So, got a lot of faith in the group that we got.
I forgot that. 5-1.
I forgot that too. Look, they can say all they want that they're not looking for the quarterback, but I mean, look, this is a really good, 2 through 53. This is a good football.
So the question now about them is, can they be a 9-8, ugly, unwatchable, grinded out Rex Ryan-esque? Can they be a 9-8 team?
And anybody can do that. Like that. The ability to make the playoffs the old-fashioned way, air quote, is still there. Like, you could still do it. Can you do it year after year after year after year? And the answer is no. Like, you're not going to be able to consistently do that. But they could absolutely get to the postseason. But just goes to show you, like,
what is their postseason chances to you? Making the playoffs, put a percentage on it.
AFC. The problem is there's 10 teams in the AFC. If they were in the NFC, I would say like 60%.
Wow.
In the AFC, 35.
I don't.
Woo. That might. Okay.
They won't necessarily go this, but I mean, like with that defense, they can win 10 games.
Wow.
They can. Like that. The defense is really, really good. And the problem is that when you brought it up to Ross, where you said like, isn't that what you want to do? You want to bring pressure with 4 and be able to drop everybody back. That's exactly what the Jets do. The Jets don't blitz. They don't send anybody. It is 4 guys. Sometimes it's 3. They'll have 4 guys on the defensive line, and then one of their defensive linemen, they'll just have drop back into zone coverage. They'll just drop back a defensive tackle. They do a lot of interesting things with, 4-3 under fronts, some unbalanced lines. One of the things they do is the offensive line, and this is something Dallas is going to have to be really keyed in on. The offensive line is obviously making their checks, figuring out what gaps they're responsible for and everything else. What the Jets tend to do is a second before the snap, they will shift. So you'll have, maybe Quentin Jefferson lined up over the center, and then right before the snap, he will quickly shuffle over, and then he's on the outside shoulder of the guard.
Look, they just looking in that conference. Buffalo, Kansas City, Cincinnati, Miami, Chargers, Jacksonville. Those are all winning like 10 games. Like you've got to win like at least a minimum 10 to get in the AFC.
All right, Pepe. They're getting the camera right in Bobby's face here for his moment on national TV on Fox, filming him. This one you can screw with him. Let's see if you can throw him off as we study the Jets in the film room.
So the defensive line, that's the whole strength of the defense. They've got good players at all three levels. They're really, really talented all the way around. But the defensive line with a four-man front, you've got Quinnen Williams, Quentin Jefferson. Those are the interior guys. Quinnen Williams is right there as one of the best defensive tackles in the NFL.
So he was my second star from Hard Knocks. It was Rodgers 1 and Quinnen Williams.
We're in sauce, huh?
Yes, definitely. Quinnen Williams was tracking his own sack total. I'm sure it was a little bit higher, but 9 sacks every intra-squad, 9 sacks going up against the other team, 9 sacks with his own practice. And they made a commitment and said he's a different dude. He's our Ray Lewis, basically. And Woody Johnson's kind of still seemed like he had to be convinced, but it looked like Quinnen Williams was wrecking everything. So amongst the D tackles in the league, he is where?
Top 3. I mean, he's right up there. He is in the Chris Jones, Aaron Donald type of conversation.
So this compared to the Giants D tackle matchup from week 1 is how much more difficult for the Cowboys interior?
A little more difficult. Dexter Lawrence is really, really good. But I think that Jefferson and Williams together are better than Lawrence and Leonard Williams. But Quentin Jefferson's really good. They rotate heavy. It's like the old Rod Marinelli defensive line scheme where it's just you're rotating guys, keeping them fresh the whole time. But they'll rush 4. They really will not blitz much, and then they just drop. They drop 7. Linebackers kind of read what's happening, react to it. Play a lot of zone. Like I said earlier, the corners play sides. So Sauce Gardner will play the left, DJ Reed on the right. They've got Michael Carter inside as the nickel. Michael Carter could be a weak link. And if Michael Carter's going to be in the slot and they're not going to travel guys, if the Cowboys want to just commit to putting CeeDee Lamb in the slot, that might be the best vulnerability that they can expose because it's really tough to find anything else. Quinnen Williams' brother, Quincy Williams, who's one of the starting linebackers there, he
had a game.
He may have been the best player on defense that day. He was great.
Wow.
And he is somebody who he can cover a lot of ground. He can make a lot of plays in the run game. He sees it quick. He reacts quick. He's somebody who can get off blocks. He's strong enough to do that. CJ Mosley, the other linebacker, that's a guy who's, been one of the top linebackers in the NFL for several years now. They're just really, really talented. They're really patient. They don't make a lot of mistakes in terms of tackling, and they're very disciplined. It's going to be tough. One area specifically that I'd be a little leery of for the Cowboys, we all think Terrence Steele's done a good job, and we're glad he got paid. Terrence Steele's biggest problem still is power. So typically he likes to just push guys upfield. He doesn't like to engage. John Franklin Myers, the defensive end there for the Jets, he likes to rush into your chest and just drive you back. That could be somebody that gives him a little bit of a handful.
See what he's doing?
Hogging the mic?
No.
Trying to get all the airtime?
Propping up that Jets defense. So when Dak puts up 320, 4 TDs.
No, when he puts up 220.
Oh, yeah, 220.
When he puts up 220, he has his excuse built in.
There you go.
I
I see right through. I like it, though. I'm here for it.
Ross just told y'all he thinks the Jets are better than the Cowboys defense, and we know how good the Cowboys defense is. So, I mean, it's not just me. It's a lot of people talking about it.
Be a great quarterback.
The Jets defense, you got
great.
one. Luckily, you got one, So, look, I think that this is going to be interesting. It will be the first time the Cowboys are really able to debut their offense because with the weather the way it was against the Giants, the fact that they got up big early and they kind of just went into protect the lead mode, they haven't been able to debut the offense yet. So this is about the biggest challenge they could have.
Little inside the star preview from Roberto in the Cowboys film room against the Jets Sunday right here on your home of America's team. Babe Laufenberg will join us, Cowboys color analyst, at 8:40 this morning. We got some changes that you need to know for your fast food selections. The Crab Walker has been caught, and how you can party with us tomorrow morning in Louisville with a big-time fan giveaway. That's next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy. Let's keep you healthy.
Minnesota and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The pitch is swung on, and there's a long drive to center field. Going back is Varsho. He's still going. He's at the wall. That ball is history. It's a 3-run Jimmy Jack for Nathaniel Lowe. Lefty against lefty. The Rangers lead it 4-0 in the fourth.
What are you laughing at?
Get the Fox crew in here, and Peyton plays a bumper that sounds like it was edited by my 10-year-old.
I thought you were laughing because you're fist pumping.
Oh, no.
So they're going to sit there thinking this is Jersey Shore for Fox NFL Sunday. And look at that glass. That might be worse than my computer screen.
Oh, my gosh.
Pepe, can we not wipe that down? Can we not got some Windex?
That's not my job title, so I don't know if I can do that.
First of all, how did it get? Why is there fingerprints up there on the top?
Bobby, Corey, I think they come up
because
there.
me and Kevin Hagelin, we like high-five each other.
Do it through the glass. Yeah, this is not me. I don't touch the glass.
It's, oh, God. It's like you're at the aquarium.
Pretty filthy at the
it's a big
aquarium.
handprint.
Well, then it's not mine. Rangers blank Toronto 10-0 on your home for Rangers baseball. The win streak is getting up there. The offense has woken up, and they're going to try to get it done again today. 5:30 pregame. First pitch at 6 o'clock. But, of course, Max Scherzer is done and gone for the rest of the regular season. So I'm going to be all in on Eovaldi. I mean, you got a perfect pregame before Eagles-Vikings tonight. Nathan Eovaldi on the mound. What is the pitch count limit? How effective can he be? What's the velocity going to be?
Someone's dying.
Because the rotation is dying. And what can Eovaldi be as a number one? Because you got no bullpen, and without Eovaldi, you have no starting pitching for the playoffs.
No, you really don't. Jordan Montgomery. If last night was a, precursor to things to come, then I feel good about that because he was pretty good last night. I don't know how much of that was the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays have, I don't know what to make of them. Like they've got talent, they can hit, they just can't score. I don't know what it is about them, but so if Jordan Montgomery pitched the way he did last night, that's pretty good. That said, they need Eovaldi to go and be the ace that he was for a portion of this season. A good portion of this season. That's what they really need. Early on, he was a guy that was like, okay, you could see him lasting through the year in the Cy Young talk. There was a real possibility of that. And he got hurt, tapered off a little bit, and he got hurt. And if he comes back and he's got something, if he returns to form, then maybe you have something.
All right, we got some college football notes real quick. Texas Tech gas and LSU cleats, along with Kirk Herbstreit's plane.
All right, so let's do the Texas Tech gas real quick.
Peyton, you can bring this up to your new girlfriend.
Yes, you can.
This could be a talking point.
Okay, I'll take notes.
Pay attention.
All right, so Texas Tech athletic director wants gas prices to go up. He wants them to go up. Why? Their donors, they have one of the biggest oil money donorship in the country. They're the only big school out west. The only big college football program in West Texas by the Permian Basin and everything. And they're saying when gas prices go up, they actually get more money. They get more money for their NIL.
Wow.
It's crazy. Like most of us want gas prices to go down, but not there. Cody Campbell was a former offensive lineman for the Red Raiders. He went on to co-found this Double Eagle Energy holding company. He is now a billionaire. He's got a $25 million NIL program. I'm sorry, $25,000 per player to all the football players. $8 million for all the athletes across all the sports, just there. And when their profits go up, that NIL money goes up. When their profits go down, that NIL money goes down. So Texas Tech, they really want high gas prices. They really do. But Kirk Herbstreit, mentioned him. Listen to his travel schedule for the week. He's in Philadelphia today. Okay, he lives in Nashville. He's in Philadelphia today. Friday night, he goes to his son's football game in Dayton, Ohio. Then he does Saturday college game day in Boulder. Then Saturday night, he's in Gainesville, Florida for Tennessee and Florida. And then he's home Sunday around 3 a.m.
Now, did ESPN give him a private plane?
Yeah, he's got a PJ that he flies to this. So 638 miles to Philadelphia, 478 to Dayton, 1115 to Boulder, 1479 to Gainesville, 518 back to Nashville. That's 4,228 miles between today and 3 a.m. Sunday.
But it's on a private jet.
Yes.
So no one cares. No one feels bad for the guy.
Cares.
Nobody cares. No one feels bad for his travel schedule.
You don't think that's exhausting?
No. If you're just, are you kidding me? If I could I don't even like flying. You know that? It terrifies me. But if I've got the plane to myself or it's a private jet, where I can just lounge out and just have some peace for 2-3 hours.
You would never get on a private jet. You won't even fly one of those 100-seat airplanes.
I also can't get the mental block out of my mind. And I was listening to Herb Street again this past weekend. He's so much better in college. I don't know what it is. I have a mental block about him doing these NFL games. He'll do it without Michaels tonight.
Yep, that's what it is.
But I can't separate it.
It's the mental block.
I don't know. I think he's better in college too.
Does he know college better, or is it just he's used to being the guy in the booth, and now he's sitting next to Al Michaels and he feels deference?
Well, that may be it. But in college, he has got 25 years of history of knowing every program, every single game.
Yeah, but they
play.
changed the personnel.
Yeah, they changed, but he still knows the programs, right?
Yeah.
I also think there is a psychological aspect that we defer to him as the authority on all things college.
But who was the Monday Night Football announcer with Witt and Tess? Witt, Tess, and
Boog.
Tessitore?
Yeah, Joe Tessitore.
Was Joe Tessitore bad in the Monday night booth compared to all the other sports he calls? In my opinion, he sounded worse. Sean McDonough sounded worse. I think of Sean McDonough as a baseball guy, college guy. Tessitore with fights, fantastic, incredible.
Tessitore's great in college football too.
Were they actually worse versus being in that Monday night booth?
It's really odd. You would think if you could do one, you could do the other.
Right.
Because Tess is really good in college
Marv
football.
Albert for me, I couldn't do Marv NFL. I couldn't.
No.
He was really good on radio NFL. I thought radio. Now I don't remember. Did he?
I mean, he
did.
He did TV, right?
Yeah, he did TV.
We've got Fox in here. Kenny Albert's done TV, and he sounds similar enough. Maybe Marv would have sounded okay because Kenny sounds like him.
Oh yeah. What do you mean maybe? I know you're too young, but I'm telling you, Marv Albert NFL never stood out. Even though you do get props for Dick Enberg. I love that you know Dick Enberg.
Yeah.
What's the final college one? Brian Kelly.
Brian Kelly is raffling off his shoes. I don't know anybody who would possibly want these. So their NIL collective that they pay student athletes, they're auctioning off these Jordan 1's Grambling edition sneakers that he wore, not for the game. These aren't game worn. He wore these on the walk from the athletic facility to the stadium.
That walk is a big deal to LSU fans.
Yeah, it's a big deal to every college. The ball walk, right? It's a big deal. To buy the shoes he walked 200 yards in.
To lose?
They're not even game-worn shoes.
Wow.
Some LSU alum would buy that.
I mean, they're cool-looking shoes.
Probably my guy, Emerald Pools. I'm sitting down with him, and he's like, oh, yeah, after this, I'm going to LSU, game in Florida, LSU. I'm like, dang. Y'all psychos.
Yeah.
Y'all are diehard psychos.
It's not like these are, again, if these were game-worn, I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. Just the shoes that you put on for a short little walk to the stadium. Your size, he's wearing size 10s. I mean, you got to find someone who's going to wear those.
I don't know. I think for an LSU fan, it might be more. If you're talking about the coach, that walk to the stadium is such a big deal for the LSU thing. Is that more like, I want the shoes he did that famous walk in rather than just the shoes he stood on the sideline in?
I'll tell you this, though. I saw this video. The dude in the all-white suit looking like the guy from The Hangover.
My family. That looks like Pat Mahomes.
That
looks like Fat Mahomes.
Yeah. This guy with the all-white suit on.
Oh, damn.
That's sweet. Like, if he auctioned that thing off, I would buy that, turtleneck and all. I want the glasses, really.
All right, the crab walker has been caught in Pennsylvania yesterday, thank God. His final piece of attire was an Eagle shirt. So the killer in Pennsylvania has been caught. What was this press conference? What the heck was this? Is this a prank? Is this a bit?
It was definitely a bit. It was definitely a bit. This is a random journalist.
Because this guy's 5 foot tall.
Yeah, so Danilo Cavalcante is supposed to be like 5 feet flat at best. So this guy wanted to crack a joke in the middle of the press conference.
Sir, was there any concern that he would team up with another small man to step inside the trench coat, Little Rascal style?
No.
That's good.
No.
That's a good question.
No.
I like that.
That's a great question.
Was there Eddie? Play it again, Pepe. Play it again.
Sir, was there any concern that he would team up with another small man to step inside the trench coat, Little Rascal style?
No.
That's bold. To be
is.
willing to stand up at that press conference and just go, yeah, come to me. I've got a question for you.
All right, Roberto, get us a fast food update before Babe Laufenberg previews the Jets.
All right, so McDonald's has made a terrible move. And it's not going to hit you for a while. It'll be about 9 years from now. But McDonald's is getting rid of self-serve soda machines. So you get the cup and then you go over and you get the free refills.
Years?
It's going to be a process that will be completed in 10 years. They're starting it next year.
Are they getting the touchscreen one where there's like a million different drinks on it?
No, because that is self-serve. They're getting rid of self-serve. It's only going to be behind the counter.
Nothing to do with color.
It's going to be behind the counter now. So this is something where...
Did you think you were playing something else?
No, I knew what I was playing. I thought it went along fine.
Okay.
Soda machines, white,
Sure.
What does that mean?
I like my soda. I mean, come on.
What?
All right. You know what? Just move on.
Fox, I'll pay you all $200 each to play that on Sunday.
Thank God they can't
cancel
hear his
Peyton
ad.
finally.
Good grief.
Everyone in DFW knows what he does. Put that on national TV. Get this fool canceled.
So McDonald's is starting to phase out the self-fill soda machine. So if you want a drink, they have to fill it up behind the counter. And they're not going to do so you can't just go there with but they're not doing the refills.
The refills, not old school.
So
dummy.
it's a single drink, no refills.
It's a save on cost. People deprive you of ketchup packets now.
Yeah.
You go and get a fast food meal, you do not get ketchup unless you ask for it. And you might get 2, and then they charge you extra.
Oh, I don't know who can order anything more than a small fry. If you order a medium, nobody can use just 2 or 3 ketchup packets. You need at least half a dozen.
Well, one of the things that's always been a fixture of McDonald's is the playscapes in there. Like, that's always been something that people have seen. That's going to be going away, too. Not completely, but one of the things they're doing is they're trying these downsized concepts where they're getting rid of their dining rooms. They're just going to be a drive-through window, basically, where people can do digital orders, and they're getting rid of their dining rooms in a lot of them. Not completely, but in a lot of them, they're getting rid of those, and so that's a big change for McDonald's.
There it is, a little fast food update from Roberto. Patrick Walker, Cowboys Jets preview at 9:20, but let's check in with the Cowboys color analyst, Babe Laufenberg. Preview Sunday next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with your security system. It is time for football.
limited-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Let's bring in Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness, home fitness equipment on your home of the Cowboys. You will hear Babe with that call, along with Brad Sham on Sunday, Cowboys versus Jets for week 2. Good morning, Babe. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. And I heard the Bobby Belt McDonald's update.
Yeah.
And as a former employee of McDonald's, I was very interested in that. Yeah, 3 years.
No.
Do you have a 401k through them?
I have a pension plan. I do. I have a pension plan. And, it's funny. Here's how sad my life was as a teenager. I lied about my age to get a job at McDonald's. I was 15.
Wow.
And I said I was 16.
Nice.
Babe, what's the secret to the fries? That's a serious question.
Yeah, I don't know, but they do. It would seem pretty easy, right? You take a potato, you kind of slice it up, and then you put it in a vat of grease, and yet nobody else can duplicate what McDonald's does with the fries. I'd like to take a little credit for that.
Oh.
But, yeah.
I heard.
I was in the day, too, when if you ordered a shake, I had to go make it. You had to go put it under the thing. You didn't have a little spout that you just pulled down on, and out came a shake.
Have you seen the Michael Keaton McDonald's movie?
I did not. I kind of wanted to, but I guess I still can, but I have not seen it.
They said what the secret is recently.
Beef fat.
Beef, yeah. That's pretty cool.
Oh,
is that legit, though, with the vegetarians? Can you eat fries in beef fat if you're a vegetarian?
You cannot.
I think if you're a vegetarian, you don't go into a McDonald's in the first place, do you?
Oh, impossible. Oh, I guess impossible is another. All right, let's get down to business. When did you get bored? When did you get bored in the Giants game?
Oh, probably right after halftime. Honestly, once, it was 26-0 at the half, but you keep working, and I was into it still. You got to keep entertaining the masses.
Yeah.
But I always say your job kind of as a broadcaster is to inform or entertain. And you try to mix both of them. And if the game's really good, you don't have to entertain, right? The game takes care of itself. And when the game becomes not so good, like that one did, then you got to kind of entertain. And Brad and I try to think of, big picture stuff and the next week and all these things that happen.
So
of course, we were talking about the big matchup with Aaron Rodgers at that point, but that didn't come to fruition, obviously.
So you wrote something interesting in the group text that I agree with, but I think RJ and Bobby would disagree with. You said that the Rodgers injury was obviously a season ender. No playoffs possibility for the Jets?
I think he'd be out even if they make the playoffs, right? With the Achilles.
Oh, no. Okay. Were you talking about season ender for the Jets or season ender for Rodgers?
Oh, for Rodgers.
Okay, so you don't think the Jets have no chance?
No, they have a chance. They have a really good team. I think the sad thing is for Zach Wilson. Let's face it, the Jets were going to not only go to the Super Bowl, but they were going to win it if they had Aaron Rodgers. That's going to be the narrative after the season ends. If we would have had Aaron, we were winning the Super Bowl. Well, he's won one in his career, right? But Zach Wilson, he's in I don't want to say a tough spot, but man, he's in a tough spot, right? I don't know how other way to put it. Because again, Aaron Rodgers would have made that throw. Aaron Rodgers would have scored that touchdown. Jets would have won that game if they had Aaron Rodgers. And clearly they would have won more with Aaron Rodgers, right? Then they're going to win with Zach Wilson, we think. But we'll see.
What's it like, Babe? Babe Laufenberg, join us here, 105 through the Fan. Like, so when you take over a game in the middle of the game, you didn't prepare for the game, you didn't prepare as the number one. Can you give him a break on that?
Yes. It is your job to go in, and while it's great to say next man up, the next man up would have liked to have had a few reps in practice that week. And, you don't get him as the backup. But here's the thing, too. Now, obviously, you don't want to lose Aaron Rodgers. But if you lose your starter, if you lose him early in the season, I think it's an advantage than losing him late in the season. And I say that because Zach Wilson's got a lot of work, right? He's got a lot of work in training camp. He's played a bunch in the preseason. You're more ready to go today than you would be if you sat around for 10 weeks and never really worked with your offense. And I think that benefited. We saw it with Cooper Rush last year, right? Dak goes out in game one. Cooper Rush he was a week removed from playing a ton of football in the preseason games and getting a ton of reps in camp. So I think you're better prepared, bottom line. Zach Wilson's better prepared to go win this game on Sunday than he would have been if you're 10 weeks into the season and you get thrown in there.
How surprised are you that Wilson has been a bust based upon what you thought of him coming out?
Yeah, I didn't have a real firm conviction on him either way. What is funny is that the number 2 and 3 pick of that draft are both going to be on the field suited up. Trey Lance was taken 3rd in that draft and Zach Wilson 2nd. And I don't think either team is San Francisco clearly was not happy with the pick ultimately. And, but hey, he was a 2nd pick in the draft for a reason, right? At some point, somebody saw a lot in him, and we'll see. He's so young in his career too that I just don't look at a guy 16 starts into his career and say, well, he can't do it. And keep this in mind: he was 5-4 as a starter last year. Now he didn't play great, but he was 5-4. And if you want to look at the Monday night game, Aaron Rodgers took 4 snaps, so he might as well have been the starter. So the last 10 games he's played, the Jets are 6-4.
Babe, when we're looking at the Jets defense and just how talented they are, they're very, very good with the 4 they have up front and the way they're able to pressure and kind of drop 7. Is the biggest vulnerability here that the Cowboys can potentially take advantage of is maybe some of these quick hits that they can get to CD with Michael Carter there in the slot? Because there's not a lot of weaknesses there on that Jets defense.
No, there's not. They're good all up and down, and they should be. They've got a bunch of first-round picks there. And when you're as bad as the Jets have been, and they have been the worst team in the NFL over the last 7 years, you're going to get a lot of high draft picks. So at some point, some coach is going to come along and say, man, we got a lot of talented guys over here. And but the interesting thing is they don't blitz. They play a ton of zone. They're not complicated defensively. They sit there with those 4 down linemen, and they come after you. And by the way, they don't take them out either. Quentin Williams played every snap. He played 69 snaps on Monday night, their defensive tackle. So they do not rotate a bunch of guys in and out like you see most teams do. But they're just solid on all 3 levels. But you're right about the slot. Sauce Gardner, he has taken, I think, 5 snaps in the slot out of about 1,100 snaps that he's played so far in the NFL. So they do not mix him around. He stays on one side. Again, it's not a complicated defense. You know who's going to be out there, and you know where they're going to line up. They're just really good at what they do.
Babe, I'm going to ask you a trivia question.
Usually Babe has the trivia questions.
And I'm going to need your answer in the form of a question, please.
Oh.
Like Jeopardy.
Is this Jeopardy?
Yes. Who was the last Jets quarterback to throw for 4,000 yards in the season?
Well, not only is he the last, he's the only one. That would be Joe Willie Namath.
Wow. Isn't that the most amazing number? I mean, that's 50 years ago.
He did it in a 14-game season. I mean, it's like the equivalent now of throwing for 6,000 yards where you say, oh. Wow. And that was in a day where, obviously, they weren't throwing the ball like they did today. Here, I'll give you another one. Ready? Who is the only, or which I should say, is the only NFL team that does not have a 4,000-yard passer?
Chicago.
So there you go. Very good, Bobby Belt, Chicago Bears.
Let's go to a bar and win the trivia.
Only team without one. That's crazy.
Babe, did the Cowboys answer any question in your mind with the Week 1 performance? Any question you had about them? Or just,
it was such a dominating performance, which isn't a revelation that I don't think anybody saw that coming.
Right.
When we talked last week, I did point out I didn't think the Giants were there yet, and that game was pretty evident that they could not play with this Cowboys team. But I told everybody. Phil Simms called me. We always talk, and I just said, this is a really good football team. And I said, they don't have a weakness where you say, we got to figure out a way to cover up this or this guy or that position group. I mean, they're good across the board. Offense, defense, every level, they're really good. And again, I would have loved to have been the one that said, I think they'll beat the Giants 40-0.
Right.
But that was a really dominating performance. I mean, there's no way around it. The one thing, it got so sloppy, and it's funny because I hear people talking about Dak, and Dak didn't do much, and this. And that weather was so bad up there. I mean, it was coming down about as hard as it could come down at times. And it's just, hey, it's tough to throw the ball, tough to catch the ball in those conditions. And I thought it was miraculous that Cowboys didn't turn it over. Tony Pollard had the fumble, but Tyler Biadasz got on it. But to come out of that game in those conditions and not turn it over was really remarkable.
Babe, I think this is going to be a really big week for Damone Clark. Because it feels like a game where the Jets are going to set up to really try and run the ball. They go out there with a lot of 3 tight end sets and really try and I think work the defense there. And that's been an area the Cowboys have struggled in. How big is this, do you think, for Damone Clark to step up? Mozzie Smith, Jonathan Hankins, those guys keeping him clean.
Well, I don't know how much Mozzie Smith is going to play. He didn't play much last week, and he didn't play great. So I could see, we're not counting on Mozzie Smith to stop the run. Let me just say that. I don't know if it's Damone Clark. It's the whole really front seven and the safeties getting involved as well. But, yeah, if you're the Jets, it's twofold. One, you don't want Zach Wilson throwing it 50 times. And two, I think the Giant game showed, and I think it was happening early last year, you don't want to have this pass rush. You do not want to be in 3rd and 8 and face this pass rush. So I think, running the ball, I think they're just going to try to run it, make 3 yards, or run it, make 4 yards, and get it to 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2, something in that manageable 3rd down situation. Now, most teams want to do that, but I think this week it's going to be even more so than that. Plus, this is a team like the Cowboys. They can play to their defense a little bit, right? Their defense is going to keep them in a lot of games. They don't have to score 30 points to win because that defense is so good.
Thank you, sir. Have a fantastic call on Sunday. We'll be listening.
Okay, thank you, guys. Have a great day.
The great Babe Laufenberg, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment. Friend of the show, former GM, Mike Bassick's GM, Steve Phillips on the Rangers without Scherzer. Final hour next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Tomorrow, we need you to stop by. This is the most commitment that I've seen from the Tolos in terms of coming out to one of the Firehouse tours, and we're 2 for 2 in terms of crazy turnout. I told Sandler yesterday how many Tolos came out to the first 2, and he was pretty shocked as we were when people were rolling up at 5:30 and 6 and 6:30 in the morning. Tomorrow's in Louisville, Firehouse number 3, 500 West Round Grove Road. 500 West Round Grove Road in Louisville. We have over 70 fan pint glasses to hand out as we'll be doing the show out there.
And look, there may be a little bit of a drizzle. Don't let that dampen your mood, because I will be out there throwing a football in this rain if it does rain. Because I'm gonna
maybe Jerry will sign you too. All he cares about is gripping a football in wet conditions.
You know, the good thing is he doesn't have to check with anybody. He can make the evaluation on his own and just decide to pull the trigger. But I'll be out there throwing a football in the rain, showing off my natural God-given athletic ability. The
that
type
you
of
lost to a 110-pound vegan guy with a nose ring.
I think that's
not even the cool nose ring.
I think that's a mischaracterization.
What's the cool or not cool one?
The one that like Zeke has and Alvin
Septum
Kamara
piercing.
The bull ring?
Yeah.
The septum piercing.
He's got the.
Is that your septum right there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Cody's got the stud.
Now he's got the hoop.
Oh, the hoop.
The hoop around the
And he beat
nostril.
you in a throwing contest.
Okay, but he also played baseball, and he can, like, sling it. Like, you'll see. He would outthrow you two as well.
So you think you can outthrow
There's zero
us?
chance.
Oh,
he
I know
outthrows
I
me.
can outthrow both of you.
There's zero chance. I will spot Cody 30 yards, and I will outthrow
You're
him.
probably the least coordinated person in the station.
Well, that's because of the issue I was explaining during the break and the illness I fear that I have. But
You know, you too could have played baseball if you weren't homeschooled.
I mean, that's all we had was the baseball in, like, the backyard,
Yeah, he
right?
was
Was the
first
Sandlot
team,
game.
First team all backyard.
First team all backyard.
His mom made him his varsity letter.
Every single year. Every single year, baby. One of one.
Tomorrow morning in Louisville, come on out. Firehouse number 3 with the fan pint glasses that we're kicking out. Tonight, Thursday Night Football. I already said. Now, Bobby, you didn't get a chance to comment on why the Eagles will be disappointing. I said take the Eagles and run with the 6 points. Eagles are favored by 6 over Minnesota. Cody's Minnesota Vikings, as he just texted us some expletives and an insult to the morning show. But this line has been moving down. It was at 8, and now it's moving down to 6. Is this because of the injuries, Bobby?
I mean, it would have to be. There's nothing that gives you a ton of confidence about the Vikings right now. I mean, the way they looked against Tampa in the first week and some of the, the dim projections that were on the Vikings at the start of the season, there wouldn't be a reason you'd think that it would be moving down other than the injuries. Because obviously, like we mentioned earlier this week, Nakobe Dean is out for several weeks, one of their linebackers. They're now going to be missing James Bradbury at corner, Reed Blankenship, who is probably their best safety at this point. So that's a lot of contributors there on the defense that are going to be out. And, I mean, is that going to make things easier for Kirk Cousins and Justin Jefferson to play pitch and catch? I mean, that may just be why it's kept close or why the line is that way.
And look, their offense is good enough for a backdoor cover anyway, Minnesota's. An 8-point spread, like that's, look, you want to get your favorites at 6, 6.5. You don't want 8 because then now you're into 2-possession games and that's very, very dicey. Although you're going to have to go in and look and, obviously last year's different story. They don't, numbers for road teams on Thursday nights are not great either, so it is surprising it's going down a little bit.
I mean, and look, the other aspect here is that the Eagles are also, I mean, they're basically the Navy of the NFL. They just go out there with the triple option.
Yes,
they
absolutely.
have no ability to throw the ball. They look a lot like how Sean will look at the Firehouse throwing the ball tomorrow.
Let me say one thing about that, because I am undefeated in fan morning show throwing competitions in Oxnard. Well, you might have gotten one.
You're undefeated in
accuracy.
Yeah, you won the accuracy one into the trash can.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what did you win?
The one where we were trying to hit the star on top of the
Jerry's Tower?
Jerry's Tower.
Okay, maybe you did win that.
They call that the Cooper Rush.
Oh, I'm undefeated in horse.
Horse, yes.
The problem with me, if I don't know if I'll be able to get a true grip, if I'm like 50-50, if I can get the true grip, if it's an NFL-sized ball, I can throw it. It could slip right out of my hand. I mean, all jokes included.
Because of the rain?
No, because of my hand size.
Oh, well, you said it, not me.
Yeah, it is. It's true. If I can grip it, I can rip it. But otherwise, it could be an unknown. What is also an unknown is the Texas Rangers pitching. All of it. We know about, well, I guess it is known. Bullpen stinks, and now you have no starters left. Max Scherzer gone for the year. Chris Young confirming yesterday. Max confirming, and Chris Young said doubtful for a playoff run. Steve Phillips, who was on during one of the Firehouse Fridays, former GM, was talking about the Scherzer injury and what the Rangers are left with.
It's one thing because my instinct was it was concerning because I look at it as a compensation injury for the forearm, that his forearm was bothering him, in some ways compensating, and now the tricep hurts. And he actually talked about the kinetic links and how they're connected to each other. And so what it means is he now has to heal the forearm and the tricep. And I think those are going to be challenges for him to have to heal. And so, and we've seen him late in the year, and he talks about, late in the year, everybody's always got something, there's always something hurting. Yeah, for him, every year. And so I think that this is going to be something that's not going to be a quick turnaround. And it's going to affect the depth of their starting pitching. And I give him credit, though. He pitched well for the 5+ innings he did throw yesterday, although he got away with a lot of pitches down the heart of the plate. And I put that a little more on Toronto than I did on Scherzer's great performance. But, for Texas, they're going to have to slug. They're going to have to score. The Evan Carter kid who's come up in the absence of Adolis Garcia, he's a really talented young player. Hit his first home run against them in the game on Monday. They've gotten contributions from a number of different guys. Seager, 3 more hits in the game yesterday. Seager's an animal, man. He is such a good player for them. Jonah Heim hasn't been quite the same guy, but they're getting, spotty contributions from others, and it's going to come down to can they pitch enough to get there. Even in the bullpen, Chapman came in, and Davis Schneider, the young kid from Toronto, hit a home run against him yesterday on a hanging slider. So the bullpen, even on a day where Scherzer was pretty good, and some of the relievers were good, they make you worry for sure.
Amazing he was able to give that analysis while standing in a drain pipe. That was very impressive from Steve Phillips that he didn't get distracted by the rats and the sewage. He's right though. The biggest thing here is just it's the starting rotation was something they tried to address at the deadline. Obviously, that was enough of an issue once Evaldi got hurt, DeGrom, now it's Scherzer. All of that, you still were just hoping with those guys healthy would cover over how bad the bullpen is. And you were concerned that it wouldn't be enough. Now that you lose Scherzer, you don't know what Evaldi's going to be the rest of the way. It makes it really tough to see them having enough pitching to contend.
They don't have a number one right now. They've got, let's just say Evaldi settles into he's like pitching like a 3, right? Which, by the way, when Scherzer and DeGrom are healthy, he kind of is.
Of course.
So you basically are going to be running out there 3 number 3 starters. Gray's a 3. Montgomery's a 3.
Can Evaldi be a 2?
Well, let's just say, yes, he can.
To be a 3 behind DeGrom and Scherzer is not really a 3.
Correct. He could be a 1. He could be a 1 if he's healthy. This year, he pitched like a 1. But let's just say that he's good enough right now as they get him a little bit stronger towards the playoffs. He's a 3. Gray's a 3. Montgomery's a 3. Look, rolling out 3 threes is not ideal in the playoffs. But any one of those guys, I would not be stunned if in a playoff game, Montgomery goes out there and gives you 6 innings with 1 run. I would not be stunned if Evaldi, if he's healthy, if his strength is back, does the same thing. That is what you can get that ready. But the problem is you're going to go up against the other team's number 1. Do you really feel good about it?
MLB Network just now, Pepe caught it while doing his interview with Fox NFL Sunday back there. Man, they talked to you more than us, Pepe. They liked your segment at 640 so much?
Yeah, they liked that. They said, it's a payload. They said, and then we liked your drops that you played too, so the guys can't cancel me yet.
So MLB Network was talking about the risk that the Rangers have taken of signing and acquiring some older guys.
They start next year. They know they don't have DeGrom for the first half of the season. What version of Scherzer? Again, I saw this movie in 2020. That's 3 years ago now. In 2021, I think we just did this segment, Lauren, about the dangers of of starting pitching, giving it a lot of money, going long term. I'm about to get a call from every agent who has a free agent this offseason. By the way, Jordan Montgomery, free agent, is making himself a lot of money.
Yeah.
But it's a dangerous game, especially with the older guys.
And that's what I said yesterday. Are you getting bad injury luck or kind of what you signed up for?
This is what you sign up for when you've been unable to develop pitching, though. Like what are your options when you haven't been able to get the guys developed in the minor leagues? And you're hoping that changes. You hope you've got some guys in the minors that you'll be able to develop. But
since the All-Star break, they've lost the following to the IL at some point from Jared Sandler: Seager, Heim, Young, Adolis, Eovaldi, Scherzer. 5 All-Stars, and the other one is a future Hall of Famer. So that's what has been happening to them. They try to beat down Toronto again tonight, 5:30 pregame. First pitch, 6 o'clock on this station. Oh, the Tolos did it. They just sent me Dion's motivation for this week. Colorado State's head coach has criticized Dion for, let me know if you get it, Pepe. Better to play. Well, it's too late now. Jaden Norvell, he said, I sat down with ESPN today. I took my hat off and I took my glasses off. And I said, when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and my glasses off. That's what my mother taught me. So Jaden Norvell going at Dion for wearing the hat and glasses while talking with the media. I love it. I love it. Dion and Colorado, they got their it's personal this week.
God. This is a team that lost they got doubled up by Washington State.
You got it? Hang on, I think Pepe's got the audio. Let's see how it sounded.
And I sat down with ESPN today, and I don't care if they hear it in Boulder. I told them I took my hat off and I took my glasses off, and I said, when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and my glasses off. That's what my mother taught me. So.
Oh, no.
I told you.
That is, he said that.
He said it very aggressively.
You know where he said that?
In front of people.
In front of people. He got boosted. He got booster banqueted right there.
Boosted.
He got boosted. This is what happens. You do these coaches shows at your smokehouse.
Pep rally.
You do it at your fast casual smokehouse somewhere.
Yeah.
And you get all amped up.
Run your mouth.
You get a little bit of liquid courage in you.
Yep.
Your ego pops, and all of a sudden you're like, I'll tell you what I told ESPN. I told him I took my glasses, my hat off. And that's what my mama taught me.
I guess he's got nothing to lose. Do you know what the spread is?
22.5.
23.5.
It's 23.5 now.
Colorado's favored. So I guess why not?
Yeah, why not? Like, what are you going to lose, right? Just go out there, guns a-blazing. Let's do it, man.
Why not get boosted? Yeah.
They got boosted.
This is George Michael, way back when.
A lot of people got boosted.
Yeah.
Very bad. Very, very bad.
Man, George Michael, the original Sports Center, went off that Ken Griffey Jr. would wear his hat backwards in interviews. Son, turn your hat around. Son, take your hat off while you're sitting down talking to me in an interview. And they're like, F off, old man.
Old man.
Get out of here, geezer. So there it is.
R.I.P. George Michael.
Colorado State. Pouring some fuel on the Dion fire. Let's preview the Jets with the Aaron Rodgers fallout. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, joins us next. But first, we were talking about it.
PBR Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk, very highly rated segment because of the KMC masterpiece. That's coming up at 9:40 on a cloudy Thursday. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, let's bring in Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar, the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Every single Tuesday and Thursday, proud to be the casino of the Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Patrick, why is Brandon Cooks on this injury report?
That was a surprise for all of us, guys. No injuries were reported on Sunday other than Chuma Edoga. He got poked in the eye. He went back in the game. Brandon Cooks finished the game. There were no whispers of anything being wrong on Monday or Tuesday. And then yesterday he pops up with a knee injury on the Cowboys' first injury report. Spoke with Mike McCarthy about it. Mike said it happened at some point during the game. But, again, he finished the game, and he didn't miss a single snap from it. Spoke with Brandon Cooks in the locker room yesterday, and he said he deferred to Mike McCarthy as far as, giving a prognosis for his availability, which I don't give too much, credence to as far as, what does that mean? I think it's just a thing of he doesn't want to overstep the head coach who might, choose to use some gamesmanship at, this week with that situation. But he himself, Brandon Cooks, said, quote unquote, I feel good. That's enough for me to at least have a lot of optimism for him to, be on the field on Sunday. But also, I'm tempering that with I want to see today's injury report because yesterday was a walkthrough for the Cowboys. Today is a full practice. Show me what Brandon Cooks did today in practice. If he's at least limited, then I'm like, okay, maybe they're just kind of resting a knee that he bumped or something like that. But if his DNP did not participate, then, okay, we can start raising an eyebrow. So today is going to be a big one for him as well as Donovan Wilson and Tyler Smith.
What is the expectation for you with Tyler Smith? Do we expect to see him out there in at least some limited fashion? I know yesterday McCarthy had said that he thought Wilson was actually ahead of Tyler Smith.
Yeah, and I'm told that, Mike McCarthy himself, he said it, but prior to Mike saying it, I was told that Donovan had a pretty thorough workout, and then Mike confirmed it. But then having some more conversations about Dono and that workout, I was told that he looked great were the words that were used. He was running full speed. He was, in cuts, in and out of cuts and breaks, and he was doing everything he needed to do. So I feel good about Donovan Wilson. But again, today's a big day for him. Tyler Smith didn't get much word on how his workout went, which, you could take it either way. But Tyler Smith, I talked to him in the locker room, and he wants to play. And I'm of the mindset that the situation with him and Dono, both, if this was a game where playoff seeding was at stake or playoff berth was at stake or you were in the playoffs and whatever the case may be, I think both of those guys would be on the field, would have been on the field on Sunday. But Cowboys are just being super, cautious, which I'm totally fine with. It's a long season. My gut feeling with Tyler Smith right now is I feel better about Donovan Wilson taking the field. I think that Tyler Smith, hamstring, you want to be precautious with that because it can nag if you allow it. So if you don't rest it right, he'll be less than 100% all season, and that's not what you want.
Patrick Walker joining us here, 105 through the Fan. How good is this Jets defense? Are they better than the Cowboys? Are they as good? Are they a little bit worse?
Whoa, sir. Whoa. Okay. Let's all just calm down. No, all jokes aside, to answer your question, frankly, no, they are not equal or better than the Cowboys defense. And that's just being objective because objectively speaking, you could argue that the Cowboys defense is the best in the league right now, but it most certainly is in the top three. And the Jets defense isn't in the top three, but I would give it top five, especially after seeing what they did to the Buffalo Bills. Now, let's quantify that or let's qualify that by saying Josh Allen gave that game away. 4 turnovers, and when you look at the 3 interceptions, only one of those was a great play made by the safety Whitehead. The other 2 were basically Christmas gifts in early September. So as long as the Cowboys play clean football and they can block up front, and, of course, when I say that, I'm talking about Quinnen Williams. So if, in fact, Tyler Smith is out, Chuma Edoga played very well. He wasn't Tyler Smith, but he played very well against a very good New York Giants defensive front. I'm confident that he can replicate that, hopefully so, against Quinnen Williams if Tyler Smith can't go. But for me, it starts with not just Quinnen Williams, it's those linebackers, man. It's Williams and it's C.J. Mosley. Those 2 guys are just robotic in how good they are. And you got to drag those guys out of the middle of the field, because if you do that with counters and misdirections and, flat passes to the backs out of the backfield, then you open up the middle of the field, and then you could tenderize it with Cooks on slants, CD on slants, those tight ends, Jake Ferguson, he's champing at the bit to prove that he doesn't drop footballs, and I agree, because he hasn't dropped one all last year before dropping that one on Sunday. So the Jets defense is something to be respected, most certainly, at all three levels. They can be dynamic, but they're only as dynamic as you allow them to be. And that goes to not giving the ball away. Whereas when it comes to the Cowboys defense, they're going to take the ball away. They're going to get in your face as a quarterback. They're going to bully you. They're going to bully your offensive line. They're going to make your receivers work with Stephon and Trayvon and those safeties back there. They're going to make your tight ends work, J-Ron, Marquise. So that's the difference between the two defenses. One needs you to give the ball away. The other is going to take it from you.
Why shouldn't the Jets come into this game and run the ball 20 times in a row to open it?
Because they should run it 40 times in a row to open it. Breece Hall, we talked about this on Tuesday. I know you guys were talking about Garrett Wilson. In respect to Garrett Wilson, he's a super talent. He really is. But the best way to neutralize Garrett Wilson is to neutralize the other Wilson, Zach. And you can do that, but it starts with stopping Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook. You stop that tandem and you force the game onto Zach Wilson, and it's the exact opposite of what would have happened with Aaron Rodgers. You don't necessarily want to force the game onto Aaron Rodgers, because he'd be more than happy to throw it 40 times, and he'd probably win the game if he did throw it 40 times. Zach Wilson throws the ball 40 times, you won that game. But so you got to delete Breece Hall as much as you can, delete Dalvin Cook, and that deletes the play action, which I was doing some numbers digging on a couple of days ago. 40% of Zach Wilson's plays since he's entered the league 2 years ago have been on the play action. 40%. So stop the run, and that leaves only 60% of the playbook for Zach Wilson available, and that's just straight dropbacks, and that's when the Cowboys defensive line can tee off, and he has a bad throw percentage under duress of 25%. That's 1 out of every 4 balls he throws is bad when he's under duress. The takeaway opportunities will be there. Starts with stopping the run. But if you're the Jets, you know that. So you want to challenge the Cowboys to stop the run, and until they can do it, you're going to keep doing it.
Let's talk about this profile piece that you did on DallasCowboys.com with
Noah Igbenogany.
Well done.
There you go.
Well done.
Hey, I've mastered it now. Everyone else tries to avoid it. They'll call him Iggy. They'll call him Noah. On purpose, I'll keep saying his name whenever I can to train my, to be able to say it. So, yeah, Igbenogany. I got it.
What did you talk to him about?
Well, I love his mindset. Obviously, his football IQ is high, but the thing that stood out to me most in his first interview after he landed in Dallas via trade from the Miami Dolphins was his humility, his growth, his maturity, and talking about the Miami situation. And he said, yeah, it was tough, but I feel like I had to go through that. God had to take me through that, and it got challenging, and he started praying for change, and he said, that's when the trade happened. He said one day after he really prayed for a change, he was on the way to the facility the next day, and his agent called him and said, turn around, go pack your stuff, you're going to Dallas. And he said he felt like that means his prayer was answered, but then he was like, we'll see. Okay, well, let's fast forward to his first ever snap as a Dallas Cowboy. Juanyeh Thomas blocks the 45-yard field goal attempt by Graham Gano, who scoops it up and runs it in, but Noah Igbenogany, explosive start to his career. He had 1,009 snaps for the Dolphins with no touchdowns. He had 1 snap for the Cowboys with a touchdown before he continued to play the rest of that game. So I talked with him yesterday. He was smiling ear to ear. He was talking about how his family was reacting. They couldn't believe it. They rewinded the DVR several times to try to figure out who's number 19, and they were like, oh, shoot, that's Noah. So when you have that kind of heartfelt emotion from family members and just the player himself. And he says he feels as if that touchdown was confirmation and it was surreal in real time. He felt like it was God saying here, as in to say, yes, this was your answered prayer. So regardless of what happens with Igbenogany going forward, regardless if he ever scores another touchdown this season, and I do feel like he'll be an integral part of special teams and that cornerback rotation if injury happens. The way he broke into the Cowboys game in his first ever time in the uniform is just special. And kudos to that young man for hitting the ground running.
Great work. Thanks again, Patrick. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you next time.
Yes, sir. Talk to you next week.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. And we have the bar totals from the Aaron Rodgers bit that was being done in Wisconsin. $20K over 3 hours.
Yes. So this was the obviously the Aaron Rodgers bar where they would they would pay your tab. There were some rules, but they would pay your tab if the Jets lost a game that Rodgers started as a quarterback. Jack's American Pub. Well, the highest number, the highest tab was $160. That was the biggest bill. It was all on beer. 350 people.
What a bunch of cheapos. Lightweights. Wisconsin, I thought y'all could drink.
Well, they're beer people. Right? They're
So
Great American Lager.
$160 in beer, a lot more than liquor.
Theoretically, yes. 350 tabs were opened. The largest bill was $160. They had plenty of rules. You had to have your own tab with a card to the bar, no group orders, maximum 2 drinks per bar trip, no pitchers, no top shelf liquor, beer, rail, and shots. Like that's what it was, right? Mm-hmm. Well, the highest tab was $160. No food, right? There was no food on this. Okay. So it was just on alcohol. If you figure in the average tab coming in at $50, that's around 17 grand. And if the average tab is 60, you're at 21. So figure between 17 and 21,000. That's a pretty good night.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. The fellas join us to get you closer to the weekend. Crosstalk KMC after this. What is that outside? What is that?
Rain?
It's wet. Rain. And I guarantee you're about to see some red and blue blinking lights throughout the rest.
105.3 The Fan segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
He swings and launches one deep right center field. This has good carry, and that ball is history. Mitch Garver goes oppo. Number 17 for Mitch Garver. But Jimmy Jack gives Garver 45 RBIs and gives the Rangers a 10-0 lead.
And that's how it would end. Time for Crosstalk here on your home for Rangers baseball with Kevin Hagelin, Mikey Bassick, and Corey Majors. Yes.
What the hell's happening on your show? Why is everybody so concerned
with their health?
Rightfully, maybe rightfully, I don't know, with their health conditions. Are you okay?
Dude, hearing these two in every commercial break be hypochondriacs, it's amazing. They think that they're physicians. They think that they're medical experts. Now, they're probably way more aware than
we're just Googlers. We're good Googlers.
I mean, Bassick.
You've been to the doctor a lot, right?
I've been, in the last 10 days, I've been to a lung specialist. I've been to, I got to go back today to get my sleep study. I've been to a cardiologist. I've been to my regular primary for a physical, and they're setting me up with a GI specialist to figure out why my liver is fatty, why I have sludge in my gallbladder, and why my spleen is enlarged. Look,
we know the answer.
We know the answer.
Yeah. But you don't want to do the thing that would maybe help.
Stop drinking?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to stop drinking. I'm not going to.
I don't want something bad to happen to you.
I appreciate that. Neither do I. So I'll change the diet up a little bit. You know, the high blood pressure, the 150 over 95, whatever the hell that I've got right now, very high. My cardiologist is like, yeah, it could be because of the coffee you drink. It could be sleep apnea, which kind of boosts your blood pressure. It also could be that you need to lose 10 pounds.
You could be pregnant.
Could be pregnant.
Says gallbladder sludge seems to be more common during pregnancy. So.
That's if his cardiologist wants to figure out the cause, just listen to his last commercial that he read. That's why we're going to get moved in Oxnard. It is so loud and so wired. He's never tired in Oxnard, waking up at 2:40, and now Bobby is over here freaking out, looking up WebMD stuff with his MRI tomorrow. We got an MRI tomorrow.
Yep.
We got blood pressure machines over here.
You having tricep spasms?
Why don't you wait until the end of the results for the MRI?
It's a different. It's an MRI for a different thing. It's a lumbar MRI.
Oh, okay.
So,
but you think you have?
Oh man.
You think you have something that's causing your shaking?
I don't know. The shaking leg, that's ADHD.
Oh, okay.
That's me popping my leg. That's what's driving Mike nuts on the fan cam.
Well, I turned on the
deal with it. Mike.
I went to YouTube and turned it on. You guys were on commercial break.
Did you leave it on?
And no. And then it's just during commercial break, and it's the camera over your left shoulder, and I just see your leg shaking.
Yeah, you can see it right
like
now.
Crazy. And I'm just like, do push-ups, do jumping jacks, do something. If you have that much twitch in you, do something that is physically active instead of just shaking your leg. Like, you could benefit from the energy that's in your body right now. Every 15 minutes, you could do a 3-minute exercise if that is what you have inside your body.
Do you know how fast it would be? 2 hours into me doing it before Sean would be like, "Stop doing push-ups! You're driving me nuts!" Where the leg shaking, he
at
can't
least
see.
you'd be doing something productive during a break.
But you can't see me
You
doing
come
it
over
right
here
now.
and take a 4-minute nap on
That's
the
true.
couch.
I haven't sat on the couch in a while.
That's true.
Although now I'm gonna have to do it all day Monday. I think.
So what are you researching? What do you think you have? What are you looking up?
So what is this? I don't know how to pronounce this. This is what WebMD told me I might have. That was the strongest match. Cervical spondylosis or something.
Your
It basically
cervix?
means disc. Yeah, that's it. Disc degeneration in your neck potentially.
Doesn't everyone have a hypochondriac, though, in their family? It's someone who actually likes going to the doctor. Like, RJ, deep down, kind of likes it.
I'm a different one. I think I have everything.
My mother-in-law loves going to the doctor.
I won't go to the doctor because I don't want confirmation of what I think is killing me. So I'm different. I don't actually go, and it drives Kristen nuts.
I can see that.
What do you think, Mike? Does this make you sick? You look disgusted by the softness, or
what if there's something really wrong with it?
Yeah. What if we have to make some sad announcement?
Judy's like, look, kids,
So your neck's bugging you?
Get out of here.
Yeah. I mean, I get pain in the neck.
Like,
every
I would
now
love
and
to
then.
ask your wife how many of these she gets per week? How many
They're
people
more
come in?
hypochondriac parents,
Yeah,
right?
it's parents that call a lot.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, there are
versus people going in. I know something's wrong with me. I need a prescription. Hook it up.
Well, there are some parents that definitely come in and say, write a prescription now. And my wife says, I legally cannot. I have to check out your
Give me that
son
Ozempic.
or daughter.
She'd love seeing me because my mom can't call her.
Yeah.
Because they want morphine. They're like,
gone.
can I have some
And then
morphine, please?
We will diagnose
That'd be
your
a special
child.
hotline.
And if we believe your child needs that medication, then we would write you a prescription. But we're not just writing prescriptions out because you told us to.
Man, the one time we took Noah up there and they said they had to
To
do
Mike's wife?
Oh, yeah. That's his pediatrician.
Oh, dang. Let me get a hookup.
Well, I mean, it's not free.
Yeah, you can go you have insurance, so good. You can go in there.
Yeah. And
No free rides to the Bassick house.
Come on.
he had to get a catheter, and they were like, do you want to leave the room for this? And I said, yes, I do.
Yeah.
And I left, and you could hear him scream.
Yeah.
It was unfortunate.
Gosh, Kevin. Way to bring the room down. We had no room down moments before that.
Okay. What
I went
if
to the doctor last week and thought I had a concussion, and my doctor was like, the symptoms will go away.
Does he work for the Dolphins?
What did
Oh my gosh.
what made you think you had one?
Saturday night I had reached across to get my water, and I hit my forehead on the corner of the dresser. And then all week, like I was having headaches and I was having sensitivity to light and all.
And
sorts
last
of stuff.
Friday at Wild Wings, he looked at Mike and he goes, I'm feeling a little loopy.
Yeah, I
He
wasn't.
told his
I wasn't
wife
right.
he was thinking about retiring. She slapped him right in the face.
She would never do that.
Said, you are not retiring.
She knows better.
Are you in that type of financial situation?
What,
That you could
retirement?
retire?
Hell no.
Right?
I have to sell all the kids.
That's right. What's coming up on the show?
Sell
the show.
Right out of the gate, Rangers win. The curse of David Clyde. Get ready for
Rangers
that
win
one.
because Rangers lose because.
Yeah, your MVP,
I like that.
LVP. And at 12:20 today, Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Michael Young joins the show.
Well, Dr. Mike was correct about.
I honest to God, am really good at arm injuries with.
Oh, I thought you were going to
pitchers.
say the Dak injury.
Well, I mean, I
He was right about that, too.
I mean, he does run like a fullback now.
Nobody knew I had a second surgery.
You were right.
We all knew.
Lies. We all knew.
You were right about Scherzer not throwing another inning or pitch in the regular season.
Yeah. And then the tough thing is now that they say teres major, if you kind of know the rotator cuff, the teres minor is part of the rotator cuff. So this is a connection. When we talked about the kinetic link, this is a connection to the shoulder. And when the rotator cuff goes, career pretty much over. If you talk to Dr. Meister, talk to Dr. Conway, talk to James Andrews, they will tell you we have the elbow pretty figured out. I'm not saying that Max Scherzer's career is over. I think he'll be pretty darn good to start spring training next year.
Yes.
But you do always have to worry when it's a connection to the rotator cuff because that is not figured out yet. We honestly have no clue on how to fix the rotator cuff when it is broken.
Can Evaldi become this team's one? Kevin's already thinking.
He's somewhat going to have to, but he can only pitch probably 5 innings come playoff time.
5 come playoff time.
Today, he's going to throw 50 to max 60 pitches.
Right, but against Toronto and the way they're swinging the bats, that's 7.5, 7 1/3.
You still don't want to do that. You don't want to. Your Dr. Meister, I'll use him specifically because he's the Rangers team doctor. He would say, no, you do not have a guy get up and down that many times. That is not good to the arm too. So it's whatever comes first. I would say 4 innings or 60 pitches.
Yeah.
And then the next game is whatever comes first, 5 innings or 75 pitches. And this is no setbacks, feeling great. Nothing bugs him because once again, he is under contract next year. And that is a major difference. You will push somebody pretty hard for a playoff run when you have no involvement with his career after this year's over. And because he has 1 more year on his contract, you do have to watch him a little bit more carefully than, no offense, Jordan Montgomery, you're not feeling good? Well, let's see what you got left. Unless you know you want to offer him a 4-year, $80 million contract. And
do you think they do know that?
They would know, I think, at this point.
They know right now. Chris Young knows how competitive they want to be in the Jordan Montgomery offseason. But I have no idea.
Yeah.
Did you guys pay attention to the Mexican alien?
Heck yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Okay, so is that are we buying this? Is this
I don't buy
Until disproven.
I don't buy life outside of Earth.
Same.
But
what if it's in a different galaxy?
We talked about that. Like
outside of Earth would qualify as that.
Well, no, because like
no. Even
yes.
I don't
Good
in
point.
our
In our solar
spectrum
system.
in the human spectrum of what we have discovered. I don't believe we have discovered life.
Do you believe in ghosts?
I believe in angels and demons.
It's ghosty enough.
Okay.
So it's kind of your definition of ghost.
But I mean
So-
that a house can be haunted. Shut up, Kevin.
Don't you have, isn't your bed and breakfast?
I think in a way, yes.
Oh yeah, I've heard that before.
No, you're gonna hurt business.
I think in a way, yes.
In a way, yes. Okay.
But I think that, I mean, if there is life outside of Earth, I don't believe that we have seen it yet.
Oh, definitely not.
Because if these aliens are coming to Earth, where are they going? And I said this yesterday. Russia, China, our enemies, right?
China.
Why? So we've created a pact. The only pact we've created, like we want to nuke them and they want to nuke us, but we know if whoever sets it off first, we destroy each other completely. But we've created a pact on the alien life. We have this great pact no matter if Biden's the president or Bush or Trump or Obama. Like somehow, some way, we've created this great pact with other countries about alien life in our world. But we have no pact otherwise. We want to kill each other, destroy each other, take each other captive, rule the world. But our pact is, no, we do not talk about the alien thing we all know about.
Because you'd think if they could figure that out, they could be like, hey, should we work together on other things? And they're like, pass.
NASA,
just the alien.
NASA, they published their findings at 8:30 this morning. NASA, by the way. They have done a year-long study in UFOs and UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena. And NASA Administrator Bill Nelson said the agency wants to shift the conversation about UAPs from sensationalism to science. Nelson added the panel found no evidence that UAPs had extraterrestrial origin. So he's like, look, man, we have these sightings that exist, but we don't have any science to back up how they came about.
Tell you that. What do you say that guy's name was? Hugh Man?
Bill Nelson.
Oh, okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to believe in extraterrestrial life. Now, I have not had any semblance of an encounter that leads to any proof of that, but I think
How far away do you think they are? Do you think they're on Mars and
No,
Venus?
I think they're in a different galaxy.
Yes, that's
and
what I
they've
think,
created,
too.
I mean, in a way, Star Wars hyperspace.
No, I think there's like another Earth in another galaxy.
Yeah, then maybe we haven't seen them. I'm not
There's a
saying
billion
aliens have been
galaxies out there.
here. I believe in them. Maybe they've been here, maybe they haven't. But I could see RJ's philosophy is they just exist elsewhere and they don't know about us.
Foreigners.
Yeah, they can't get in our galaxy.
Good
we don't know where
Lord.
theirs
They
is.
haven't traveled to Earth.
They haven't gone through the Milky Way. They're in some other.
Gotcha.
There's another Earth and some other galaxy. Probably there's a lot of there's a lot of these things. Galaxy
I think that's
things,
somewhat
right?
believable.
Yeah, but I don't think they're like on Jupiter or anything like that. No, I don't think they're.
Where they're traveling to Earth,
They would have found us by
probing
now.
us or whatever,
Yeah.
you know, and then just leaving and almost 99.9% of humans don't know about this at all. It's only the select few, like Biden and Putin. But you know, but they keep that a good pack.
Folks, I was a little boy. We the aliens came down here from outer space, and they wore a suit. And they went 88 miles an hour, and the flux capacitor, Doc Brown, and everybody was out there, folks. It was amazing. We all had ice cream and squirrels and puppy dogs back then, and there was vanilla with the sauce, the chocolate sauce.
The sauce.
I had the nuts, folks. That was amazing. Oh my God! And then I said to my dad, I was like, "Oh, can we get a popsicle now?"
The KFC
after the ice cream.
After the
So much sugar.
KFC is like someone to find the man.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the Truck Wreck. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know if we necessarily need to do a rain report like we did yesterday, at least in...
It's going to rain. Very probable today, I would say.
But the Metroplex is huge.
Incredible nap weather.
So, yes. But
we can't see it today outside. It is very dark and cloudy.
It is.
But we can still believe it.
It's awesome, though, it's raining.
Whoa.
I mean, how bad did we need this?
Yes. No, you are definitely right about that.
We needed rain, man. It's nice to have it in the yard.
I'm glad I got my walk in before it started to rain.
By the way, I'd like to, before we start off.
You want to call out your neighbors who still have their sprinklers on right now?
No, I do that all the time. I'd like to shout out Justin, who is at Kroger just down the street. Now, he's wearing Lakers gear, so I immediately spotted him in Kroger, and he didn't say anything to me. But as I was getting to my car, he yelled Tolo. He was listening to New School with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And I just wanted to give him a shout out.
Hold it. He was wearing Lakers gear, so he wanted to avoid saying something to you?
No. I just noticed because when I see Laker gear, it just irritates me. And he told me he's a big LeBron fan, but Justin's also a big Tolo. So I just wanted to shout him out at the Kroger. They have a new barista there. I needed to get a coffee, a Starbucks. I had a coffee this morning at home, but I'm like, I need another coffee. I'm running on fumes. I got nothing left. And they have like a new barista there. And you can tell she has no clue what she's doing.
Oh, no.
She had no clue yesterday. But, hey, all the credit in the world. She's learning, right? I get it. I'm getting crappy coffee from her learning. Eventually, she'll know how to make the things on the menu and do it. But I'm suffering through a new employee. Not every time I say a word, and I don't even know the grande, venti, all that stuff. I'm just like, hey, I need the pumpkin spice latte slim, which means like non-fat milk.
Okay.
And
She thought you were calling her slim?
No. You can see her wheels turning going, oh, God, why couldn't you just ordered coffee? You know, like I can tell. And
that's a tough thought at a Starbucks. I wonder how many people just order regular coffee.
Unfortunately, her manager, I saw leave because she has a sign. It's like 7-year barista, and she knows what she's doing. And I was like, oh, she left. And I can see her going, dang it, I have no clue how to do a pumpkin spice latte dilly bopper. So I went and shopped, came back, and it's still not ready. And you can see the look on her face like, you're screwed. And I'm like, I know I'm screwed. I totally get it. You're learning. And then the manager comes back and puts a top on it. And you can tell like she's looking at manager like, I don't think I did this right. And then the manager says something to me and I'm like, yeah, thumbs up. And she puts a top on it and gives it to me. I take a sip and I'm like, this is not pumpkined.
Garbage.
This is not spiced. And this is not latte'd. And it doesn't even taste like coffee. So I like just gulped some of it down just to be like, more caffeine, please. And then that was it.
But Kevin, he's also, you know how Mike doesn't like conflict. So he, instead of he just dropped it in the trash can outside and went to another Starbucks, right?
It's in my car right now. I took like 3 big gulps of it to just get half of it down and be like, that was a waste of $6.44. But maybe I'm helping her out.
Buy coffee at home, Mike.
I did. I had a coffee at home. I'm done. Like I have nothing left.
After 2:00.
Maybe. We'll see.
Okay. We really want to
Do you want him to take a nap during the show?
I just really want to encourage the audience that this is going to be like, this is going to be a heck of a show today.
Really?
Maybe Mike on fumes is the best.
And
Mike.
I'm not doing crosstalk because remember, you guys are letting me have off because I could only get my therapy at 2:00 on Thursday. I usually do it at 3:00.
I do not want you to miss out on that.
So I'm doing that. So that means no crosstalk for me so I can get home and be on my computer. Last time we had a soda meeting. It really screwed up my
All right, Mike, let's get
therapy.
into it. Fire off cut number 1 if we can, please. Or else
Mike's
this
just
is the
opening
segment.
up to us.
I want you to get to your
shutting him down
therapy.
here,
I
dude.
do.
Wow.
All right, Justin.
The pitch is swung on, and there's a long drive to center field. Going back is Varsho. He's still going. He's at the wall. That ball is history. It's a 3-run Jimmy Jack for Nathaniel Lowe. Lefty against lefty. The Rangers lead it 4-0 in the 4th.
You hang it, we bang it.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact.
That is a fact. Now, it seems like every bit of good news for the Rangers comes with some bad news.
I told you yesterday.
I know you did.
I already knew it.
But they won again. That is now 5 straight. That is the longest winning streak in Major League Baseball. You have created not a cushion, but at least you are now in the wild card race, and you are now ahead of both Seattle and Toronto. You have the tiebreak on Toronto. We've talked about how you would have to really collapse to lose the tiebreak to Seattle. You've won 5 in a row. So good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. And then you find out that Max Scherzer is not going to pitch for the regular season, and Chris Young described it as unlikely that you would see it in the postseason. And that felt like a very friendly use of that word.
Yeah, he shouldn't pitch anymore the rest of this season, no matter how far you make it in the playoffs. He should be taking the medication that Meister recommends. He should be going to TMI in Arlington when he can. He should be doing all the exercises they want him to do. And the next time he should pick up a baseball should be in December to start a slow throwing program to get him ready for mid-February when spring training starts. That's what Max Scherzer should do the rest of the way.
And I'm sure because of the type of person he is, Kevin, that he will do nothing but what they tell him to do.
I don't think that you believe
He
that.
won't put in any extra, I promise.
And I do think this. I do not care what Max Scherzer says. I do not care what Nathan Eovaldi says. The Rangers should go to a 6-man rotation next year. And most likely DeGrom's not pitching for you one pitch next year.
Yeah.
Most likely he will not throw one pitch for you next year. It'll be 2025 when DeGrom pitches for the Texas Rangers again.
Well, hold on. You said you don't care what Scherzer says, but you know he's going to balk at that, right?
Supposedly, from what I understand, I've brought this point up, and I don't think that the veteran guys like Eovaldi and Scherzer would want to go to a 6-man rotation. And I would say history and your arm and your age, and Jacob deGrom's here for 4 more years. Next year most likely doesn't pitch, but then he's here for 3 more years. It just makes all the sense in the world if you're going to go with older guys, injury history, that you give them an extra day every time all season long.
Now, I will give credit to Evan Grant. At least this is the first time I've heard the phrase, the curse of David Clyde.
What does that mean?
You got to have a curse, right? Well, you have 5 Cy Youngs now sitting on the bench.
Oh, my gosh.
With DeGrom and Scherzer. And then think about it. Since the All-Star break, the Rangers have lost 5 All-Stars at some point in the second half of the season.
It's because we brought David Clyde back to celebrate him?
Yeah, we brought him on the show, too, man.
Oh,
and the
crap.
ratings
Are
have
we
just gotten better
complicit
for
in
the
that?
show.
Oh, no.
Since then.
So while we go up the but I will tell you this. I think, and there's still a lot to be determined with this Rangers season, I think the Rangers have shown to be incredibly resilient through these injuries, we're a week and a half removed from it looking like they were straight up done. And here they are, still in it.
I just want them to make the playoffs. I understand that this team does not look great on a piece of paper for a long playoff run because of injuries. But just make it. Just give me a 3-game series, and maybe you get, I don't want to say lucky, but maybe you get hot in that 3-game series against Minnesota or Tampa, whoever it is, and you get to the divisional round. That being said, for another day, another topic, would you rather just lose there instead of lose to the Houston Astros? Because I don't think I can take it. I don't think I can mentally take the Houston Astro fans in a playoff series.
Yeah, that is interesting. And I want to add on to this because I guess I just didn't understand this at all, is power rankings out today from ESPN for baseball. They have the Rangers sliding from 7 to 10.
It's like they're not watching baseball. I don't know how they're doing power rankings. They're like, we're always at least 2 weeks behind.
Yeah, because if you tell me that the Rangers are 10, I have no issue with that. I'm here for that. But how in the week where they're currently on and it came out this morning. Yeah. That's why I want to stress that. It didn't come out like 3 days ago. It came out this morning. They are aware, one would think, that the Rangers are on a 5-game winning streak, longest in Major League Baseball, and be like, hey, that's pretty good. You can stay where you're at or whatever. But instead they went from 7 to 10, and I feel like we all thought last week or the week before they probably should have been in that 10 to 12 range already. Right. But now that they've won 5 in a row, ESPN's like, we're going to drop them.
They're struggling with watching baseball at ESPN. Maybe they fired so many people, they're just like, hey, Shlomo, you do it today. But you look at it, and didn't Milwaukee sweep us in Arlington? At least they won 2 out of 3. They might have swept us. And I'm like, wouldn't you, if you were running the power rankings, look at Milwaukee's record, a team that's fighting for a division, winning a division at the time, and go, man, they just went to Texas and swept them. When I'm doing power rankings, it would make sense, even though Milwaukee has a hair worse of a record, to power rank them ahead of the Rangers, that they just went to Arlington and swept them. Like, no, we didn't even know that happened. They're not keeping up with it. It's tough for power rankings. I think they try to do power rankings in the other sports like football, but football's so easy to keep up with. I only have to keep up with one game a week for each team, where you're having to keep up with 5 or 6 games or a couple series per team. And I just don't think the people doing the power rankings are paying that close attention, except most likely they're East Coast people, so they're keeping up with the NL East and the AL East, and they're not really keeping up with the other teams besides those 10.
From the 469, I'm in charge of power rankings at ESPN.
Oh.
I'm doing it just to make you guys mad or to tick you off. I can also see...
It shows the uneducation and the lack of knowledge that they have.
I can also see how you could go and look at like some things and go, all right, I'm going to pencil these guys in as 1 through whatever.
Right.
And then you get down to the Rangers because you forgot. You know, like
Right.
the Rangers are nationally, Kevin...
They're nothing. They
Nothing
don't
to
matter.
most people.
Sure.
I even saw yesterday, Kevin, the wild card matchups we want to see most on CBS
Yeah.
Sports. Guess what? Rangers weren't even listed in there.
That does not surprise me.
Nobody really knows what they want to see. Now, if the names DeGrom and Scherzer were involved, I bet you would probably have more people wanting to see those matchups.
No, I think you're onto something here. Now, the good news as well is you are even in the loss column with the Houston Astros if you're still holding out hope for that. Now, I realize you lose the tiebreaker to
Don't worry
the
about
Houston
that.
Astros.
Don't
Okay,
worry
fair
about
enough.
that, dude.
But with Cleveland and Boston, both of those teams' seasons are more or less over. I realize statistically they could still pull something out, but it would have to be the most incredible thing we've seen in the history of baseball. So your next 2 series, you still got to finish up with Toronto tonight, but your next 2 series are against 2 teams whose their season is realistically over. We'll see. That doesn't always mean anything for the Rangers. The Rangers were reeling, go up against a team that they needed to beat, and that team needed to beat them to stay in the playoffs, and the Rangers have steamrolled them.
Kevin, I'm looking at tonight first, all right?
Fair.
I'm looking at tonight first, and here's why. Last night, at the end of the game, Toronto started booing their own team.
I love it.
And I think the Rangers, instead of Mike doing the, you know what, we can coast on this game, this is where you need to find out like how much of a shark they are and how much of a bully they can be. They need to go into tonight's game saying, we're picking this one up because all the rest of these matter for our positioning in the playoffs at the end of the season. You can't lose this one. Because if you lose this one, I know you're ahead of Toronto right now.
Yeah.
Bury them. Bury their emotions. Make their fans boo them even more, and everybody go, man, what is wrong with this team? Move on from them after tonight. But that's what I want to see tonight, Kevin, is a team that rolls out there and says, we're going to make them go away tonight.
Because you talk about this when you go head-to-head. This is one of those 2-game games, right? Where if they win, now they're half game back.
Yep.
If they lose, now they're 2.5 back, and they also don't have the tiebreak against the Rangers. So, no, that makes a lot of sense to me.
And then it proves also that it's not you thinking about everything else. It's you thinking about you and what you want. And you want to win, you win the game then.
And this is a tough combination because unlike most of the season when we're like, oh, we got Eovaldi, let's go, is you have a very short window for Eovaldi. And last time we saw him, obviously, that window was not good. So,
well, he was good last game.
Oh, yeah, it was the game before that.
Yeah,
but you're right.
First game back, not good. Second game back, good.
Good. And so hopefully we will see another good version. And Corey's right. You can pick up another game on Toronto. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, is it unfair to already bury the Jets season? What recent history tells us. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Best Buy Windows.
At Best Buy Windows and Siding, we offer transparent pricing, like 10 single-hung windows for $54.50 with free installation and a lifetime warranty.
Amazing quality, the very best prices. Best Buy Windows and Siding.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Takes the snap, drops back, looks over the middle, under pressure, and he will be sacked back to the 32-yard line by Leonard Floyd. And Aaron Rodgers gets up with a limp. Aaron Rodgers right now doesn't look 100% right. 11:15 to go in the opening quarter, and Aaron Rodgers is injured on the sack by Leonard Floyd.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Obviously, the Cowboys have the Jets coming up, and I think it was on Tuesday, actually, Robert Saleh said, I don't know why people are trying to put an obituary onto our team's name. So I decided to kind of take a look back at recent runs in which the quarterback went out, the star quarterback went out, and how your season went from there. All right. If I told you I have 8 examples.
What?
From the last 20 years.
Small sample size.
That 20 years is a long time.
But 8.
Okay. Well, it doesn't have
I need
that
20.
much,
I need once a year, Kevin.
How many of those 8 do you think went really poorly?
Half.
Okay, just half?
Yeah.
Okay.
One more than half.
Okay. All right.
Like really poorly, meaning just
your season just.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
No,
going to say half.
I'm going to go with 2/3.
Okay.
I think so.
We'll find out. 2003, the Atlanta Falcons. Michael Vick was the quarterback. Michael Vick was an MVP candidate the year before, finishing 4th.
Was this the dog situation?
No.
Oh.
That was
injured.
That was a little bit later. Yeah. He broke his right fibula. The Falcons went 2-9 from there, and they finished up the season 5-11. Fair to say you can chalk that up as a loss?
Yeah, 2-9 from there is bad.
2008. This might be the most complex one. Tom Brady gets hurt in the very first game of the season.
10-6 didn't make the playoffs.
It was actually 11-5.
Wow. That's your Tom.
And didn't make the playoffs, though, right?
Yeah.
That's part of your Tom argument.
That's weird.
So, exactly. And we'll get to more about the Tom argument in just a second.
Okay.
But do you consider that a win then? Like, your team still went 11-5.
But didn't make the playoffs.
I know. So do you classify that
extreme failure?
And they were
No, dude, that was a success.
okay. I'm just making sure.
That season,
They
they
just
had
unloved.
hope because they were like, "What is happening here?"
Super unlucky.
That's where they started to believe in Belichick
Yeah, 11-5, not making the playoffs.
and his future with Christy Brinkley.
That what?
We'll get to that later.
Is that a thing?
Uh-huh.
Oh wow. Oh, okay. I'm really intrigued now.
Oh, did I delete it? I'll go find it.
All right. So just if you want to get into the Tom Brady, Peyton Manning argument, Tom Brady gets hurt, the team goes 11-5. Peyton Manning undergoes 2 neck surgeries in 2011. After he left, the team started out 0-13.
Yeah, they did really bad, and then they got Andrew Luck.
So that's a huge success.
Well, we'll get back around. Is it? We'll get back around to Andrew Luck in just a second. But there's another loss. Now we get to the Dallas Cowboys, who managed to pull this off in back-to-back seasons. Good for them. In 2015, after an awesome 2014, Tony Romo broke his collarbone in the second game. He was out for 7 games.
Cowboys go 8-8.
Nope. He came back in week 11.
Oh yeah.
And then he got hurt again, and he was out for the year.
I remember having to pretend because all the Cowboy fans that are like super homers are like, yeah, I know we're 2-9, but he's back. And if we win out,
That's
you're just
true.
like, I think we played the Carolina Panthers that day, and then he got hurt again. And it's just like, dude, there was no way we were running the table.
Can you name the 3 quarterbacks who played in his stead?
In 2015, wasn't one of them the Patriots dude that was
Ryan Mallett? No, not Castle. Matt
That
Castle.
is correct.
Did Brandon Whedon have
That
any?
is also correct.
That's the last first-round pick to play quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys.
Kevin, I do think that was that the same year we were doing the Dave and Buster stuff.
Yes, it
and each week we were just like, oh
it was
my
so depressing.
There were so many people there too, though. They wanted to be around us.
Absolutely,
just like an old 75 for every Cowboys away game.
On every Cowboys
every
away
Cowboys
game?
away game, I'll be at old 75. You can just hang out with me.
Is that where I can get one of those snappy hats?
Absolutely.
Whoa!
It does snap in the back too, so that's a.
Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore also got some time as the Cowboys went to a robust 4-12. However,
I remember hearing off the record, but it's on the record now because I'm saying it. Is Jason Witten was like,
how off the record words.
I'm not even sure Kellen Moore can see me because I can't see him.
I think it was a little more blunt. I think it was even more blunt than that, Mike, but I appreciate you cleaning that up a little
I am
bit.
also,
He's just so little
Because I did hear
there.
that as well.
The next year, though, the injury worked out a lot better. Well, not for Tony Romo because he was still hurt. But then you got Dak.
Oh, yeah.
And they went 13-3. So that's clearly a win.
Yeah, that's the one.
And then the last few on the list, Packers 2017. They're 4-1. Aaron Rodgers gets smashed through the ground by Anthony Barr, and they finished the season 3-8 to go 7-9. Like from there, they went 3.
Okay.
2017, the Colts. Andrew Luck is now hurt. They go 4-12. 2020, Cowboys. Dak gets hurt again, or Dak gets hurt. Excuse me. They go 1-3 and finish 6-10. So my point is, I understand Salah's not going to come out and be like, "Oh yeah, our season is cooked." But in the last 20 years, you have these 8 examples. 2 turned out well. 1 ended in the playoffs, and that would be the Dak-led Dallas Cowboys, which even then, you remember, people are like, the second Romo comes back, you need to get rid of Dak, blah, blah, blah. And then the other win that we counted was the Matt Castle team that went 11-5. Those other teams, 5-11, 2-14, 4-12, 7-9, 4-12, 6-10. And this is a Jets team that I know has an awesome defense that we'll talk a little bit more about as the show goes on. But a lot of the hope was built around Aaron Rodgers.
Yes, I agree. And somebody did say, of course, Kevin would omit the Brady winning the Super Bowl when Drew Bledsoe goes out. He said 20 years, so he
that
went
was
back
before
that far.
that.
But Kevin, that being said, what did that team have? They had a quality backup. They didn't know. Nobody knew it. But they also had a really great defense, right? Like that had a.
That's true.
And even last year, you look at the whole San Francisco 49ers fiasco where they have to turn to Brock Purdy, and they have a great defense.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't get hurt, maybe you don't see the Eagles in the Super Bowl last year. So I do think that you look at a couple of those things and you're like, was the team any good? No. Right? Like, were those Falcons teams, were they good, or was it Michael Vick carries this team?
Yeah.
And you look at those Cowboys teams, and it was Tony Romo was pretty much all you had on that. This Jets team specifically, I think they have a quality defense. We talk about their secondary a lot. They have good players up front as well. They need to decide that their running game is their feature. Zach Wilson is not the quality of, but again, we didn't know what quality Brock Purdy was. We didn't know what quality Tom Brady was at the time. We know what we've seen from him so far. He
still needed Drew Bledsoe's help to get this.
Zach Wilson, we know what we've seen from him so far, and it hasn't been good at all. And by any means, was it any good Sunday night? No. But the team itself was enough to carry through those down moments to allow the quarterback to have a good week here and there. So that is the one thing where, Kevin, when people are just kind of laughing about the Jets and how clumsy this looks for them and how bad it looks for them, man, if that group went back to the locker room and they like, look, we just got to win. Now we're going to go put the work in. You better be ready for them on Sunday because they're not going to come in and just roll over for you. That's not how it works. So their defense really still has some pride in it, and they're going to want to come in here and try and shut down the Cowboys offense because Cowboys offense is talking like, look, we haven't done anything yet either. So
Which
Kevin,
is good.
So I I'm not looking at this game as one of those just easy coast through it kind of games, especially after what you did last week. What you did last week was one of those where you could be like, man, we can hang our hats on that for the rest of the season, right?
Carry over.
But that's not what the championship teams type do. Each week they show up for this. So I'm not looking at Sunday as just a cakewalk for anything.
Okay, I am, because I'm not on the team.
Okay.
So I hope that nobody on the team is viewing it that way. I think that the Cowboys should win this game emphatically. But then again, people hold the Buffalo Bills in high esteem. And Aaron Rodgers missed, I know he played the first 4 plays. But other than that, he missed the whole game. And they
27-0.
Yeah, they still lost to the Jets.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Cowboys, easy win. Book it.
And somebody from the 4-3-2, Romo would have won that year. Like, listen, I don't want to have that conversation. But again, look at that team. Was that not one of the Dak rookie season team? That team
14
was
and 16.
That team was
those teams
built.
were good.
Their defense was good enough. Their offensive line was dominant. They should have been great, but they fall short because, again, that one component's missing, whatever it is. And, Dak, he started flat in that playoff game, and then they come back late, and it just doesn't work out for him. But again, all those teams that you named, the ones that had good football teams built ready for it, were able to stay afloat throughout the season.
And I think you see the progression from 2020 to 2022. Somebody asked why I didn't bring up Cooper Rush. These were all like majority of the season
like
or
full
season-ending injuries. But I will say it is pretty encouraging that just from 2020 to 2022, you went from, 6-10 to Cooper Rush and the team went 4-1, and obviously a lot of that is due to the buildup of the defense over the last couple of years.
For
so
sure, man.
That's an encouraging sign, and I understand why Robert Saleh said, hey, don't count us out. Just history says 25% chance that they can still put this together, 75% chance that their season does not go the direction that they had hoped.
They could still have a good season and not get to the playoffs, not fare well in the playoffs or whatever, and still have a good season. And you think that would probably give Jets fans hope for next year, or do you think they'd be like, well, Rodgers isn't coming back?
No, if they go like 9-8 or something and just miss out on the playoffs, and they're like, and then we got Aaron Rodgers coming back, 15-2 at worst. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little baseball nuggets with Mike Baschak?
All right, sweep time. Let's get greedy next. Mike Baschak here, former pro baseball player.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that'll be sold direct to the public below market value. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pashek.
It's official, NFL fans. We are down to an NFL season in Major League Baseball. There are 17 games left for the Texas Rangers. So right now, we have an NFL season left for the Texas Rangers.
In like 2 weeks, like 2 weeks of NFL season. That's awesome.
So if this is it right here. Now, unfortunately, the news was official yesterday.
Yeah.
Max Scherzer done for the year.
Not like
1% chance he pitches in the playoffs. I'll give it 1% just to be careful there. But
fair enough.
He's probably not going to throw another baseball till December. And that's good because if you go Google rotator cuff, teres major is a big muscle. Teres minor is part of the rotator cuff. Believe it or not, doctors were somewhat smart when they started calling things random names, and the teres major and teres minor connect to each other, right? They're really close to each other.
But would you rather have the major?
100%.
Which
if it's
is a
teres
little
minor
weird.
tear, his probably career's over.
Yeah.
You might as well just say, I'm going to the Hall of Fame in 5 years. So there's a good chance that he recovers from this and pitches in 2024 for the Texas Rangers. But very, very small chance he throws a baseball again for the Texas Rangers in not only this season, but if they make the playoffs. I will say this, man. The Rangers are giving us hope again. I don't know how much hope there is to go to the World Series, but the hope of making the playoffs is there again. You've won 3 in a row against Toronto. You have the tiebreaker. I think the really cool thing is when you start looking at the half games, if you pull up the standings, the Rangers are in great position because as a player, what we do is you look at the losses. So if you're used to NFL season, I totally get it. You don't really have to do this. You've pretty much played the exact same games. But when you're playing 162 games, you really look at the loss column when you're trying to make something up. So in a weird way, you're a game back of the Astros.
Yep.
But we look at it as a baseball player as saying you're kind of tied with the Astros. Now, you don't have the tiebreaker, but the Astros are 83-64. You're 81-64. You haven't lost those games yet. So you can say, look, we have 2 games to make up. One of the games is to make up today, as in you don't have as many off days as the Astros have. But if you were to win today, you've made up one of those games you haven't played yet. You've now won that game.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? Is since you're so late in the season, I know everyone's tired, but I imagine also very motivated. Just having to play those extra 2 games, do you think that matters at all from a fatigue factor?
It helps out managers with bullpens.
Okay.
If that makes sense, because you're going to have an off day in there where your bullpen doesn't have to pitch. Where at this point, your bullpen's going to have to pitch. The Rangers don't really have anybody who's a CG guy. Sure. And, even last night was tremendous by Montgomery.
Yeah.
I mean, this was awesome the thing that, and I get, everybody asks this, everybody believes, not everybody believes, but a lot of the thing was, Evaldi really stepped up when DeGrom got hurt on April 29th and couldn't pitch anymore, and then he really took over. It's like, man, I'm really going to half-ass it in this month of April, but man, if DeGrom ever gets hurt, I'm really going to pick up the pace here and be a good pitcher. I said this
That's not what happened?
On the pregame and postgame show. In baseball, I really, in a way, yes, I care about you as a human getting hurt. I care about you as a teammate getting hurt. I want you on the team helping us out. Max Scherzer getting hurt has nothing to do with Jordan Montgomery or John Gray. It has a little bit to do with Andrew Heaney or Cody Bradford. I'm assuming they're deciding between those 2 guys to take his spot in the rotation to finish out the year. I do think they're going to keep Martin Perez in the bullpen.
Yeah.
But that's the only person that it kind of affects that their role would change. Montgomery, nothing changed yesterday. He didn't go and go, I got to pitch good for Max Scherzer. And if he wouldn't have got hurt, I would have pitched like crap. You know, I mean, it's just, I'm getting ready for my game. Evan Grant asked a question. Evan Grant did a great job of asking questions the other day to Max Scherzer along with Leslie McCaslin. But it's like, no, it has nothing to do. It's not like basketball. If somebody in basketball gets hurt, that's a major weapon for you. You have to totally change the offense. I might have a different role. If I'm Josh Green, I'm averaging 6 points a game. Guys get hurt, I need to average 20 points a game. That's a major role change for me on this team. That doesn't happen in baseball. In baseball, when guys come up to bat, it doesn't matter that Max Scherzer's on the team or not. You know, when I'm pitching my game, it doesn't matter that Max Scherzer is on the team. So, anyways, I do like the standings right now that have the Astros tied in the loss column. You're one game up on the Mariners in the loss column. You do hold the tiebreaker there, and most likely, we've talked about this, you better hold the tiebreaker at the end of the year.
It ain't going to matter.
Or Seattle has really overtaken you, because that would mean they've won 6 of 7 to finish the season against you. And Toronto has 66 losses now to your 64, and the tiebreaker is yours at the end of the year. Now, I wanted to ask Corey, this is our question to Kevin. Right. Kevin, were you upset with Evan Carter yesterday because he only went 2 for 4 and had a big RBI later in the game?
Because he had another strikeout. He
did strike out. I just wanted to know.
Was it looking though? I don't remember. That wasn't a strikeout looking.
He swung.
He swung the bat this time.
Okay, that's what Kevin wants.
Yeah.
He's like, look, don't go out like
honestly, and I know we're joking around, I will tell you something huge in addition to getting on base. Getting on base is a big deal. Is he had a hit with runners in scoring position. I know we got to the point where at 10-0, you're like, woohoo, well, you could take that out. But this team has been doing better with runners in scoring position. And that was a big, as much as we talk about their bullpen, and rightfully so, their gigantic dip in runners in scoring position batting average played a part in this struggle too. So good on Evan Carter. No, in all seriousness, I'm still going to be crap when he messes up. He's been awesome for this team as that little like jump start, you know?
And if you're getting on base, I know this isn't doable 500% of the time at the bottom of the order.
Yeah,
man,
great.
that gives Simeon and Seager great
Simeon's
opportunity.
Gotta love him,
right? Now
and
I
you
know
got Tavares some rest too.
Yeah. Now I want to bring up Leody Taveras. This is an article out this morning on MLB.com. It says one player from each team who took a big step forward in 2023 as the season is coming to a close for most teams. Hopefully the Rangers do have a little bit more season after the season ends. And they do list Leody Taveras. And here's what they say about Leody Taveras taking the big step forward. Earlier this season, it seemed like the real Taveras, the one who was once the Rangers' top prospect in 2020, had finally arrived at the big league level. Through the end of May, he was hitting .310, and then his slashes, .803 OPS. I won't go through all his slashes through 41 games. He was unable to sustain that pace and even struggled to a .194 average in August, but he's held his own in a powerful Rangers lineup. In 11 September games, he's hitting .375, breaking free of the slump that had hampered him last season. He's done everything you could ask from a 9-hole hitter and figures to be a vital part of Texas' formula for success the next few years. That's from Kennedy Landry on MLB.com. So I wanted to read that, and I agree with a lot of those things. The one thing that I don't know about is how much of the future Leody Taveras holds in a Texas Rangers uniform. I'm not trying to get rid of Leody, but I was listening to Jared Sandler last night, driving back from doing my TV job. He's doing the postgame show here on 105.3 The Fan, and he says, look, the only people that he's going to Sharpie in on the Texas Rangers next year in their lineup are the 3 infielders, and that's Simeon, Seager, and Young. He said everybody else, he's not saying that they're going to be gone.
He didn't say Nate Lowe.
No, because he's saying that they might use him in a situation to get something that they find maybe more valuable, and you might say, hey, Justin Foscue, get on a first baseman's glove. We just traded Nate Lowe for a really good young starting pitcher that has 3-4 years of control because the Rangers have struggled to develop starting pitching. So he's not saying that they're trading Nate Lowe, but he's like, they will not talk to anybody about Simeon, Seager, or Young in a trade. And he said they're probably not going to talk to anybody about Evan Carter in a trade either. But he was like, Leody Taveras, you might have to give to get. So if you want a really good young pitcher who isn't dealing with injuries, who has 3 more years of control, you might look at Leody Taveras, Adolis Garcia, Nate Lowe, not all of them together, but you might look at those and teams that are like, hey, we're not looking 3 years down the road. We're looking at next year. We want help, but we do have a plethora of this. Maybe they have a couple of right-handed relievers that throw 101 and they're willing to get rid of one. But you have to be willing to get rid of Nate Lowe or Adolis Garcia in that situation. And maybe the Rangers are like, look, we are so desperate for quality right-handed relievers. Remember, Stratton, Chapman and Will Smith. Adolis and Araldis screw me up big time. Okay. But our 3 major relief pitchers are all free agents at the end of the year. So the Rangers are going to be desperate for relief pitchers in this offseason. It will be the biggest need of the Rangers. Maybe not the most vital, because starting pitching is a little bit more important, but we've seen how relief pitching can really hamper a season when you do not have it. So the Rangers might have to trade some pieces off of their big league team, Ezekiel Duran, for instance, to possibly go get pieces that they just don't have developed and pieces that aren't ready to help out. And the Rangers really don't have young relief pitchers or young starters in their minor league system ready to help out in 2024. So what he's saying is you might have to use some of these pieces that have helped you in 2023 to trade for pieces that you don't have in 2024.
Kevin, do you feel confident? Like, what if Wyatt Langford is ready for it next year? Like the way he's hitting,
you know how I feel about that.
Would you run into next season with let's say, I would
not start the season with Wyatt Langford 100%. I don't care if he hits 1,000 in spring training. Ooh. I need him to at least have a month in the minor leagues.
Okay. All right.
Now, I'm not putting out of he won't be in the major leagues in 2024, but there's no way in hell I'm taking a kid from Florida and having him have 50 double-A at bats and go, yeah, you're ready to face major league pitching. I would give him a month. And then let's just say in Frisco in a month, he's batting .350 with 10 home runs in the month of April in Frisco. I'm ready to call him up and see if this can carry over. But you need a little bit more time than just he's ready because he faced. And let's face it, I'm going to say this. And look, if my kid gets to play in the SEC, that will be such a huge accomplishment. SEC pitching's crap compared to double-A pitching. It's a load of dump compared to double-A pitching. So I need to see him compete at a level that's somewhat close to a major league level.
What's he doing right now? He's in
double-A. He's in Frisco. He had a home run the other night.
But he's
doing well.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is right now not the right time to look at what he's doing.
It is, but give him a little bit more. I don't need to see just he played 10 games in Frisco. I know he's ready for the major leagues. Yeah, so what I'm saying is give him 100 at bats. Usually the goal is you need 500 innings, and that might be a lot, or you need 500 at bats in the major leagues in the minor leagues to be possibly a scout, coaches to say he's ready to take on this level.
All right, I'm okay with that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, TexasRangers.com/133. A week from Friday, so September the 22nd, we're going to be taking over that section. If you want to go party with us, TexasRangers.com/133. And also, there is a watch party tonight at Rogers Roundhouse, 1616 Rogers Road in Fort Worth. There's going to be promotions going on there, merchandise. Craig Gentry's going to be there. Darren Oliver's going to be there. They're going to be signing autographs from 6 to 7 p.m. And then starting at 5 o'clock, the first 150 fans wearing Rangers gear will receive free tickets to go see the Red Sox and Rangers on the 18th. So all kinds of fun stuff by just showing up and getting some freebies. You should check that out. Coming up next, can the Vikings upset the Eagles tonight? Plus, our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll talk with Mickey Spagnola in just a second. But my question for y'all, and we kicked it around just a little bit yesterday, is belief level the Vikings can pull off the upset of the Eagles tonight. Now, the Eagles did already rule out Gainwell, Bradbury, Blankenship. So they have got some players out, but they are still about a touchdown favorite going into this game. Do you believe in the purple people eating Kirk Cousins?
I mean, I'm not going to ever call it that, ever. But I do believe in Justin Jefferson. I think that they have a really good play caller, and I think they have something that they want to get back from last year when they kind of got beat up by the Eagles a lot. Now, are the Eagles exactly, who they were last year? Are they that good? Are they that team? That's another question. So I think that this game can be a very fun game offensively tonight. There'll be some frustrating moments, but man, I'm stoked about. Look, dude, we have Thursday night football back in our laps. This is great. I love it.
It's over.
Oh gosh,
because it's a primetime game.
Yeah, I've seen Kirk Cousins do this before. He never wins. I mean, never. I haven't seen the thing that everybody falls in love with, QB1 or whatever it's called on Netflix.
Quarterback,
yeah. But you have Netflix back now.
I do have Netflix back. I have it back for the month of September. But
I think if you watch it, Mike, you're going to go, that dude's going to crap his pants every time. Because I don't think it gives you any more insight of he's going to be okay. More than anything, it gave me insight that dude doesn't have that thing. So,
I mean, I hope that Minnesota wins. I just don't think they have a chance.
Okay. Do you think it's going to be a blowout then?
I think it's going to be something like 30-17.
Jeez. You think the Eagles are that good, huh?
I think the Eagles, the 49ers, and the Cowboys are on a collision course. Two of them will be in the NFC Championship game, and I don't think anybody else can really compete with those three teams in the NFC.
Are you okay if I throw out something non-football related that I think will interest you?
I don't know. I mean, we'll find out.
Okay. Did you hear? Oh, you're going to have to wait because it's time for Mickey. I promise we will get into this interesting wrinkle in how season tickets might work going forward.
We'll iron it out.
But right now, brought to you by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. We keep changing schedules on us, right? I had this false sense of security when he finished. Like, okay, what's next? Oops. It's 11 o'clock.
That is a good way to put it, and I like that. Do you have any hope for the Vikings this evening? Because it is a primetime game, and Kirk Cousins doesn't do well in those, but I'm trying to hold out hope. Is that foolishness?
No, I don't think so. I think that, it's early in the season, right? So there's no reason to, think, well, Minnesota didn't have any chance whatsoever. But if you're a betting man on history, then you might be a little worried about him.
The question I have is regarding Kevontae Turpin.
Uh-huh.
All right, we get him in the backfield. We get a touchdown. Like, we get these fun things that we get to see from Kevontae Turpin. Is that all a setup for even more fun stuff for later down the road?
Oh, I think they were working in training camp on integrating him into the offense and not just as a gimmick guy or not just as a guy that you're expecting, a jet sweep from him or just one of the quick throws to him. They want to use his speed and get the ball in his hands the best they can in the open field because that speed is real. And I think you saw it. On the touchdown run, right? You get inside the 10-yard line. You don't always have to bull the thing right up the middle. You can attack the edges, and I think you saw the Cowboys do that. And I don't know if that's a compensation for, not having a Zeke Elliott type running back to bang it up the middle, but they're going to utilize their speed when they get close to the goal line.
The other thing I was kind of curious about, and I don't know how much of this you've gathered from these guys, but I watched the sounds from the sideline last night, and this offense is just like in awe of their defense. Like they get so pumped up. It's awesome to have teammates like that are just excited for. I can't wait to watch this guy make this kind of play. But they just seem, and even Tony Pollard walks over to Stephon Gilmore and he's like, I'm watching greatness right now. And do you kind of get that same sense that this is just like an entire group of guys that are like, man, we are stacked?
Well, they changed their tune, right? Because now they're not playing against them.
Okay.
During training camp, it was a pain in the ass, It was like, you guys are ruining our practice here, right? And now it's kind of fun to sit back and see somebody else do a little bit of suffering. Now it was one game, and we got to see if it continues and be consistent. But, now they can appreciate a little bit more maybe what they went through in training camp when they were the ones that were at the other end of, that defensive front that was attacking, it seemed like, all the time. So, but this will be a good test to see if they can handle, and I keep saying it, the Jets running game, because they're going to lean on it, and they were pretty good this past game, 172 yards. Think about this. They ran for more yards than the Giants game totally. It was 172 to 171, right? That's what the Giants gained, and they rushed for 172.
That is indeed
so.
pretty wild.
So we'll find out a little bit more about this defense, because I think, that's something that hurt them last year, and okay, you got it fixed, or are you better at stopping the run? I'm not going to shut them down, but can you stop them? And as McCarthy keeps saying, that's what teams are going to do, because they don't want to get into a drop back, throwing the ball plan against this defense that not only sacks quarterbacks but takes the ball away.
What do we know? How are we feeling about Brandon Cooks? Because
Yeah.
I know in football injuries come up all the time, but I have to admit, while I was concerned about Tyler Smith and seeing how Donovan Wilson is doing, there's Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, and and let's start with Wilson. They keep saying he's going to move in to practice or whatever. Hadn't practiced since he got hurt. So you're not going to go out there and have one padded practice and play, right? So
And
when
they
they
don't
say
need
he's
him to
getting
either.
close, do what now?
And they don't need him to either because
they seem to have enough
they have
depth,
depth,
safety, right?
When you have good depth, you can do that.
Yeah, and he needs some ramp up time. So I think once you see him practice, then maybe count 2 weeks and say, okay, this week and then next week, and then maybe he's ready to play. It's kind of the same thing with Jordan Lewis. He's now had his couple weeks, but if he's active, you got to sit somebody, right?
Yes.
Who do you want to sit?
Cooper Rush.
Cooper
Trey
Rush,
Lance.
yeah.
Yeah, Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
Is that not?
I think that's the
that's
best.
not what we're doing.
No, I think we can
Okay.
do it. We can
Yeah, we don't need a backup quarterback, right? Yeah, don't worry.
Can we just
about
have
that.
Aaron Rodgers roster spot instead? Can we just call them and be like, look?
Yeah, I
you
don't think
have-
it works that way, right? So anyway, when and they can prolong this since he's I mean, they don't need to rush him in. He could be. You're going to still have to have 7 inactive players, right?
Yeah.
So somebody would have to sit, and he kind of plays the same position as Deron Bland. Now, if you're going to keep ignorant, I'll get it out right. Noah active as a backup outside guy. Well, then they've been using different guys to back up in the slot already. So yeah, that's going to factor into, I think, to how fast he comes back. And then as for Cooks, he was pretty vague about talking about it yesterday. So it was a walkthrough practice, and he really didn't do anything. So we'll see a little bit more today if he advances. A veteran guy like that, he really doesn't need to practice. You just want to get him, to the game, I think. And then with Tyler, They'd love to get him back out there, but he keeps kind of saying he's not quite where the other guys are, so it may be another week on him. But again, you don't want to do anything to cause it to be 4 weeks instead of 2 weeks.
Yeah, is one of the benefits of that, like, obviously I get that you'd rather have Tyler Smith out there, but if Edoga had another good game, wouldn't that naturally help you feel a little bit better about your offensive line depth for when Tyler does come back?
Yeah, and I would imagine when they put Edoga in there and he really hadn't practiced that much at guard after he got hurt in training camp and really didn't practice hardly at all, and when he did, it was at tackle. I bet they were holding their breath because he wasn't exactly, making a splash at tackle, by the way. And so count me in as somebody that was surprised on, how well he played at guard. Because I was thinking, there's a reason why this guy is bounced around. There's a reason why he ended up signing for the veteran exception minimum. Not many people think much about him, but he kind of got in there at guard and bounced it around and, did okay. And now this is a different test, right? These guys are for real up front. And so that'll be a huge test for this offensive line.
Man, yeah, it is David Moore is reporting, Mickey, that it is an MCL sprain for Cooks. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. Okay.
And, well, when they say it's a knee, that's usually what it is when it's not an ACL, right, or a bruise. Yeah. And so those things can be, anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks, or if you're somebody like me, it's 2 to 3 months.
Right.
He'll be ready for San Francisco. That's the first real game on the schedule.
Oh, these are all the extra preseason
Mike's already got him at
games?
4-0. So
okay.
Hey, Mike's like, you know what? They just want to see more Jalen Tolbert. They got to get him in the game somehow.
Well, it'll be interesting to see.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was pretty impressive in training camp and preseason. Now let's see when the lights come on if he doesn't shrink. Because that's kind of what happened last year, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw a little bit in training camp from him, and then when it started to count, he wasn't quite that same guy. So this will be a good test for him if indeed Cooks can't play. And you just hate to lose that speed because that is uncommon speed, by the way.
You're definitely right about that. Appreciate it very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Sure thing. See ya.
So, sounds like a Wally Pipp situation to me, Brandon Cooks.
Hold on. No, there's no way they traded too much for him. There's no way it would just be like
Tolbert, you're right.
Then you find ways to get them all on the field.
Came in and was better than Brandon Cooks. I'd be like, holy crap. We've got him for like 2 more years after this for nothing.
And then we trade Brandon Cooks
for a second round pick.
We've never traded in the season like that. So
I will say, this is like obviously the best case scenario, but if it is true that maybe Cooks will be out for a couple more weeks, or maybe Tyler Smith will be out for another week, and you saw Edoga and Tolbert specifically do well, I do think that would go a long way in fortifying your feelings about depth. I know you get an injury on the offensive line, it can be a catastrophe, but at least you feel a little bit better. You're like, hey, we got Edoga ready to go. Hey, we got Tolbert ready to go. You don't even have Donovan Wilson, who was huge for this defense last year. And it's just one game, but it obviously didn't matter.
And Mike, you pointed out San Francisco. That's where the meat of the schedule really is. And mostly we're just making sure that for the meat of the schedule, you have your depth.
You're not even close to the meat. Hold on. You're still slaughtering the cow in week 5 or 6.
But you think that game's not meat of the schedule? Where is the meat of the? Didn't we establish that?
He's like making fun of
18.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's when Tyron came back last year.
It's
That's
just
where the
a setup
meat is.
for him to make fun of what Jerry said last year. You know that.
I was trying to set it up the whole time.
You too, huh?
Of course.
Well, you know what? I can see how this next segment came together. Our brand new and possibly one-time only segment, Corey helps Mike find a vacation home. 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for contract wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Texas Rangers were in fact victorious. That is now 5 straight. Get back after it with the series finale against Toronto, which you can hear at 6:07 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan, with the pregame, I believe, starting at 5:30 right after G-Bag. Now, the introduction of a brand new, perhaps one-time only segment.
Probably one time only.
Corey helps Mike find a vacation home.
Yeah.
Please explain.
Well, Mike, while we were out in California, Mike was like, it is just gorgeous out here. He was like, but I don't ever want to live here. He wants to,
I wouldn't mind living there, but California is very expensive.
In Texas, Kevin, I'm not sure if you noticed this or not. Summers are scorching.
Sure.
And like today, right now, this is great weather.
Right.
Considering, like, would you rather have this rain or 115 right now?
I mean, definitely this.
I just wonder what our weather was like 330 million years ago during the Triassic period, which makes all the sense in the world.
I don't know.
It was just beautiful.
I got an email yesterday.
330 million to billion years ago.
The email said, best cities to own a vacation rental.
Oh.
Now, here's the thing that I did not take into consideration. This is if you want to run a vacation rental. I found and this was where I was like, crap.
We're not opposed to that.
Okay.
I will say that because we will probably 5 years from now, Cal is our youngest. He's in 8th grade. When he graduates high school, we will look to not live here during the summertime. So like July and August, we'll come back here for a little bit of work, but we don't want to live here when it is hell on earth.
So you're retiring in 5 years, is that what you're saying?
Well, our company says that we can take as much vacation time as we'd like.
Okay. All right. I like to hear that from Mike.
We just wouldn't get paid like if we go over. So I'd just be like, well, I'm showing up here for 1 week in July and 1 week in August.
But then during September through June.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Gotcha. All right. That makes lots. It worked for me. Well, Kevin, what I did find, the worst cities to own a vacation rental: Huntington Beach, California; Sunnyvale, California; Pasadena, California; Des Moines, Iowa;
What?
That makes sense.
San Francisco, California; Springfield; Long Beach; Palmdale; Santa Rosa; and Los Angeles.
These are the worst.
The worst.
Do you feel sad if you're Des Moines then? Because in the midst of all this California, they're like, also, this place in Iowa sucks.
You ever been there? They say bag of bagels instead of bag of bagels.
Man, and if you want the extreme cold, holy crap.
Des Moines, Iowa?
It can get...
In July?
No, well, not in July. I'm just saying, like, it can get crazy cold.
So, Mike, if you're going to have a place in Des Moines, Iowa, where in July the weather's fine, you just have to understand you have to have your pipes ready for winter, all right? You have those prepared and insulated and everything.
All right.
Here are the top 10 best
excited.
cities to own a vacation
I have
rental.
Realtor.com open right now to start looking.
Charlotte, North Carolina is number 10.
I've been there before. Really crappy AAA stadium, but I believe they have a new one now. So,
But that is not playing a heavy role in deciding this, right? What's their AAA stadium like?
No, Charlotte's good, but I will say this. Our kids love the lake. They love the lake life. I'm not too big on lakes.
Agreed.
What? Why not?
Agreed.
I don't know. It's water. It's nice, but I'm just not a huge lake person. They do love the lake, so that is in consideration. They also love skiing. I am a horrible skier, as you saw.
That's true. So, what about water skiing?
But the mountains during the summertime, you're probably going to be cool. You're going to have trails. You're going to have, bike riding. So,
are you afraid of water?
No, not at all.
Okay, but you just don't like water.
Just the lake. There's a lot that goes with the lake. Do you have to then buy a boat? There's just all kinds of things with the lake that I'm not opposed to it.
Okay.
But, that's a place we've been looking. So our first choice was
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Charlotte, very nice city. Obviously a lot of Cowboy fans there, as we found out yesterday. You have to pay a lot of money to watch the Cowboys play there.
I did want to. This is another thing that we need to know. Then, do you want to be around baseball?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It doesn't. That's not a big deal. But like, if I did live, let's say, in the Cape Cod area, that could be kind of cool to go watch a kind of all-star college baseball game during the summertime.
Then good for you, Mike.
Oh,
Number
my
9,
gosh.
Mesa, Arizona.
Okay.
You've been to
That
Mesa.
doesn't make sense for a vacation home from Dallas, Texas. I've lived in Tucson, and this is heaven on earth if you go to Tucson in July and August, because literally you are burning to death there.
You want to go, so you want to go like to Arizona during the fall and winter.
So
not,
I think that
gotcha.
people that live in
Arizona
colder
fall.
climates, they live in Montana, they live in the Northeast. I think they're really looking at Florida, Arizona as really fun places to be.
All right, so we're crossing Mesa off the
Mesa
list.
is off the list.
Off.
By the way, the mayor of that town is the inventor of the town, Jose Mesa. I don't know if you knew that.
I don't know if we ever
Him
confirmed
and
that.
Vizquel do not get along well.
Number 8, Rochester, New York.
Been there. They have a place called like Dinosaur something or whatever, and that's
Sure.
their barbecue.
The barbecue is the dinosaur
Like, yeah,
place?
if you type in Rochester, New York, just trust me here, Kevin, you can type it in and look up Rochester barbecue restaurant, and you'll find like this place. It's called like Dinosaurs or something. Rochester's okay.
Yeah, dinosaur barbecue.
See?
Oh,
Look at your face, Kevin.
Unfortunately, I played in the International League for my whole life. it felt like.
Are you out on Rochester then, based on their barbecue selection?
I think I'd rather live in Buffalo.
Okay. Oh, by the way, somebody said this from the 469, just got back from Lake Tahoe, the ultimate lake. So we'll keep that in mind.
We are not giving raises enough here for me to live in Lake Tahoe.
All right, then number 7, Mike, you can be right there next to the combine, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Okay, that's an okay city. It is freezing cold there in April.
But you're
playing
just looking
baseball
for
there.
summertime. You're
Right.
just trying
Good
to make
point.
sure, and maybe have some skiing later on in the winter if you want to. Is this one of those two that you're just going to buy and then let sit whenever you're not there? Or are you going to try and do something?
No, we
with
might.
it?
That's where we might
Okay.
make it a somewhat rent place, or like, let's just say we have friends that they get somewhat of a home around the country, and it's kind of like this shared thing. Because sometimes you might get a little bit tired of for 2 months straight being in this one place, and you're like, well, we're on vacation, but our friends have a place in Colorado. We have a place in Missouri or wherever you're going to tell me to be. And so we're like, all right, hey, you guys come to our place for a week. We'll go to your place for a week.
Yeah,
and
this is a
then-
good idea.
And then
So
we
in
give
theory,
them,
you would like share time.
So yeah, this
Change places.
This is timeshare. Yeah, so this actually
But
might
we own it.
This is kind of a good list for you too,
own it.
because these are the best places to own and run a vacation rental. So number 6, I don't think you want to go here because of the witches, Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
That is not the same
this
place.
is amazing. These are all, I've been to Winston-Salem too. That is,
Wow, you're a
it's a
well-traveled
little bit
person.
podunky for me, but it's nice. It's close to the Apps. You know, not appetizers, the Appalachian Mountains.
Okay. I did not know that's what he meant. That makes
But
sense.
you know geography. You should have known.
A lot of lung cancer going on in that
Okay,
area.
all right, we can move past that one. Here's a place where I'm betting there's not a lot of pollution.
Okay.
All right. Kevin, I think you may know this a little bit too. Anchorage, Alaska.
Have not been there.
Oh, that place is awesome.
When
Don't
did you go,
bears
Kevin?
eat you or something?
No, we did not run into any
Not if you do it
situation where
right.
we thought we might get eaten by
Did you
a
go during
bear.
the summer?
Yes, we did.
How was the weather?
It was delightful, but it wasn't cold, but it was cool. It was in the like 60s.
Beautiful.
Every day.
Wear
It
flannels.
was wonderful.
Yeah, some hiking
you can
boots.
Go berry picking.
In your face, Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
So Anchorage,
it's
Alaska.
way better.
Mike, do you think you could live that close to Russia?
Yeah.
All
I
right.
think the tough thing is the travel. Is
it's not easy, yeah.
Coming back here, like my wife would work a week like in July and just like book the crap out of me for Oak Cliff Pediatrics and then come
For
back
the
a
sick
week in
kids.
August and be like, look, hey, I'm not going to be here too much in July and August. You're going to have to see the other doctors, this and that. But September through somewhat June, I'm going to be pretty darn available.
Okay, all right. So that's like Anchorage, Alaska, Kevin. Does that sound like it could be reasonable?
I think that's my vote so far.
All right, number 4. I don't know how much time you've been here. Mobile, Alabama.
That was the Southern League, so I did not play in the Southern League.
Okay.
So I feel like that's really muggy hot during the summertime.
Yeah, but what's the
Home of Hank Aaron.
What is the is that near those beaches? Don't they have some beaches in Alabama
Gulf
that
Shores,
are
like
that
Gulf
are really
Shores,
nice
Alabama?
looking?
Yeah, I don't know how. It's a little bit inland. I don't know what the drive is.
They got a museum of art. It takes 8 hours and 55 minutes to get there from here.
Yeah, it's not bad.
There's a lot of suggestions from the 817, the Gaylord, Michigan, from another 817, Florida Keys, and from yet another 817. These are all different numbers. Mike, don't sleep on Indiana.
Mobile's on the coast, one, man.
I've been looking at like Morrison, Colorado. Because
Hold on, I'm not done with this list, Mike.
my gosh.
I want to make sure we get all these out there before you start naming off places. Number 3, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
That's come up on a lot of searches.
Didn't you think he was going to say Morrison, Colorado because of the way he cut him off?
That would have been hilarious.
That has come up on a lot of searches, and they say that is a really fun summer town. Obviously,
It's Cream City.
Freezing a cold during the fall and winter time.
Cream City. All the bricks are cream colored, so they refer to it as Cream City. I don't know if you've seen the jerseys that Giannis wore, but it's
Just him, not anybody else.
The rest of the team.
Oh, okay.
Also, Drew Holiday,
Anybody else?
Chris Middleton,
Mm-hmm.
and the others.
That's right.
Brooke Lopez. Sometimes Crowder.
Mike, since you were out on Mobile, I don't think you're going to like number 2, but it is a great place to own and operate and run a vacation rental. So whenever your time's not there, you can make some money off of it. Birmingham, Alabama.
Space City.
What is that? I never knew they were.
It's a space city. They have a lot of aerospace.
Is that where NASA is?
No.
Where's
It's
NASA?
in Houston.
Cape Canaveral.
Yeah, and they fly out of Florida.
Okay, and then the number 1 city to own a vacation rental. And Mike, maybe this is it for you because we did put you in North Carolina earlier.
Yeah.
You can go be there with Nuke.
Nuke Lelouch, Raleigh,
Durham, North Carolina.
I have a cousin who lives in that area. I think it's called Cary, North Carolina, which is in that kind of area there. That'd be like saying you live in South Lake. You know, it's like, well, you could also say like Fort Worth somewhat just to make it more.
Oh, really?
So Cary's a really nice area of kind of that Raleigh-Durham area. I do think that's a really nice
Would you become a
area.
Dookie?
Beautiful pine trees. It can get a little humid there, but
It is a very nice area, and you're in the same city as Duke.
Would you become a Dookie if you were there? I mean, there's or maybe even just try to get there.
I would love to check out ACC basketball. Now, I know this is very sportsy. It might not be that fun anymore because North Carolina might be leaving.
Oh, yeah.
They might be going the SEC. Can you imagine if there is no Duke North Carolina rivalry?
I cannot. That would be awful. I realize it's all football driven or mostly football driven, but that would suck.
So, Mike, I also have some other Ruidoso, New Mexico. Somebody texted in. That's a good one. Boulder, Colorado.
I played in Farmington, New Mexico. I accidentally was there my junior year going into my senior year and won the Connie Mack World Series and was MVP of the Connie Mack World Series.
That.
Sorry about that, everybody. But I was looking at Morrison, Colorado.
Okay.
Just because that is like close to Red Rocks and a beautiful area, hiking, close to skiing if you wanted to go there during the wintertime. Red Rocks, summer concerts all the time. So that could be
Bear
a
Creek
fun
Lake
place.
is right there.
And then my wife also looked at kind of the Ozarks, where Jason Bateman has that show.
Go see Beetlejuice, the musical.
Be careful when you do that.
All right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, one of the best reasons to get a haircut. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public below market value, and you can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they can all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now. I don't want you to forget, we got Michael Young coming up at 12:20.
I'm excited.
But let's also go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Is this the best reason to get a haircut? Joe Burrow.
Because it needs to be cut.
Okay.
That's the best reason.
Is the second best reason that you got like a date or something?
No, I mean, if it needs to be cut for your date, yes.
Or you look stupid.
Ooh.
Like, it looks bad. Change your look.
Joe Burrow joked that when you have a game like they did on Sunday, you need to change up your look, and that's why he cut his hair.
I shaved all the hair off of my body one time in 2003. That's not having a good year. And so I got home. Aaron Heilman was my roommate at the time. He was newly married, and his wife was there. And Aaron's wife thought something might be wrong with me because I just went to my room and shut the door. And then Aaron Heilman said, "Don't go knock on the door. We really don't know what's going on in there."
Don't come knock on my door.
But then all the hair was off my body.
Okay.
I have a question.
Did you pitch better?
Uh-oh. Absolutely not. Sucked. That whole year sucked.
Have you done that ever again since?
No, I haven't shaved all the hair off of my body.
You just keep it
I mean,
nice,
I went
tidy.
arms, legs, everything.
Keep it trimmed.
Yeah.
I get you. Kevin, what did his hair look like before? Do you know?
Fabio.
He looked like Fabio?
Yeah.
I'm looking at a picture and he had that stupid headband on that he was wearing. I was like, what's happening with his
He had
hair?
a lot of forehead, man. He's just trying to make less forehead.
Okay, but I see the
I
haircut.
think you were asking what Mike's hair looked
No,
like
not
before.
Mike's haircut.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Burrow.
He like shaved the sides and shortened it up on top.
So what he had whenever he was a rookie. Okay, it looks like it was when he was a rookie.
He didn't like go drastic. or
And
anything like
yeah,
that.
and dude, I don't know about y'all, especially y'all two, but getting a haircut feels fantastic.
Oh, yeah. I don't know about y'all too. I haven't got a
y'all,
haircut.
when y'all shave your head, do you
in
feel
22 years?
Yes.
Okay, you have a good feeling whenever you
do.
shave your head.
I do.
When I get a haircut, I walk out of that place. Even if I don't get a wash, I feel like $1,000,000.
I do used to like when I was in high school when they would put my head under the sink and they would softly wash my hair. Like before
Kinda
they would
massage your scalp a
Yeah.
little bit.
Oh, that felt so good. That was just so relaxing.
Yeah, I do that too. I really enjoy it too. Like it is relaxing. They put you in the vibrating chair and they wash your hair. Feels good if they have nails. They're just kind of.
Where are you going? They do vibrating chairs for men haircuts?
Sports clips, dude. Yeah, right up the street.
From where?
And then they
Like
massage
it's
you.
vibrating your back, your butt,
Yeah,
all
both.
of it.
The whole chair
God.
vibrates. And then when you're done, they'll get another one of those vibrating things they push into your shoulders. Oh, it feels good.
Thank God for that. All right.
This is where?
Sports clips.
I'm going to go to
Right
a
up the
sports
street,
clip and
apparently.
just say, I want to get vibrated by your chair.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
For like $10. I don't know. How much is a haircut?
I think the prices have gone up. Haircuts are stupid now. I think it's like $23.
Didn't you just say you love them?
I love them. The price is ridiculous. But it's what I have to do.
What are you supposed to be talking about right now?
Guys, let's talk about Stetson Bennett and don't make fun of him. He got put on the reserve non-football injury list. Sean McVay does not want to elaborate, but he did say what's going on with the 25-year-old rookie is, quote, bigger than football. And he said, I will have no follow-up information on anything.
So we are left to recklessly speculate.
No, I mean, dang it. I was about to say, I guess, but I should probably not recklessly speculate. I don't know, but I hope everything turns out okay.
And then whenever we learn more about that story, I'll be happy to discuss with you about it.
There you go.
Until then, next story.
All right, let's go to cut number 10 if we can. I want you to see how much of this you can catch for yourself and if you think she was joking or being serious, because there's already been an apology issued and everything like that. The hot mic is on before Stephon Diggs comes up at a Buffalo Bills press conference, and reporter had some thoughts.
Hey,
Across the
there's
years,
no control over Stephon Diggs.
Yeah. Go get it.
Yeah.
Go get
Dude's gonna do what he wants to do.
How are you coming over there? Steph, get your ass.
Nope. He'll look at my face and say, F you.
No.
How he treats everybody.
Whoa. Who's this talking?
Okay, now that's a good question. That was a mystery at first because it was one of the reporters. But the reporter has now come out, and it's Maddie Glab, identified herself.
She's not a Diggs fan from what I get. Diggs has not treated her well.
That is interesting that is your takeaway from that.
What she said was
Because
completely opposite of
because
what
I think that is a very fair interpretation. But she put out a statement that said, I want to take ownership for what I said today. I'm very sorry and meant no ill will. I respect the hell out of Stephon Diggs, and he's one of my favorite players to cover. She goes on. He has great character and treats us media with lots of respect. He takes time out of his day to talk to us, which he doesn't have to. All right, go on. For context, media was waiting for players, blah, 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 when a reporter jokingly said, go get Stephon Diggs. I said, I don't have control over him. Steph marches to the beat of his own drum, and I love that about him. He has a playful relationship with our video department, so that's why I said he probably wouldn't say yes to grabbing me for an interview. I should not have said what I said, and I apologize for that. Steph is not in the wrong. I am. It sure does feel like there's a lot of make-believe in that statement right there, because
that changed a lot.
I don't know if what I heard, I don't think what she heard was like what she said was the worst thing in the world by any means, but it didn't sound like she was totally joking around.
I do you agree though, like Kevin, if we just walked up to Micah, that he would just be like, why? What are y'all doing right now?
For sure.
They go through Joe.
For sure.
You know, like that would kind of, so maybe that's kind of where that was, but that audio did sound like an honest conversation. It really did sound like an honest conversation, but for the optics of keeping the relationship with a reporter to there, like she probably had to say that, I guess.
Yeah, no, I get that. But yeah, that was also.
And you know what? For the most part, Kevin, for everybody out there, most of these athletes that we get these opportunities to talk to don't really want to talk to us in a lot of situations.
Fair.
A lot of them don't, but they sit down and talk with us. They're like, God, I want to talk to those guys again. They're hilarious.
And I appreciate that, because I was going to say, if we're really being honest, sometimes we don't want to talk to them either. Like if you're really being honest right there. But that was the last I've heard of it. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot more to it.
Yeah, she's been on podcasts now.
Yeah, it was.
So everything's good.
It was interesting.
Once you go on podcasts, everything kind of irons out. Yeah.
Okay, and then you can say the F word too, right?
Heck yeah.
Okay, is that what you're here for?
That's all I'm waiting for.
All right.
This is not a podcast. Don't you dare.
That's a great point.
Will you push the dump button if I do, though?
Yes, for my own sake, but not to save you.
It's good to know.
That is. The way you said that makes me really, really nervous. All right. Over the weekend, as I'm sure you noticed, all 4 NFC South teams had a different starting quarterback than they did in week 1 of last season.
Weird.
That's only happened one other time in football history.
Name it.
1973's AFC West.
Good year.
And just to show this is how different football used to be, those teams went a combined 25, 25, and 6.
Do you know who the teams in the AFC West were in 1973?
Indeed, I do.
Are they still the
Corey
same teams that are in the
Majors?
AFC West now?
Kind of.
Okay, all right.
Except
Oakland Raiders.
That's true.
Los Angeles Chargers, San Diego Chargers.
That is correct.
The
other two are this.
Chiefs and
Seattle
Raiders?
Seahawks?
No.
Chiefs and Broncos?
That is correct.
Okay, all right.
Remember, this was a time when the St. Louis Cardinals were in the NFC East as well. So,
Well, Seattle used to be in the AFC.
Did Seattle exist by this point?
Probably not.
The football team. Yes, I'm sure the
whole city of Seattle
No.
Come on.
Just the
In '85, we were like, guys, we really got to do something over
They
here.
discovered Seattle.
Hey, there's coffee up here.
1974.
Look at all this flannel.
Just the football team is what I meant by
They
that.
immediately got a Major League Baseball team.
All right, let's go.
Started throwing fish.
What was the first year of the Seattle Seahawks?
When did
I'll look that up.
That I'm not prepared to answer for you. All right, let's go from that to Anthony Richardson versus C.J. Stroud. This will be a unique quarterback competition as well. Only the second time in NFL history that two quarterbacks younger than 22 play to start the game.
Somebody texted in and said, hold on, they went 25, and 6? They
That's
had
right.
6 ties?
That's right.
in one season?
That was my point about how different the game used to be. Now, I'm sure the ties were like against one another, which
Right.
factored in. So probably really only 3 ties, but it counts on both of their records inside the division.
And the city of Seattle was founded in 1851.
Yes.
And 1976 was the first year of the Seahawks.
Okay.
Look at this.
Look at us
We're
learning.
just plethora of information.
One more good thing for you to learn, which
We're like
probably
Google.
doesn't bode well for either one of these players. C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson. Just the second time ever 2 starting quarterbacks under the age of 22 play each other. The only other time it happened, 2015, when Jameis Winston and Marcus Mariota played one another.
I really thought you were going to say
clash of
1973
No.
or whatever.
No, not 1973.
Would have been awesome.
I will definitely take the L on Jameis Winston. I thought he was going to be a good quarterback out of Florida State. Totally wrong.
He had all the tools. Still has them.
I had questions about him. You remember, because I didn't like the way that Jimbo had to pull him aside during that Oregon game
Yeah.
and like calm him down. I also didn't think that much of Mariota, but here we are now.
And yes, from the 214, if you missed it earlier, Brandon Cook's MCL sprain.
Out.
I would assume, I know he says he still thinks he's trending in the right direction for Sunday. My assumption would be that's going to be a no, and then we'll see in the ensuing weeks.
And if you also missed it, there's a new city called Seattle.
No, that was just the team that was newer. Coming up next, scouting the Jets. Where the advantage for the Cowboys, and who are you afraid of?
Quarterback.
877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
Thanks. studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Scouting the Jets. Where are the advantages for the Cowboys, and who, if any, are you afraid of on the Jets, if any one?
I got a couple of places, Kevin, that are a little unnerving for me. Breece Hall being one of them.
Yeah.
They like to run the ball with lots of blockers out on the field. I don't know if you've seen this or not, Kevin. Currently, he has 12.7 yards per attempt.
See that, yeah.
I
Is
mean,
that good?
well,
yes.
If he breaks open for an 83-yarder, then yeah, that's going to be pretty good. So like that is the hefty part of his 12.7 yards per carry is
But
that
even
he
if
did
you-
have an 83-yard run.
Even if you take that out, though, that's 9 carries for 44 yards. That's 5 yards a carry, or 4.9 yards a carry. That's pretty darn good.
Last year in his 80 attempts, he averaged 5.8 yards per carry, and the injury obviously was part of that too. And they're pretty good at running the ball. Like they've thrown a lot of people behind there. Their offensive linemen are pretty good at running the ball. Their pass protection is not that great, but and they have some people that you're like, hey, these guys are pretty good offensive linemen, but they're better at running the ball than they are at pass protection. So that's a big factor. Kevin, I have never seen this stat before, and I don't know how they track this, but they say a successful rush gains 40% of yards required on first down, 60% yards required on second down, and 100% on third and fourth down.
Okay.
So your success percentage is the stat. He has a success percentage of 60%. So 60% of the time,
it works every time.
He gets what he's supposed to get on that down. So that's the expected stuff there. So Breece Hall, like this is one of those, again, Cowboys' weakness, their strength. I don't think their strength is going to outdo the Cowboys by any means. It could be frustrating, and on Monday we might walk in here and be like, it's not fixed. Like that could be the worst part of it. Although there was some promise from Mozzie, man. I went back and checked him out a little bit. I was very happy with what I saw. But I would say Breece Hall is the first point that I would probably be like, okay, but I don't think that's how they're going to win.
And if I could throw this in about Breece Hall as well, he was catching about 3 passes a game last year before, obviously, he got injured. So that's something you always worry about when a team is so adept at pass rushing is over pursuit. Like you saw that cost the Cowboys a couple times against Daniel Jones is because once they were invested, then he had a little bit more room to move. I wonder the same thing. Is Breece Hall on a little screen, dump it out there after you've over pursued the quarterback, then could that cost you out on the sides as well?
I don't think you're ever going to get an honest answer out of this, but I do wonder if Dan Quinn cares. Like, to be a dominant defense, you shut everything down, right?
Sure.
And the most important factor is how do you get out on third down? And if you're forcing teams into long situations early in the drive, then more likely you're going to be able to pass rush, and you can get out on third down by forcing some sort of error whenever they have a long distance to deal with. But I do wonder if Dan Quinn's like, look, I'm willing to give up run yards. I'm fine with that. But my pass defense and my pass rush are dominant. I think that they currently look at their secondary as elite, and they look at their pass rush as elite. And I do wonder if Dan Quinn, like in the honesties of his bowels or the cockles of his heart, if he would sit there and say, you know what, I really, more often than not, I'm willing to give up a 4-yard run, but I'm not willing to give up a 40-yard pass.
Okay, quick question while we're in the midst of this then. I feel like at least in this moment, most people would agree that the Cowboys pass rush is elite. I know you said Dan Quinn things. Do y'all think the Cowboys defensive backfield is elite?
I think Stephon Gilmore is still a top 10 cornerback. And I think that Trayvon Diggs, I don't think people want to throw his way. And then seeing what he did Sunday night being physical, that just added to what I think of him.
Do you think that the Jets' defensive backfield is better than the Cowboys? Because I do think the Cowboys have the argument of possibly.
I think I might.
Okay,
yeah,
that's fair.
But I'm not saying it's like
fair.
a giant I think I do.
That's where I don't know if the Cowboys are going to go up against better secondaries than the one that they have. But I think there is an argument in this week this Sunday that maybe by a smidge that the Jets have a better defensive backfield, not a better overall defense.
Yeah.
But I do think it's very close.
Because you look at somebody who could be the best cornerback in the game in Sauce, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then last week, nobody had a better game than Jordan Whitehead. He had three.
That's a cool stat.
He had 3 interceptions. Think about this. Whitehead had an incentive in his contract for a $250,000 bonus if he got 3 interceptions for the season. He got 3 against Josh Allen in that game. So based off of just 1 week, you can't play better than him. And then obviously Sauce is lurking out there. They do have a hell of a defensive backfield.
I would say this, Mike, going into the season, this is as of June, and I don't have a new update on this right now, but as of June, Pro Football Focus had the Jets as the number 1 secondary. Okay. And the Cowboys is 6. Okay. So, Mike, you're right.
Fair.
Like, it is close. You said it was close, and I do wonder if after what you saw on Sunday from the Cowboys, if maybe they inched up just a little bit because, hey, this Deron Bland is for real. Stephon Gilmore isn't, done. I do wonder about that. But, man, like, their secondary is pretty stacked, dude. And they were, Sauce was the number 1 ranked cornerback at the end of the year last year. He's that
incredible.
Dude. He is. And he's one of those guys that I'm thinking that Dak Prescott, and I was listening to Bobby talk this morning about it, they leave their corners on either side. All right, they're like, this is how we're going to play defense. Yeah. So they leave them there. You can say, all right, we're going to move CD around, but you still have tough cornerbacks to deal with. So I would say, Kevin, I am a little afraid of their secondary. If Dak Prescott comes out of this game without an interception, I think that a lot of people would sit back and go, crap, maybe they did something right with this offense and this transition here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, and that's why it makes it hurt all the more about the potential absence of Brandon Cooks. Not because the Jets will be the toughest team that you play, but like y'all were bringing up, maybe this is the toughest secondary that you'll see all season.
This would be a great opportunity for Jalen Tolbert to get to shine on the stage, man.
That is true. But on the flip side, so there are a lot of matchups that are potentially concerning. On the flip side, the Jets have a lot to deal with. Clearly, their offensive line did not look like world beaters in that first game, hence partially why Aaron Rodgers got hurt. And then you get to go up against Zach Wilson. So if you're talking about advantages for the Cowboys, our defensive line against their offensive line, and then our defensive line against their quarterback, those feel like huge advantages.
Yeah, that's where, I think the Mike game and how they go after the quarterback is going to produce those opportunities to turn the ball over. It's going to produce those opportunities to get out on third down. It's going to create mistakes. If Zach Wilson, I don't know if he's ready for this opportunity. Like he lost the opportunity. But he thought for an entire season he would be sitting behind Aaron Rodgers and getting his clipboard season in, which he probably should have gotten earlier on in his career because he didn't have the experience to play then.
Now, if you look at, he played the vast majority of this last game. Zach Wilson, 23 games in his career. Of those 23, how many do you think he passed for at least 2 touchdowns?
23. 7.
1.
It's 5.
All right.
But the big thing here is compare that with, you know how many he threw for 0 touchdowns in? 12. Half of the time he throws for no touchdowns. He's never thrown for more than 2 touchdowns in a game, by the way.
I just don't think he has an edge about him. I think he lacks a lot of confidence. I think he gets scared really easily. I didn't know him much out of BYU. I had a buddy who loves college football, obviously loves pro football too, and he thought Zach Wilson was going to be the answer in the NFL.
Yeah.
But watching him play, there seems to be, even his teammates know, it's like they overpraise him on the sideline. Kind of like, you did it, man. You can do it. That's great. You're so good. You're so good. And he's kind of like, yeah, I guess so. Maybe I am.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, God, like, get some balls, man. Like, start having an edge to your game. God gifted you with some talent, and you seem scared to use them.
They have the Jets also have a pretty aggressive defensive front four.
They do. When we do Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because one of those players is going to be prominently featured for me.
Carl Lawson, Quentin Williams, Quentin Jefferson, like that's a tough trio to deal with right there. And John Franklin Myers, like that's fun. But then on top of that, their linebackers are pretty good too. So
that defense is legit.
They built this team with the mindset of we don't need Aaron Rodgers to save us. We need Aaron Rodgers to be a stable hand on the wheel. That's it. And that's what they expected. That's what they were hoping. Unfortunately, their offensive line still stinks at pass blocking. So when he dropped back, he gets hurt. And that was, Kevin, that was a problem last year. It was a problem throughout the entire preseason for the Jets, where he said, look at the rest of this team. Offensive line, you have to show up ready. You have to be the enforcers of this. And they have yet to answer that call.
Does that negate your concerns over Garrett Wilson then? Because, like, first of all, if the quarterback's different and if the offensive line is struggling, you don't feel like you're going to get hit for too many, maybe not too many passes at all, but definitely not too many lengthy passes.
Mike, you were talking about this with basketball and baseball earlier. Like, Jordan Montgomery isn't going out there and changing his game plan. With Zach Wilson, you have to change your game plan for everything you built in for the year. You had to drop a whole new playbook this week. And so, like, if you're thinking Zach Wilson, you're thinking we got to get the ball out of his hand quickly and into space. And you're not thinking we have these complex things that we were planning to run with Aaron Rodgers, and now he can do it too.
You know, it'll be interesting to see in the first quarter, first few possessions for the Jets is how much the Cowboys dare them to pass. Everybody's a little bit, if there's any concern or from offense from the Jets, is that they just keep running it for 5 yards a carry approximately, and they keep getting first downs and wearing out the clock and making the game the shortest possible game. Like, for them, the kickoff's at 3:25, correct?
Yep.
They want the game to end at 5:45.
Sure.
For a perfect game for the Jets is this game is 2.5 hour game because they are just milking the clock and making this a very small possession game. So I'm just wondering, the Cowboys kind of having an idea of that, not feeling that threatened by Zach Wilson. How many times are they stacking 8 or even 9 in the box and going, look, we get it. Garrett Wilson's out there. Here it is. Trayvon Diggs is on him. If you want to throw it to him, we have no safety help. He is one-on-one, just daring and begging and pleading for Zach Wilson to throw the ball. I don't know. Does it take some time? Is it after maybe? Let's just go.
I mean, the Cowboys have to stop their run. They do that early.
Sure. Let's go negative Cowboys, positive Jets here. The first drive, the Jets hand the ball off 4 times, and in those 4 plays, they've ran for 30 yards. That's scary, right?
That is scary.
Was it because the Cowboys are like, we're going to play more base defense and see what happens? Like, after 4 plays, they're like, screw it, safety's up. Like, now, like, we have to dare them, or they're like, no, we're okay to bend. We'll stop their run with just our regular defense. It's going to be interesting if the Jets are successful early in the game running, how much the Cowboys just say, we are letting you see us.
Yeah.
Please drop back and pass the ball.
I would assume that Dan Quinn would probably try to disguise a little early of what they're doing, back there and have safety read up on the backfield. But you don't want that opportunity to get surprised with a 35-yard pass, on a play action. That's what they get. That's what they have to avoid, is not just biting down.
And for the person who's asking, at least as of right now, the Jets' backup quarterback is Tim Boyle, who feel like
nobody's heard of.
Yeah, exactly.
I go to our lads, Kevin. They have 0 people behind him. So
okay,
like, there you go. Good luck.
Right now, that's who it is. And then just keep an eye out.
Randall Cobb would probably be the emergency guy.
Tim Boyle. Yeah. Keep an eye out for Xavier Gibson, the AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. 3rd punt return touchdown in overtime history in the NFL. And so just keep an eye out if you're looking for a special teams play to change the game. We just saw that in favor of the Cowboys. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys win big in their first game. Rangers are on a roll. So let's talk with Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Michael Young next right here on The Fan. K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Michael Young. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Now, Mike Bassick over here is convinced that whether it was Taekwondo or karate, that you've been heavily factored into the martial arts scene. What can you tell us about that?
Oh my goodness. It was. I got into karate and jiu-jitsu and kickboxing once my career ended. I needed more of a soft landing for the competitive thing. So got into it right when I stopped playing. Yeah, I fell in love with it.
Do you still do it?
COVID kind of slowed things down a little bit. You know that all my jiu-jitsu buddies are savages, dude. It was like height of the pandemic, and they're like, yeah, we're in here all the time now. You should come on in. I'm like, yeah, I think I'm going to stay home for a little bit, dude. I'm going to see how this thing goes. But slowed down a lot. My body actually feels better and worse, right? I mean, I don't get the training that I used to, but at the same time, I'm not constantly showing up to work with bruises on my face either. So that's probably a good thing.
Was that ever a good outlet for, like, I take boxing classes sometimes because sometimes I need an outlet for my anger. Was that ever a good outlet for anger that you might have had?
No, not really. You know, when I stopped playing, you know, I started actually like the year before I retired, actually. But you know, when I was done playing, it was actually the opposite for me, man. I was in a super great mood. You know, I was really happy with where I was at in my life. I was home a lot more. I was around my wife and my kids a lot more. So for me, it was just something that I was able to kind of rechannel something to do competitively, because you can't really recreate, you know, what it means to be a big league baseball player. So I need something that was going to push me out of my comfort zone a little bit. So I enjoyed all my training, man. It was a lot of fun. You know, every time I get a chance to go back in the gym and help out, it's always a great time.
Michael, my oldest kid he's into jiu-jitsu and he wants to be able to do the one finger push-up. Or is that something you were ever able to accomplish?
You know what? Honestly, that stuff is one thing about jiu-jitsu that I really love. The journey of jiu-jitsu is all about what you can really do in real life. So if I can give him any advice, I would tell him not to do the one finger push-up. I would tell him to take dude's necks and be able to squeeze them as hard as he can. That's what I'll tell him how to do.
He's gotten that. He tried it on me, but I'm still bigger, so we're still working with that.
Well, what you'll learn in that is being bigger won't save you.
An old man strength. I still have that on him right now. So
you got dad strength. There you go. There you go. Oh, yeah, exactly. The whole point of jiu-jitsu is to be able to kind of neutralize the size advantage, right? But, yeah, you got the dad strength, so you're still good.
So, Michael, I was only around you for a minute in 2004, but always impressed with how steady you were mentally. I'm wondering inside, like you look at this Ranger season, huge up to start the year, 40-20. Just a week or so ago, it looked like they were never going to win another baseball game. That can happen throughout a season. How do you handle that as an everyday player when things aren't going your way, maybe personally at the plate, and then when things are or aren't going your way as a team?
Yeah, I think for an everyday player, it's the best way. It's easier for position players to handle that because you get another crack at it less than 24 hours later. And I think that once you have experience with that, I think a lot of times position players, at least the really good position players, they whatever happens behind them, whether it's good or bad, they seem to move on really quickly and kind of get used to focusing on what the challenge ahead is. And I think that's one thing position players really do well. I think that's the biggest challenge, I think, for any player is to make sure that he understands what's ahead of him. So when you wake up the next day, if you're in a hotel, if you're in Toronto, you're thinking about Kevin Gausman, you're thinking about my next starter. You're thinking about ways to help the team, a base running play, getting a tip from a pitcher. You're thinking about different ways that can help your team find a way to win a game. So I think it's easier for position players, especially experienced ones who have kind of gone through this stuff before, where you have a stretch where you lose some games and you can still, crank off a winning streak. I think, Corey said the other day, I think he was maybe 2017, the Dodgers had went through this awful stretch in September. I think they might have dropped like 10 or 11 in a row, and they ended up going to the World Series that year. And this was in September. So I think that, good players find a way to just really compartmentalize better than the rest of them.
So, Michael, I know a few times you'd want to speak to the team. How would you know when to do that? Would you read the body language of the team? What's you being a leader, when would you go, you know what, I think I just need to gather the guys around and talk to them right now?
Yeah, I think body language is a big part of it. Being with these guys every day, what makes them tick. And what's interesting is that when you have a good team, which this Rangers team is a good team, we all know that. That's just a fact.
Yep.
They never sometimes when you watch a game and it appears a team is flat, they're never flat because flat kind of entails lack of effort. They're usually pressing, and pressing comes across as flat. So, you pull a team in, and if you're flat, or if you're pressing and it looks flat, you pull them in a room and say, listen, we know pressing doesn't work. So today we're just going to focus on really, really simple things. Now, first of all, we're going to put this thing in neutral a little bit because, running full speed ahead into a brick wall is not working right now. And that's usually how it feels when you're pressing as a team. So I think you just throw in neutral a little bit, and that night you just go out and you focus on energy and trying to out-hustle somebody. And then you kind of let results kind of fall where they may. But usually you kind of just get something really small to focus on, come together as a group and try to accomplish it as a group. And ordinarily you kind of pull out of these things pretty quickly.
Obviously the Rangers wrap up with Toronto tonight. Then you got Cleveland. But starting on Monday, Rangers got the Red Sox. I'm kind of curious. The Red Sox today, they fired their chief baseball officer. As a player, I know you say the right things and you're like, we just got to focus on the field. Is it difficult to just focus on the field when there are office things happening like that?
Depends how you feel about the guy in the office.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's hard to say. I have no idea what's going on in Boston. I don't know. I know, I love Alex. I play with Alex Cora. Think the world of him as a baseball person. But as far as their front office is concerned, I really don't know what's going on over there. But again, I think as players, I think that they typically are really, really good at focusing on what works at 7 o'clock. What works those 3 hours? What do we have to do to make sure that we come together as a group? Because keep in mind, even as a baseball player, it's pretty impossible to be really good friends with all the other 24 guys on your roster or 25 guys on your roster. That doesn't really happen very often. Pretty often you're playing with guys who are nowhere near your best friend. And a lot of times, at best, you're just kind of lukewarm towards them. But you find a way to come together when it matters. And that's what really, really good teammates do.
Michael Young joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And we're lucky we get to talk to Mike a lot, Mike Bassick here a lot about baseball and what's going on. And I asked him a lot about approach at the plate, but he was a pitcher, Michael Young. What does he really know? But what was the Michael Young approach? When you went to the plate, what was your approach?
I think it was very count specific. That's the best way to say it. It was count specific and scoreboard specific, right? So my approach would be, if we're playing a ball game and the other team, I'm leading off an inning and they're beating us by 4 runs, I'm probably going to try and work on that bat a little bit. That way the guy behind me has the freedom to swing it early in the count if he wants to. If we're winning by 4 runs, we can all kind of do what we want up there. So again, I think that it's very scoreboard specific, first of all, as far as what you have to do to try and get back into a game or extend a lead. But then it's, count specific, right? I'm going to take probably a different swing in a 0-0, 1-0, 2-1, 3-1 count than I will in a 0-1 or a 1-2 count. That's just the way it is. I want to make sure that I'm giving myself every chance to, if there's a guy on second base and I'm taking the same swing on a 1-2 count that I would on a 3-1 count, that's probably not going to work very well for me. I need to do whatever I can. I don't need to make smoke hot contact to knock that runner in from second base. I can get jammed on a fastball just to make sure that I stay on breaking ball away. And I had zero issue doing that. When you get behind an account, I think a lot of really, really good hitters, they get their ego and they just toss it aside and they focus on what they have to do to either get on base or score a runner that's out there.
Would you say that Adrian Beltre had a similar approach, or would you say his was a little different?
I think it was similar. Yeah. I think, one thing that I was really surprised with when Adrian came to Texas, and I think you see Adrian's career numbers, they'll kind of support this. It's like he got really, really good at using the whole field when he came to Texas. Mm-hmm. When I played against him, he's in Seattle. His average was okay, on base okay, but he had great pull power. He can drive the ball to left field. He always kind of had that gift. But then when he came here, behind the count, Adrian was smoking balls in the right field when he got behind the count. He was letting the ball get deep so he can stay on everything the pitcher was going to throw to give himself a chance to, knock in runs or get on base when we need the guys to get on base. So I think that's when Adrian's one of those real outliers or anomalies when in his mid-30s, his approach and his production really spiked. And I think it just says a lot about Adrian's talent too. Is just high baseball IQ.
So I want to talk about a very talented 21-year-old on the Texas Rangers. And I don't know how much, Michael, you've got to know Evan Carter in his minor league career now starting in the major leagues. But I think he can be, I'm not saying in 2023, but I do think he can be one of those franchise-changing players. Can you give me your thoughts on Evan Carter?
Yeah, I agree. First of all, I mean, he's a super, super talented kid, and I'd give our scouting department and Kip just did an incredible job with this kid. I mean, he was really, really off the radar. We took him high. We took him in the second round, and there was some criticism for this pick when it was first made. And to their credit, and especially to Evan's credit, he flies through the minor leagues because on the strength of one, he's really, really all-around great athlete, but two, he controls the strike zone incredibly well. And that's just basically like, in order to be a good hitter, that's kind of a non-negotiable, man. You've got to be able to hammer strikes and take balls. There's really, really very, very few Vladimir Guerreros out there that can just be really, really great bad ball hitters. Those guys really don't exist. And you certainly can't game plan for them. You can't game plan to develop those kind of guys. So with Evan, it's elite, like top of the scale strike zone judgment. So when he does get pitches to hit, he hammers them. And then he's constantly putting himself in good counts because he doesn't chase. And now all of a sudden you look at Evan right now. I mean, every at-bat he has is a good, solid at-bat. And this is his first week in the big leagues. Now all of a sudden he starts to fill out physically. Power develops even more. His hand-eye and the strike zone judgment gets even better as he starts facing these guys 2 or 3 times around the league. And the sky really is the limit. He really is a gifted kid. So, I mean, I give a ton of credit for him of what he's able to accomplish. For us to call him up when Adolis went down, I mean, we needed him. We needed that kind of an at-bat in our lineup. And I honestly think that those kind of at-bats, even if he's hitting 8th or 9th in the order, these kind of things have a tendency to really spark a lineup. So he's been great, man. He's been great. I'm going to love watching his development here in the big leagues.
Now, Michael, I remember, Kevin and I were a night show for a while, and we were out in Surprise, and Derek Holland was sitting up in the press box with us, and he was just like, I want to get back in the playoffs. I want to get back into playoff baseball because there's nothing like it. And he tried to describe that to us. And I really enjoyed hearing him describe the difference. And Mike was just telling us a few minutes ago, this is a football season left of baseball here. We got 17 games left before playoffs start. This stretch leading into the playoffs, can you kind of describe what this is all about, what this feeling is for you, even whenever you get in those playoffs?
It is. It's so much fun. It really is, man. When you start playing for a good baseball team, and you hear veterans talk about it all the time when they get a little deeper in their careers, they're not going to go when they become free agents. They're not going back. They're only going to play with good teams because this is when baseball is the most fun. We've played our whole lives to try and get to certain stages of our baseball career, our baseball life, and winning baseball at this level is the pinnacle of it. It's really, really incredible, man. It's fun. You push yourself. You find out what you're made of, and your team takes those inevitable punches, right? And you got to figure out a way to kind of bounce back up and take a couple more and keep pushing. And the team's doing that right now. They went through a tough stretch, and they go up in Toronto, which is a beast of a place to play, and they take the first 3 by convincing fashion. I mean, it's just a great job by our team to bounce back. And again, that's what winning baseball and September baseball looks like.
Now,
and then you get into October, man. I mean, go ahead. Good. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say,
do not cut off Michael Young. What are you doing right now?
Your answer was so good. I wanted to jump in on the conversation. I apologize.
You're good.
You brought up a great point about winning in Toronto. I was curious, though, because if we're all being honest, about a week ago, it realistically did feel like that winning baseball chance was kind of slipping away. Did it not?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't playing. They just weren't playing well. And sometimes it's really hard to kind of find reasons why, It's really difficult. Sometimes it's like there's no reason to even kind of think about the why. You just kind of turn the page, It's, again, there's really they weren't doing anything well, right? Bullpen was kind of having some tough stretches. The offense was a little inconsistent. It was poorly timed, obviously. Not playing well in August baseball is not what you want to do. But there was still tons of baseball to be played. We still had a big series in Toronto. We still had a ton of head-to-head matches up against Seattle, right? There was a ton to look forward to. And again, when you're going through it, and obviously when I think Mike can attest to this, when you're going through it and you're watching, it feels so helpless because you have no control over the outcome, right? When you're a player, there's a sense of calm, I guess, because you do have control over the outcome. And you kind of like have a tendency just to like look at the couple things that you know you can do to try and improve your team's chances of winning and getting back to your team DNA. And I think that's what these guys are really focusing on doing right now. And it's been a lot of fun to watch these last 3 games. Again, this is what September baseball is all about. Every game is big. Every game means something. And then, tonight's another big one. The last thing you want to do is sit there and be happy with taking 3 or 4 from a good team in a really, really hostile environment. At this point now, you want to step on some throats and see if you can really, really lean on them.
Michael, I wanted us to go back in time to 2004. That was the one year I was with Texas. And I can remember getting to spring training the day that Alex Rodriguez was traded. So they were kind of clearing out his stuff and getting ready for some of the Yankees that we were getting, and one of them being Alfonso Soriano. And I can remember at the time going, wow, this is interesting. Soriano and Michael Young, they're the 2 best second basemen in the American League, and I don't know what's going to happen here. And I would love for you to kind of tell the story, because I have an idea when Buck had the meeting and talking about you going to shortstop, but you were the one that had the meeting with Buck. When did you know, I'm going to go to Buck and this is all going to get resolved pretty quickly?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I think, to be totally honest, I think I've gotten some, I've gotten a lot of, positive feedback from that one that I really don't think I deserve. I didn't want to move. I made that very, very clear with the front office. I did not want to move. Second base was by far my best position defensively. I felt like I was at a point in my career I was really, really going to take off and go on a run there at my best position defensively when I was taking steps offensively, and I was kind of had a chance to be the two-way player that I always envisioned being at second base. And I went to spring training like you, Mike. I didn't know what was going to happen. I knew Alex I showed up the day after Alex got traded, had no idea what was going on. The team had not talked to me about it. Nothing. The only time I had talked to the team about it was out when Alex was going to get traded to Boston. I don't know if you remember that part.
Yeah.
That deal fell through, and I was going to stay at second for that one. They were going to trade for another shortstop. But until that happened, I didn't know what was going to happen with this one. I had not spoken to them at all. So first day of spring training, I go to second base. Story goes to second base. Me and Story just staring at each other. It was the most awkward thing.
Oh.
Yeah, awkward thing you could imagine. Meanwhile, the front office and our staff's just like over there watching, right? And at this point now, I'm getting sort of heated just over the lack of communication. So we go about a week of us two at second base. Nobody's at shortstop except for like minor league invites. For a big
Manny Alexander, right?
Manny kind of started seeing, Manny was a salty vet, dude. He started because Manny was at second base the first day, too. Then Manny's like, screw it, I'm going to go to short. No one's there. So Manny kind of just did the veteran thing. He's like, I'm sniffing an opportunity. And Manny started inching his way over to short. So about a week in, I go into Buck's office, and I'm like, how come no one has talked to me about this? What is going on, And they said, well, this is what we decided to do. He and John were both in the office. And they said, we're going to let you and Sorry both play short this spring, and whoever wins is going to be our shortstop. And I remember I was just, in total, I was just so disappointed in that answer, man. Me and Sorry had not played. I hadn't played short since Double-A. Sorry hadn't played short since the minor leagues, and this is what we're going to do right now. So one of us is going to be chucked out of out of a position that we have earned. You know what I mean? Sorry, even though he got traded, Sorry had earned the right to be a top-level Major League second baseman. He had earned it with his play. So I went home, I talked to my wife, thought about it, and I went the next day and said, I'll do it, because I had a feeling that I was going to kind of come out on top anyway, and the last thing I wanted to do was be splitting time in spring training between short and second if I'm not going to play second at all. So that was how that whole thing went down. I said, I'll do it because I need to work. If I'm going to play short, I need to start practicing now. And I remember, I'll never forget, they kind of just looked at me and they tipped their hat, like a thank you kind of thing. And I walked out. That was it. That was the extent of those conversations. But again, man, I mean, at the time, you feel a certain way, and I'm kind of relaying to you guys how I felt at the time. Yeah. Looking back, I mean, every position I played, there was a ton of rewards from them all. If I don't play shortstop, I never would have played with Ian Kinsler. I never would have played with Story. Ian Kinsler has become one of my great, good friends, right? And if I don't play short, maybe I don't play with him, So there's so many like rewards that came with switching positions. It was tough on a personal level, but so many rewards that came from it too.
Do you think that first time that you and Soriano headed out to second base together, that's where all MLB executives got inspired for the shift? Because they're like, hey, this could work.
Seriously. Yeah, exactly. I'll never forget that. One more side note, man. First of all, Sori was such a good dude, man. We all love the guy. So he, the day I do that, he comes over to my locker and I'm sitting there and just gives me this bear hug from behind. like the biggest way. I mean, poor guy, right? He was traded for Alex. He was with the Yankees he had been to, I think, 2 World Series already at that point in his career. So he goes from the Yankees to the Rangers. We hadn't won at all, right? So he's already like, all right, well, sweet. I go from the New York Yankees they were at the end of kind of like that late 90s dynasty that he was a part of towards the end. He comes to us, so we had like 3 90-loss seasons in a row. So that's already bad enough. And now he's got like a position question, the whole deal. So he gives me this huge hug, and then he like gives me a business card to the guy that makes his suits. He's like, take as many as you want, custom suits. So anyway, I was like, yeah, I took one.
What?
So thank you.
And he said as many.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Yeah, he's like, as many as you want. I'm like, I'm not going to abuse you. And plus, our taste in suits is a little different. So I just went with one.
Man, well, hey,
he was a great teammate, man. I love playing with that guy.
I'm sorry that Kevin cut you off
All
earlier.
right.
I really am sorry about that. But you were kind of talking October, but you have any thoughts on this stretch here? Are the Rangers, you think they're about to be heading towards a World Series? What's your feeling on this team?
You know what? It's so hard to say. I mean, I think that right now they should be incredibly confident. Obviously, losing Max is a blow. There's no way around that one. But once you start losing some guys to injuries, you kind of like have this sense of how to do it, right? There's this circle the wagons, kind of rally around each other sort of mentality that this team has been forced to have pretty much all season long, going back to when we lost Jake. So I mean, they know how to do it now. They know the field. They've lost Corey twice. They lost Evo. They've lost some guys this year for stretches at a time where they've had to adjust. They lost Josh. We've lost Adolis. Like, they know how to do it right now. So I think it's just a matter of going out there, playing great baseball. We have some guys having some really, really incredible seasons right now. I mean, I really hope that our fan base kind of appreciates it. Corey right now is Barry Bonds. It's unbelievable what he's doing right now. Marcus has had an incredible season. I mean, you have guys up and down that are really, really good. And taking a lot of pride in their performance. So I'm not going to get to October yet. There's still business to kind of handle, but I love where they're at right now, man. You want to generate as much momentum as you can into those last, 10 games. I think 7 of which are against the Mariners. I think that's how it's all going to shake out. So you want to generate as much momentum as you can heading into those games so that they can be playing their best baseball at that point.
If Shohei Ohtani didn't exist, do you think Corey Seager could have been the MVP of the American League?
Oh, I think that's a lock. Yeah, for sure. I think it'd be, Corey 1 and, Julio Rodriguez is, coming on as number 2. But yeah, you're right about the first part. There's only one Shohei Ohtani. I'm pretty sure that this is the only time any of us will ever see a dude like this ever. Just freak show baseball that's going on now. And it's a shame that it's not covered more often, man. I mean, this should be the biggest story in sports. Unbelievable. We'll never see anything like it again.
I keep having 1,000 questions for you, Michael, because you can talk about this. You were Team USA here for the World Baseball Classic, and you were telling me about how Shohei, it was kind of like, I call it Connie Mack here. I forget what they call it in California, but like he was just going out to the bullpen during the game and warming up like it was a summer league high school game.
Exactly. He was playing the game that we all knew he was in a close. And he's playing the game like you're playing like a 12-year-old boy. Like he is like having like their best at-bats. He's clearly their best player. And, you come out of the 9th inning and it's just the game is going on. That team was really good. Every one of those, they pretty much threw a bullpen game at us. I think they used like 7 or 8 guys the whole game, all of whom are big league pitchers. And the way it was all shaken down towards the end, when we knew he was in a close, we were down by 1. I mean, that's how you want the World Baseball Classic to end. It really was a cool show that the players put on this year. To be a part of it was a lot of fun. With one of my really, really great buddies with Mark DeRosa, to be alongside him and meet some really, really cool people. Man, it really was a treat. It was a treat. That last at bat, it couldn't have turned up any better. Trouty against Ohtani with everything on the line. That was pretty damn cool.
And outstanding stuff. We really appreciate the time, and hopefully we'll talk with you again very, very soon once we do get to October.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Y'all be good.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Hall of Famer, Texas Rangers Hall of Famer, Michael Young, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
He's awesome.
You have a little crush going on right now?
Dude, this is just like, Mike, you were right. When you hear Michael Young talk to the cameras in the clubhouse, which I did a lot. I did a lot of covering those World Series teams, and Michael Young was very straightforward, had his answer, and but it was just different talking to him just now. You get to hear these things. That Soriano story is amazing. Like that whole part of it.
I was on that team. I didn't know all of that. I didn't know all that.
That was like that stuff's really interesting to hear about. But then like just the whole approach to baseball, the way he loves the game, like all that stuff, man, just makes me. It makes 10-year-old Corey just so happy. Not Corey Seager, because that's a different Corey.
Right.
Well, Mike
likes it.
So somehow I'll continue the story on Alfonso Soriano and then get to the C block. Somehow I'm on the same team as Alfonso Soriano in 2006 in spring training. And Frank Robinson was not nearly as nice of the situation as the Texas Rangers were and Buck Showalter. So they're like, you're playing left field. And Alfonso Soriano's like, no, I'm not. I'm a second baseman. And he was put, I told this story before, so if you heard it, I'm sorry if I'm repeating something you've heard, but it's been a few years since I told it. So the first game of spring training, or the second game, I can't remember, but it was a night game somehow. For some reason, we're playing a night game in Florida in spring training, and Soriano is in the lineup as the starting left fielder. Soriano leaves the stadium. He leaves like at, 5 o'clock or so. And so the game's going to start at 7 o'clock, and Frank Robinson to show up Alfonso Soriano to make sure everybody knows, and it's covered nationally, we don't have a left fielder to start the game. So the pitcher's warmed up. First pitch is ready to go, and the umpire looks at our dugout and says, you don't have a left fielder on the field. So like Frank Robinson makes sure to kind of walk out and go, all right, we're scratching Alfonso Soriano off just to show he left the stadium. Wow. He is not here. And then we put, I don't know who went out there, Austin Kearns or something. I can't remember. Ryan Church or somebody like that. But like, so that was how Alfonso Soriano got forced into playing left field for the Washington Nationals. Is Frank Robinson was like, you're not getting your way. You will not play second base on my team. And he ended up having, I believe, a 40-40 year that year. One of the few that's happened. So it was interesting. Soriano, how did he move out to the outfield? I was there for that situation where Soriano was forced in spring training to go out and play left field.
It's just crazy that nobody would give him a heads up and be like, hey, this is the plan, Michael. This is what we're going to do. For Soriano, I get that he was just pushing back.
Yeah, but we consider like big corporations and stuff. We're like, yeah, in order to be that big and operate, there has to be great communication. And what you find is
there's none.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
All right. So, by the way, in the Boston trade that he was talking about, that A-Rod was going to Boston, do you guys remember the major prospect the Rangers were going to get back from the Boston Red Sox?
Evan Carter.
Well, obviously you don't remember.
No, I don't remember.
Is Hanley Ramirez, who then ended up getting traded to the Florida Marlins and had a very good career, and then ended up going back to Boston on a big contract that he didn't maybe live up to because he got a little bit heavy. But Hanley Ramirez was the guy that I think a lot of, if you kind of can go back in time, that a lot of people are like, well, he's coming here to be the shortstop for the Texas Rangers while Michael Young would play second base. But
that was the transition for me, Mike, when it was like, okay, A-Rod is what A-Rod is at shortstop, but Hanley Ramirez, like that, his contract was pretty significant. Like he was hitting for power, and that's where I think the whole shortstop position kind of changed in my mind.
And I'll tell you what, Robbie Grossman is having a great year against left-handed pitchers. I was looking last night, going into the game, batting .311, .934 OPS. It went up last night after what he did against Kikuchi. But I can remember at the end of the year in September in 2007 facing Hanley Ramirez, and we get scouting reports. And I know, believe it or not, we had a lot of advanced scouting reports even in 2007. And I always remember looking at Hanley Ramirez's numbers against left-handed pitchers, and this is at the end of the year. He was batting .397 overall against left-handed pitching in the 2007 season. And there's like, hey, you want to throw him like a slider or a cutter? He's like batting .411 off that. And I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to throw this guy? There's nothing. And you know what he did? Lead off home run. So I can always remember Hanley Ramirez against left-handers in 2007 was arguably the best hitter in all of baseball against left-handed pitching, and that's Mike likes it.
I think when I played MLB The Show against you, I had Hanley Ramirez, and he hit a leadoff home run.
Probably
against
did.
you, too. Yeah, that was pretty fun.
I had no
and
issues.
then Mike throws he starts cussing at everything, so he was mad.
I had no issues giving up home runs.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Do I respect Ben Affleck more for this?
Ooh.
I think I do. Next on The Fan.
Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for that one,
You're
for that
welcome.
introduction. Don't forget, next, it is September 22nd. We will be out in Section 133. We want all Rangers fans to be out there screaming loud with us. My whole family is going to be there. That's my anniversary weekend, by the way.
Even the good ones?
Hold on. All of my family are good ones, Kevin. What are you talking about?
Okay, but who's the most goodest of them?
Lucy. Absolutely. Well, you know what? Actually, I'm going to get into that right now. As a matter of fact, I really appreciate that. Dion Sanders. This is audio I found on TikTok. So Reggie had to get it off of TikTok. And I know that infuriates him.
He hates TikTok.
But I was listening to this.
I don't know that to be the case.
And I thought this was an interesting detail of what Dion Sanders does with Shedeur.
We've been doing this for a long time, for years. So when we go down from the 40 to the goal line, I'm dad. I'm making sure he's straight. How's he feel and all that. I'm the father. When we touch that goal line and come back, I'm the coach. Now, this is what I want. Protect the football. See it. No late throws down the middle of the field. Get everybody involved. Keep your line energized. And take care of yourself. Don't do nothing stupid. Don't run. If you're going to run, slide because we need you. Okay? Such like that. Then it always ends with, let them know. I want them to know our last name before we walk off this darn field.
Oh.
And who are you? He said, I'm a Sanders. I said, all right, let's go show them what we know. And we kiss and we go. We go to work.
And there it is. And Mike, you coach your kids, and I know it's a different level of coaching, but this is him talking about before the game. They walk down to the goal line, touch it, walk back. It's an opportunity for them. I don't know if it's a meditation, but it's an exercise that they do together each game. And he's saying, I'm separating myself from coach and dad. There are going to be moments where I might yell at you in the middle of the game, but that's coach. Not dad yelling at you. And we hear this from...
And he has another son on the team, right?
Shiloh,
Yes.
and Reggie's going to have some thoughts on that too in just a moment. But Mike, a lot of times we hear coaches, whenever you're dealing with kids, they say, look, when your kid gets in the car, be dad. Be a loving parent. You don't need to coach them anymore. They've been coached all game. They've been coached in practice. Just be dad. And that is a difficult separation at times to be like, hey, I know something that can make you better, but you're just going to have to find that out on your own. You can ask me questions and I can try and give you some advice, but there are some things that I just want you to know I love you and I was happy to be there to watch you play today. And that's, one of those things. And listen, I don't think of Dion as like Jesus, or like the dad of all dads.
That's good.
Yeah, or anything like that.
Very good.
But I do have a ton of respect for the thought and the detail that he put into that specific thing. Is I want to walk with you for a minute. Sometimes when you're walking with your kid, they open up to you. Sometimes you get that opportunity.
Tell Shiloh, go away. I'm walking with my quarterback kid.
Yeah, kind of, a little bit. Yeah, I think he is like the fifth on the list. But like one of my biggest failures, I think all the time, is always thinking I haven't done enough for my kids or that I'm a minus dad. And I will admit that I go into, if I will not take all the victories and be like, I've done so good. But if I fail one time, I kick myself in the junk about that over and over. And I think sometimes the hardest, like you have the grandest plans of, I'm going to connect with this kid on this thing. This is great. It's a big, important message that you think they can get out of it. And it's something you feel like you're really excited about. And then you look up and they're bored or disinterested. And you're like, what? I failed to connect with my kid. How did this happen? And it sucks. Like it's being a dad and having that moment where you're like, this is a great opportunity to be a good dad. And then they're just like, that doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
It really sucks. And Kevin, I know you've kind of discussed this where you're like, what? But you have a great relationship with Brandon.
Right.
I admire it from afar as watching him grow up.
Like tomorrow is a great example. I felt like I had to push a little bit more. I was like, hey, we're going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings, like right down the street from your college. And his response was, interesting. And like that was all he said. And I was like, I don't know what that means. Is he like, interesting, I'll definitely be there? Interesting, like, oh, that's neat, I got stuff to do or whatever. But now I think he's gonna be there.
Like the moments that Dion was just talking about, those moments right there, there's something they share together. And like I'm starting to connect more with Avery, and more so than whenever he was younger. Because I don't know exactly what it is. I really don't know why, but like it just seems like he's coming to me for more advice, where whenever he was younger, I always felt like I was going to him trying to show him things.
Sure.
I was trying to, hey, this is a lesson you can learn. Whereas the lessons are really just kind of learned just being around you. You know, when we talked to young Shoddy, Mike, he opened up to us about, I hated getting up to go play golf with Dad on this day because I'm just dragging around everywhere. But I got this opportunity to eat ice cream with him at the end. I knew that was coming, and that was something that I was going to be looking forward to. The other day, Avery has a track meet or a cross-country meet in the middle of the country. Like, it was in McKinney, and it was literally on a farm, Kevin. Like, this was insane.
Okay, I was thinking like Iowa. But
And
that makes
That's where they mostly all are.
Yeah, and
They can be in the city, but they're still like in like the parks.
Yes, the terrain is one of those. And the next one is going to be the same spot. But he gets up at 4:30 in the morning. I got a ton of respect for this kid for getting up on Saturday morning at 4:30 to get on the bus to get out there. And I don't think he expected either one of us, me or Adrian, to show up because we had a busy day on Saturday anyway.
Sure.
And I hopped up and got out there. Get to see him a couple different times. Mike was talking about like you were running across the entire country with them as you're trying to watch them and go by a little bit. He didn't know I was there. And whenever he had turned a corner, he looks over and I was like, you got this, buddy. And he just looked up and you could see the surprise look on his face and he kicked it into another gear. And like, then afterwards he came over and I just wanted to give him a big old hug. Cause I was so proud because he started something and he finished something. I didn't care what his time was. He did. You know, I didn't care what his time was, but I just wanted him to know that I was proud of him. And I walked over and I was like, dude, you're a badass, man. Like, good job doing this thing today. That was his first ever 5K that he'd ever run. So he'd never done that.
Wow.
And then as I was driving home, because he was like, I'm going to ride the bus. I got to help out with stuff. He texted me and was like, Dad, thanks for being there today. It meant a lot to me. Good God. It just tore, like, it's
Hey,
just.
man, who's cutting onions in here? I don't like that.
Me, I'm cutting them and I'm dealing with the cut also, man.
Just to make you stop crying, one of Mary Grace's last cross-country meets, she didn't run her best. And she goes, I tried my best at the end. And I said, no, you didn't.
What was her response to that?
She is not happy and went to Mom. She knew she didn't try her
Well,
best.
and Mike, remember the other day when I was like, he didn't go to practice on Friday, and then he showed up and he wasn't happy with his results, and I was like, how are you ever going to be a champion if you're not there every day to put the work in? He put in the work this last week, and so I was really proud of him. And I did. I'm not lying, Mike. Every day I would tell him, I would be driving him to school at 5:00 in the morning, and I would tell him, I'm like, hey, how are you going to be a champion if you don't do this? Every day I would come up with something new. And he would be like, why do you want me to be a champion so bad? I'm like, no, I'm just giving you something to work towards, man. Do your best. And then I told him, I was like, look, if it was Mike, you'd get a lot rougher.
God, I just can't get over that. I tried my best. No, you didn't.
And she did. Months later, she's like, Dad, I hate cross country. I don't want to do it anymore. And I'm like, well, I could tell by your last couple races, you're not into it anymore.
Yeah, so you didn't want to do your best out there. So
Did that go over any better?
No, but I'm being honest. I'd rather be honest than lie. Hey, you did great. No, you didn't. Like, you can do better than that. If you can't do better than that, I'll tell you, you did your best.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I mean, it's up to you. Do you want to put your heart and soul into it, or you just want to do it? You just did it. Like, you just finished the race. You did not do your best.
From the 903, I'm experiencing some of the loss of coaching my older son. He's starting to come to me a lot more for advice now that I'm not coaching him. And that's that is like, I always was around to coach and be available to help out, you know, but I was never saying I want to be the coach of this team and I want to coach my son. I just wanted to be available to the coaches and help them out in some way. Hey, give me a drill. I'll run whatever drill we need to. And usually I tried to stay away from Avery. I would be like, go let somebody else take care of that. Let him enjoy that experience and learn and grow there. So it's been. I really do respect what Dion's dealing with. This is a huge stage that he's dealing with his son too.
Yeah,
and it looks like their sons. Yeah, you're right, Reggie. Does he love both of his sons equally, do you think?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
He doesn't love any of his 5 children equally, as was evidenced by the fact that he, like the AP poll, keeps a running ranking of his children.
Dope.
That's right.
That's a good idea.
He definitely does it on Father's Day, but on other instances, like I know I saw Dion Sanders Jr. on his birthday, Dion Sanders Sr. posted a Instagram post in which, he wrote a loving message, as Dion can, and ultimately ranked Dion Sanders Jr. number 1. I believe Shiloh was second on that. Other children, not Shiloh. Shador was second on that. Shiloh was 5th. Now, obviously, there have been other rankings. Shiloh is not always 5th. The rankings do go up and down.
Okay, all right.
However, I don't think I personally...
He's not wrong about that.
I don't think I personally have seen Shiloh above 4.
Were these kids part of that show with the wife that he got a major divorce from, and it was very public?
John and Kate +8.
That is not the show.
Well, Dion had a show where he had a farm in Frisco or whatever, in the awesome house, and he'd ride around in a scooter or whatever.
But those caught something on fire at one point.
That wasn't Shiloh and Shador, was it? Because they're only 20.
I think Shador was
old.
around. I remember seeing Shador.
Okay.
I do remember seeing him.
He must have been really little, right?
He was in his teens. He was in his early teens, I believe. But I watched a little bit of that show, Mike. Not much.
I'm going to look up when that show ran.
So that's that part. Now here's the other thing. I asked you if I respect Ben Affleck more for this.
Go back and watch Argo.
I will never do that. There are certain movies I just don't need to see again.
It's pretty good.
It is a good movie. I saw it once. Ben Affleck, a diehard Red Sox fan, once halted filming of the movie Gone Girl. Now, Gone Girl, if you haven't seen it, be aware there are some gruesome scenes in it.
Man, that one part, poor Doogie Howser.
He halted the movie for 4 days, Kevin.
What?
Because he refused to wear a Yankees cap. In an interview with the New York Times in 2014, mind you, Affleck said he told director David Fincher,
"Oh yeah,
David, I love you. I would do anything for you, but I will not wear a Yankees hat. I just can't. I can't wear it because it's going to become a thing, David. I will never hear the end of it." So, and then I guess he compromised by going with a Mets lid. So he decided, I'll wear a Mets hat. But I can never wear a New York Yankees hat because he is a Boston Red Sox fan, is what he said.
Look, of all the things that were probably changed from the book to the movie, I don't feel like that's probably super hot. Somebody's like, the hell is this?
That's
that
not
guy's
real.
A Yankees fan, not a Mets fan. This is BS.
I don't believe this movie at all.
Yeah.
And that does bring up the, this is a dude that's getting paid millions of dollars to be in this movie.
Right.
And he still stood for what he believed in, and that he would not, I would never, nobody can pay me enough.
Giant moral stance that he took.
Yes.
He stood for what he believed in once he had the pile of money to sleep on. Let's go back if they're making Good Will Hunting and the studio's like, you either wear the Yankees hat or nothing. I bet he's like, no problem, boss.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I bet, Kevin, I'm going to believe in it. I'm going to believe that he would have said, you know what? My moral standards will not let me wear a New York Yankees hat. I like his words, Reggie's words here, moral standards.
Did you hear after that he went up to the office where Fincher was, and there's a big glass window, and he goes, "Do you like apples?" And then he slammed the hat up against the thing, and he's like, "I'm not wearing this hat. How do you like them apples?"
That was a scene from Good Will Hunting.
And that was Matt Damon who did that.
Yeah, it was Matt Damon who did that one. So how did they decide which one played Goodwill and which one played...
Because Matt Damon wrote the entire movie and allowed Ben Affleck to put his name on it.
What? Are you serious? Is that how that went?
Oh, man.
Ben Affleck was just kind of there, hanging out.
There have long been rumblings that maybe they didn't exactly write that movie together, but...
By the way, it seems like Dion's had 2 different shows. One that you saw in 2014-ish, but he had one way, way before that where him and his wife had a horrible divorce and everything. So that, I believe that lady
I didn't see that. I don't think I saw
Shiloh and Shador, but the show like 2014 on is where it seems like that one was more.
That's the one I remember
Yeah.
seeing.
So the one I'm talking about was before that, where like they went to like a lot of legal battles.
But that, like I said, that whole walking to the end zone and having that moment to share with Shador and not Shiloh, which is weird, is the kind of the like I look forward to finding and being thoughtful enough to have those details, those kinds of moments with my kids. I'm hoping that they get those opportunities, and whether or not they enjoy them, while they're alive, whenever I die, I hope they look back and go, you know what, I wish I had done more with him because I respected those kinds of moments with him.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Whether it be a gruesome death,
Oh, my God.
or just like old age, whatever moment that is that I leave the earth, I do want them to love and miss me a whole lot.
What's the most likely way?
Heart attack.
Okay.
Yeah. Family history
I
there.
don't know why I think you're going to get crushed by a car.
What?
I've
had multiple dreams.
I don't know why.
Of losing control, on 75,
Yeah.
just flipping and being like, what happened?
Just getting like run over by a car and
No,
flattened like a
actually,
Looney
in
Tune.
my mind, for some reason, he's walking around a junkyard.
Oh,
I don't know
why would I
why.
do that?
I don't know. I
Look
said
for
I don't
scrap
know.
metal, I don't know.
And there's a crane holding one of those cars up in the air, and then there's a malfunction, and the car just
The magnet, the what is the impulse?
the EMP
the EMP
hits,
just
and
gets-
it just
Okay.
flattens you right
so
there.
don't walk around in a junkyard is what I just learned.
That would be my advice. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or not. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Tua back to throw. Deep downfield, wide open, touchdown, Tyreek Hill!
What a throw and catch, right on the money, one-on-one. Tyreek just runs by him, and what a throw by Tua. Wow.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for a little NFL overreaction or not. And I don't intend on responding to those people asking how they're going to die. Do you think I should?
Because you don't want to accidentally be right.
No, it's not an accident.
And they're like, you know what? Kevin said this is the way I was going to go.
Wait,
and
being right or the death?
Being right.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever met me? All right. NFL overreaction or not, Tyreek Hill will surpass 2,000 yards receiving this year. Be the first time ever. I realize they have the extra game. And, of course, as I said earlier this week, I do not believe he will hit his pace of 3,655 yards.
If he catches 215 yards per game, Kevin, I'm not exactly sure what the grand total of the season would be.
I just told you.
But it would probably be over 2,000 yards.
True.
I don't know exactly what it's going to be. But here's the thing. This is a long season, even though it's a short season. Jalen Waddle still is dealing with this oblique injury a little bit, it sounds like, and that's like making, I believe, Tyreek Hill more of an option. So I think he might, dude. I think that Mike McDaniels, who is a fantastic offensive coordinator, is just going to dial it up as frequently. But my concern would be the only thing that would limit it would be teams just say, we're not letting him do anything. We're going to stop him, or an injury. That's the only two things that I can see, is a couple teams here and there just say that we're completely stopping him.
So not overreaction. Okay.
I think he can. He needs 290 more yards than last year. So he had 119 catches for 1,710 yards. Now I'm looking at kind of when they were in their losing streak. He still had pretty good games there because we know that they lost without Tua and they won most of the games with Tua.
So was that like 17 more yards a game, man?
Sure, I don't know. I think. But yeah, just 290 more yards. I think that that's possible. I don't think much more than that. Like, if he gets 300 more yards than last year, obviously he does it. So I think it's doable.
I got a question.
Yep.
Just based on the look of your face when you said math numbers just now, and Mike was like, I don't know. How discerning is it to you? How much do you hate that we don't know math like you? Is it like, because you have this look like, come on, this is simple math, guys, and we're just like, we want to play and talk sports, Kevin.
It's ironic that you asked that question. It doesn't bother me at all. The person I have chosen to spend my life with told me a couple days ago it's close math. And
like our math or her math?
Her math.
Okay, all right, close math.
She
is
said
good.
it was close math, and she was like, it's like the same. And I'm like, that is not the same at all. She uses close math.
Close math.
And
yeah.
so she's
okay.
a teacher.
All right. And so you're learning to deal with that in your love life.
Yeah. When I said you're a teacher, you know what her response was? I don't teach math.
Facts.
I thought that was a weird zing on me. All right. Overreaction or not, the Dallas Cowboys are the best team in the NFC.
In the NFC?
NFC.
I'm gonna pump the brakes on that one. Because San Francisco still has beaten them twice in the last 2 playoff years.
Sure.
And San Francisco is still on their way. So
makes sense.
Until I see the Cowboys topple that whatever brick wall that it is they have to deal with, I have to say they're a close second.
I'm with Corey. I think they're in the conversation with San Francisco and Philadelphia.
Since you brought up San Francisco, then let's do this. Overreaction or not, by the end of the season, Brock Purdy will be one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
He'll be top 5 in most wins. I just wonder when it comes to the analytic people, the number crunching people, I don't think he's going to be up there in top 5 in touchdown passes, top 5 in yards. I do think there'll be a lot of good efficiency numbers. QBR is going to look really nice. So it's just a matter on how you judge quarterbacks, because like Tua T will probably blow them out of the water with a lot of accumulating bigger numbers, because he doesn't have to with his defense. He does not have to throw for 330 yards on average and 3 touchdowns. Tua T is going to kind of have to do that. Justin Herbert's going to kind of have to do that. So I think it'll just be a matter of how you judge quarterbacks. So I do think so. I think so. I think he has all the traits in the world, unfortunately, to be an outstanding winning quarterback in the NFL.
What say you? Brock Purdy, top 5 quarterback in the NFL by season's end.
Mike has really good points, man. I don't think he will be.
Okay.
Because I think there are some really good, talented quarterbacks in the NFL.
I'll go ahead and say I think this next one's an overreaction. Gonna ask it anyway, just for Derek. Overreaction or not, the Cleveland Browns are the best team in the AFC North. Just their division for this one.
I think that's an overreaction right now. But dude, their defense is good. I have a lot of questions about their offense and their offense getting like on the same page and being right. But Nick Chubb is a dominant force, man. That team will never be hey, let's just let Deshaun Watson run around and be a magic man again. But if he can play within the system,
definitely can't let Deshaun just run around.
I mean, like Pittsburgh I don't believe in Pittsburgh completely. The Ravens, man, they're a weird team. They had a win against Houston.
A weird quarterback.
Yeah.
I know what people feel.
And then and Joe Burrow had to cut his hair to be good again. So that's that's opposite Samson and Delilah. So I don't know exactly what's going on there. So for the time being, Cleveland is the best one right now. But I'm going to say that's an overreaction until I get further information.
Division's over. Cleveland has it.
Oh my
You don't think that.
Mike,
you don't think that.
That's putting it on the line right there. And that's what Mike does every day.
You don't think that, right?
He walks in here and puts it on the line.
I think they have a good chance. Let's see how Burrow bounces back. Last year, remember, they were 4-4, Cincinnati, and then they won their last 8 games and would have won their last 9.
Yeah.
So can Cincinnati bounce back from a slow start? We saw it last year. But I do think Cleveland has a really nice team.
Mike, I'm going to start with you on this one. Overreaction or not, Sean was right. Jordan Love is for real. He had the top passer rating in all of the NFL in week 1, but that was 1 week.
Nope.
Okay. Overreaction.
Love?
Yeah. Jordan Love, not the concept of love.
I love Love. No, dude, I think he's for real. Gonna be the quarterback for Green Bay for a couple of years now.
Boo.
No, I think he's for real.
Okay.
I don't think he's like the chosen one, but I think he's for real going to be a competitive quarterback for the next few years. And he looked very calm and composed from what I watched him play, and I think he's got a really good offensive coordinator as well, somebody that can help calm him down and get this thing going.
Overreaction or not, by the year 2030, there will be a team that plays in England. Here's why I bring that up again. The Tottenham Hotspur, no S, they have been given the official designation of their stadium being the home of the NFL in the UK. Until the year 2030, they will have a minimum of 2 regular season games in their stadium every season.
Wow.
So by 2030, do they get a team?
Nope.
No. Dude, listen, the NFL wants to do this. It's not going to work.
Okay, I like it.
Just do what you do here and keep making money hand over fist. No, I don't think they will have one, dude.
NFL overreaction or not, the Giants will finish last in the NFC East.
Ooh, that's an overreaction. Is it?
I don't know,
Because
Corey.
Sam Howell wasn't very good either against the worst team in the NFL.
Yeah.
The worst.
They tried hard. It's like the A's, though, Mike. You know how the A's try hard, but they're not very good? That's what it was against Washington, but I just don't think Washington is that good either. So I will say no. I think that's an overreaction, despite getting blown out 40-0 because a badass team walked in there and slapped you in the face. I I'm going to say that's an overreaction because I think they can win a few more games than Washington.
It sounds like you're on the overreaction side as well.
I think so, but I do think both teams will be right around 7 wins.
Okay.
Washington and New York. They're not going to be one of those top 5 bottom teams.
Yeah. I wonder, the last one I got for you, I wonder if this team fits that category as well. The Pittsburgh Steelers are in trouble. They got smoked by San Francisco, and now Cam Hayward is going to have groin surgery. He's expected to miss 8 weeks. So like half the season.
They'll battle, but I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
Nope.
I think Cleveland's going to make the playoffs. I'm not giving up on Cincinnati. And Baltimore, if Lamar Jackson stays healthy, whether you like him or not, seems to win 10 games.
Yeah, and the rest of still Miami's division is a tough one. That's a really tough one. So I think those teams more likely have more playoff teams.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger helping